Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for a Friday night of fun and action here from the virtual Belcar 2023 Championship, the second round of action. 6 hours of racing from legendary Spa-Francorchamps. My name is Hasse Römer, joined as always by the brilliant Edward May, and looking forward to a very fine Friday evenings, I'd probably say, worth of action here, Edward. It's been a while, not too long, but just long enough for us to really get that tingle for the Belcar action again, and I think we'll be served in due amounts here tonight.
Yes, absolutely itching to get back into the virtual comms box here at Spa-Francorchamps after an amazing opening round at Sebring, where I think me and you, Hasse, we were beside ourselves with some of that late dramas, both in the Pro class, in the BLC1 class, the GT3s, and also in the Porsche Cups, where we saw some late drama as well. There was some excellent bits of talented driving on display, and obviously the dramas that followed with that. But with the 6 hours coming up at Spa, what do you think we'll be seeing here tonight?
Given the amount of drama we had last time out at Sebring in 3 hours, we're up for a hefty one here tonight. I think the drivers will, every single one of them, I will guarantee you, Edward, they will know this track inside and out. And as always with Spa, it's a track that is a favorite of so many, that I think everyone is well aware that it's all about the fine margins here. And fine margins, I think it's going to be as well for deciding the race. Even after 6 hours, I would not be surprised to see it come down to, well, just a few seconds.
Well, Hasse,
if not all, but if not in just one, but in all of the classes. Edward, sorry, do go on, man.
That's all right. Now that you mention actually the fine margins, so I just want to talk about there is no finer margin than that between the BLC2 class, first and second, because we have our Irish competition pink with a time that is identical to RPM in the second position provisionally, as we see now GTE Racing by Zerum getting themselves into the mix, putting themselves into third position provisionally. But like you say, Hasse, we've had a very close evenings of racing previously, and I think qualifying is already giving us the business, because look at that, you can't get any closer. And RPM, they've got just a few more minutes to go to try and challenge and try and take away that provisional pole position spot.
And they really have to hit the spot on this final lap. Not the worst comparison, not the worst thing you could call me, Edward. It's certainly not like your wife screaming out your best friend name. Hot moment. Rather the opposite. Regardless, a nice competition pink on pole position with a time that is still just mirrored by Vince Peters, who sneaks on through. Oh, the two sister cars go and get it all messed up here on the, well, I guess that's going to be the final lap of qualifying done for both of them. Carlos Dieguez is going to do no more for tonight as well. Provisionally on pole, it's up to Jonathan Poulet in the 677 for Valkyrie X-Type competition to see if he can put his Audi up ahead on pole position. Viraco eSports white, and Christoph Raas there with a brilliant piece of tempo as well here. The 26 car provisionally third, very, very, very close. And Edward, we haven't really mentioned, but it's been brilliant so far this season, with certainly a lot of cars in the mix, and a field that has the girth.
Exactly, a nice heft to it. A nice big meaty field for us to get our teeth sunk into here tonight. You've got cars all the way up and down through the three classes, BLC 1, 2 and 3, that are so evenly matched. And I have to say, it was a little bit disappointing actually, the BLC 3 class, the one that usually gives us some of the most exciting action, was a little bit a one-horse race out in front. So maybe we'll see some dramas and excitement later on in the BLC 3 class, because obviously I think at Sebring we did see a bit of a early lap checkup which shook up that field a little bit too much, and over the course of 6 hours, obviously if there is any early dramas, that can be remedied a lot easier, because there's plenty more time for those quicker teams to come back from setbacks. As we see a quick team and a quick driver, Scott McFall, pedaling away down through Double Gauche and towards the Fagnes chicane. Using all the curb on the way in. Got to hook it nicely on the inside. Basically using all of the circuit available to you. Again, running out nicely. And you have the two corners here, Campus and Stavolo. Hard onto the power. And a flat-out run through towards Blanchimont. Flat out in these cars, especially in qualifying trim. Nicely set up with fuel. Come on,
but
go ahead.
Edward, I want to say with these cars, I'm sorry just to break in for a second, but Blanchimont on these cars, it's bound to be very close to flat. I think in qualifying settings and that setup, it's certainly going to be correct. But in the race, especially full tank of fuel, cold tires, it's going to be very, very, very tricky here as Scott McFall brings it into the pits at the end of his lap.
That's brilliantly noted, actually, to be fair, Haas. I was just about to come on to that, in fact, talking about how the cars are set up in qualifying, but then the drivers need to reset soon afterwards because, obviously, they have a different setup and the car will feel completely different, especially on cold tyres, which is a factor that the drivers will have to negotiate, especially on the run through the first corner and then up through Eau Rouge and Radion.
Jeroen Vatlet finds the escape road. Manages to find it, though. It looked a little bit shaky there. Christoph Raas is one of the final drivers out on track. He's still on a flyer. Perfectly timed for the 26 car. Let's see if it's going to be an improvement. They don't have to improve by much to second place. And I don't think it's going to be it. 218.576. And indeed, no. That's going to be 3 seconds off, basically. So, Edward, the last few cars here. Sibo Bettebrooks for Brab Charlie by Actimo in the 81 machine. And an improvement for them. Yeah, indeed. 7th best. Tom van de Kimmenade in the 101 Anash competition. Light BMW in BLC3. The Mercedes at the moment does seem to have the edge in BLC3 with the GT4 cars, but it is nicely mixed up in there. We do see a fair few BMWs as well. And actually, the second place BMW of Steven de Leer Snyder is going to stay there, Edward. We're going to have the grids coming up, well, shortly indeed. We're going to be hoping for it just to play ball this time around. As I spent quite some time looking for buttons in my overlay that I now have my eyes upon. So I can at least promise that we're not going to be in for a delay due to those very reasons. I promise nothing on the terms of everything else, basically. But a tight qualifying session, Edward May, and here we have it. Carlos Dieguez and Anas competition on pole position. The number 1 car ahead of the 677 driven by Jonathan Poulet for Valkyrie X-Cybe competition. Then Christoph Raas for Firaco eSports White and Scott McFall in the Schütz Motorsports machine there rounding off row 2. Row 3 is Jérémy Bonsodo with Jeroen Vatlet, that's Boots and VDS, and SimWorld.be Fast. Then Dennis Cole for Sim Formula Europe, joined by Jordi Janssens for JWS Motorsports on row 4. The 5th row, Huus Franken for RPM GT, and Jasper Schroenakers, 10th place for Bravo, then Kasi Fan and Jonas Holm for Simpact in 11th and 12th place, of course. Jeroen Diekman and Tom Bingham, 13th and 14th for Sim Racing BE and Race for Fun. And then for Lexado Racing, it's Arno van Hout, Hans Blankart, and Reta Racing Panda, 16th and last in class in BLC1. Edward May, take us through BLC2.
And what a qualifying session it was for the BLC2 class. Manuel Troncoso guiding the Arnage competition, number 10 Porsche, to pole position by the slimmest of margins, 1,000th of a second ahead of Vince Peters in the RPM car. Then we have the second row consisting of Renzo Eulenbroek and Lucas Romano, GTE Racing by Zenom lining up third ahead of DBR in fourth. Joe Vergard Godestad, yeah, I think, in the 887 Valkyrie X-Type machine. They're ahead of Angelo Levers in the ART Sim Racing car. Then we have Sibo Bearbrooks in the Brab Charlie machine, ahead of Benjamin De Papa. And then the last row, 9th and 10th, we have Jean Verlinkt in the Brab Alpha by Higher Time, and Milan Phaetons for Team Vision in 10th. And Hassa, why don't you talk us through the last, but certainly not least, BLC3 class?
Yeah, and I'll do so quickly. It's Jerry Crispane for Traxxas by JWS Classics on pole, ahead of Steven Delaire Snyder for B SimWorld B Rapid. Then B Sim Racing with Chris van Hucht and Jesse Hendricks for Dynamics Racing Pink. Stefan Ligger and Tom van de Kibbenade on row 3 for them. Then Kim Behate for Figuraco Esports and Lucas Verle in the 100 Anash competition BMW. Pierre-Yves Dessort in the 209 Decipit Racing Machine, ahead of Jonathan de Klippel in the 777 Valkyrie X-Type GT4. Then Glenn Grondelaar, Sven Kalbert, and let us see if there's anyone missing. Oh, there isn't. That is a wrongly made sign-up, and we'll do our very best to join the front of the pack quickly indeed here, as we're about to go green for the 6 hours of Spa here, the second round of the 2023 Virtual Belcar Championship, and a pink Audi on the left-hand side of the screen touching the grass here to someone's... Oh my word! How someone hasn't touched whoever came across there is...
Well, Jeremy Bonsuado. Jeremy Bonsuado somehow getting spat across the circuit, dipping a wheel onto the grass, maybe squeezed a little, and it was a miracle. No one else was collected, but they come up through Eau Rouge now, and over the crest of the hill through the Kemmel Straight. It is Carlos Diaz ahead of Christophe Rice. Jonathan Poulet chasing them down. Christophe is, I think, looking to find a gap if he can. They're going side by side in towards Licom, and they go through nicely indeed. Look at that wonderful little move. And I think there's someone with a moment there. And who is that? That's Jesper Schoenacker's off. Matthias Mass as well. Oh my word, it's calamity up and down the field. Navarro de Bova as they collide, trying to get back up and running. The two Lamborghinis with a little argy-bargy, both to have the incident and then trying to recover from it. But it is now Christophe Rice getting 2 positions in the opening few corners to lead the race with 1 minute gone, and you can see Jonathan Poulet there flashing his lights. He's eager to try and get past into the lead of the race. Carlos Diaz muscled out of the way, dropping away from pole position and slotting himself into 3rd. Big mover as well, actually, was Martin van Rooijwijk, up 6 positions from the start.
That is the Dutchman for Simpact Noises from 13th on the grid up into 6th place at this point already. I'm afraid there might have been an issue with the livery on this car, or it might just be on my end. I'm not quite sure if you're seeing it correctly, Edward, and the the rainbow palette.
It looks fine. Yeah, it looks all good for my end.
Hopefully it's just the same on the screen. Let's see. It's a team that let's be honest, I raced for myself, so I'll be well aware of how that livery looks from inside and out as well. Further down the order, a little bit of an interclass battle here as the Lambo goes wide. The Audi of Hans Blankert trying to follow through on the 42 car of Jasper Schoenackers. It's been a chaotic opening lap, Edward. I think we'd be fairly put to just have a second look here, but it's at the same time extremely close. What an opening lap for Figuraco Esports wide. Christoph Raas there in the 26 car with an absolute flyer at the start. Beautifully done indeed. Steven Delaire Snyder still leads here in BLC 3. Look at Navarro de Bova and some of the BLC ones all the way having to fight through so many cars here. And not only having had an incident, maybe damage as well to the cars. We don't really know about that. But as you see here up through the Auge Radion complex, it's such a difficult place to... Oh, and someone's gone round. Someone's gone round. It's a BLC 3 machine. I think it's Chris van Hucht in the 912. For B Sim Racing G, he has to take... Well, he has to take care, I was about to say, but I think the last of the cars in the field is now past him. That car doesn't look too good here, Edward. Let's see if we can catch up to what happened here to Chris, and then afterwards, let's see what happened to, well, so many others in the field here. I think we're a little bit too early on the replay here. He spins already. There's third time's the charm. Let's see what happened to him.
Yeah, so it's just coming down through the compression. It's just a bump on the curb by the looks of things, and he gets a little helping hand as well, but there wasn't really anything that poor little BMW could have done to avoid that. It happened so fast in front, and actually slamming on the brakes to avoid the contact would have done more harm than good. You would have caused a massive checkup, so it was just unfortunate that Chris had that moment when and where he did. But like you say, so let's have a look at some of the dramas in the opening lap at the front of the field, because I think they're going to get started with another scrap fairly soon.
Indeed. So Glenn Grundelaars here had quite something of a start, and I don't think this was it, because this is very early. Hansi Poelmans might have been the driver who had issues. No, he just went off here, so that's not what we're looking for. You said indeed, Jeremy Bonsodo. There he goes. Incredible that you can just cross the field coming into La Source like that and not get hit. He did tap the wall ever so slightly. Dieguez had a bit of a moment coming out of here as well, but that's just a slight situation. You gotta wonder.
Obviously, a massive run there for Christophe Reis. He already managed to get ahead actually of Jonathan Poulet through La Source, and then the run was just so almighty that he was able to throw us. Oh my word, that was a big moment there, and a huge collection there at the rear end. That was the 777 of, that was Jonathan de Klippel doing more than just the full little clip. That was a full-on whack to the very stricken Mercedes. I'm not sure who was actually collected in all of that.
3 wide here as well, Edward, into Lecomte. That's never really going to work, is it?
Not at all, no. And at some stage, you do need to give up the ghost. And I think the car on the inside was doing the right thing. Obviously, if you give up when you're on the inside, that can cause more harm for good. You have to commit to the line and to the apex. I think that was just a case of opening a lap, people racing a little bit too hard. I don't think there was anything malicious. I'm not sure if you can pass blame on any driver. It was just, I think everyone involved maybe needed a bit of a cooler head, because there's still plenty of time to go in this race. You can afford to give up a position. What you can't afford to give up is basically 30 seconds to a minute's worth of time with an incident. You can see, though, up at the front of the field, Christophe Reis leading the way, but that advantage is being closed slowly but surely. Is on the previous lap, Carlos Dieguez set the fastest time of the bunch. So now he put it on pole, chasing down that top spot. Look at the slipstream as well. The draft is so strong around this circuit. Part of the reason why Dieguez found himself out of sorts and out of shape. There was a little lunge up the inside by Caraculas. There's a bit of bumping and barging on the exit, as well as your own Vatlet and Martin Van Rooijek continue to rub doors and bang panels all the way across the start-finish line into La Source, the inside line for Jerome Vatlet. If he can hold on to this, might be safe, because the slipstream will allow him to consolidate his position, but they remain side by side. I think that Simpact car is going to be hungry to make this too wide, but in doing so, they might lose out on the slipstream, and he gets the move done nicely. Really lovely move there by Van Rooijek. Good cooperation by your own Vatlet there, just to realise there's a long way to go in this race. There's no sense fighting, gnashing your teeth to hold on to positions when it can all come unravelled.
That's oh so very true. With basically 6 hours left to go still, you'll lose more from fighting it out too hard, and basically you'll risk it all at the end. So a wise decision, I think, a mature decision from Jeroen Vatlet, and let's see how he can approach the next 20, 25, 30 minutes that tend to define just how the middle stint is going to be played out as well for these drivers. Christophe Reis, as you said, Edward, under a slight bit of pressure, but Valkyrie, Jonathan Poulet there doesn't really seem to be in any real sort of urgency about it. He's hanging in there. He's certainly keeping up, staying in the slipstream, but at least if what we saw at Sebring is anything to go by, we might see fuel saving and at least the economy of stints being hugely important here. And as such, keeping the slipstream and just being able to stay in it, well, it might make all the advantage come true at the end of the stints here. So we did see Valkyrie at the end of the race at Sebring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Valkyrie competition were able to fuel save, but at this circuit it's a lot harder because you're full throttle for so much of the lap. Similar actually to Sebring last time out. You are just flats the floor. So what's going on there?
Milan Phaetons, it's been a major one. Angelo Lewis has been in it as well, I'm afraid, coming down towards double gauche. Oh, just a touch. The 992 gets sent across, and there is a major calamity for both of those. That was a heavy impact.
That moves across or not. It's difficult to see from the angle that we had there, but it's not what you need to do. Like we said, we need cool heads at this early stage of the race. They've not even done 10 minutes. They've just done it now, but you could be forgiven for thinking that this is a 15-minute sprint, the way some of these drivers are really going at it at this early stage of the race. I mean, we love to see it, as commentators. We hope they can keep this up all day. But we know that they need to just dial it down just a touch. But yeah, this is great, isn't it?
BLC2 top 4 separated by less than 2 seconds. So you would be excused to see why these drivers are feeling the mist descending just ever so slightly. Here is Jo Vegard Gudestad, the Norwegian driver for Valkyrie X-Type, which I do remember it as being the Scandinavian car. But they'll be in a comfortable position here as well, just trying to see if they can get those BLC1 machines nursed on through, as Hans Blancard has a little bit of a moment here coming into double gauche. Jasper Schronager's in the 42 on the tail of these two. Then it's 7 seconds down to Navarro de Bouver. And I think the spread we have inter-classes, and especially in between BLC 1 and BLC 2, tells the tale of a very, very chaotic start. Edward, I've been trying to use the event viewer to just try and get an overview of what's happened, but it's all been happening as we were trying to catch up on the opening incidents. And as such, it's left us rather bamboozled, I'm afraid. But as we've been able to see, it's been chaotic, and I think every driver in the field at this moment just wants it to sort of cool down. Oh, Hans Blancard, he seems to be a little bit on the edge with that Audi. Maybe it's behind the BLC2 machines, having to do the corners off rhythm. Or maybe it's just the effects of a nervy start here, we'll see.
You can see as well the straight line speed of these Porsche Cup cars is on par with these GT3s, so it's so difficult for Hans to actually make the way through. Bit of slipstream should help him out going through Rouge and Radion. But this is a fight that he doesn't want to insert himself too much on, because it is obviously, like you say, for the BLC2 class lead. So you have Tom van der Kimmenade sort of in a bubble all by himself. He's got Stefan Verhofst for about 4.5 seconds up the road. Then about 3.5 seconds back, he has Dries Moody right there with him, battling away actually Dries with Fabrice Cornelis. And Dries actually comes into the pits rather early. Is that a tactical decision or one maybe to repair a car?
I would only have the imagination, really, I think, to see it as an emergency stop. I don't think you would have a tactic where coming in after 13 minutes of running would really make sense.
They might have left the qualifying setup on. Sometimes
but would you even be able to run for 13 minutes with that qualifying setup?
A lot of the time, drivers in the GT4 cars do, because it takes a little while to get the tyres into that right window. Yeah, so sometimes they do run a little bit longer, about half the session's worth, then come in, obviously, at the midway point, put the fuel in, and then go back out. That does seem to be the plan. Car in its pit box.
It's a drive-through. Kim Behave coming through with the wisdom there. Drive-through for Dries Moody. And, of course, we will do well to, a stop and go. So that makes a little bit more sense then. Tell us a little bit about my imagination as well.
I can request, but if we can try and find maybe where that stop and go happened, I will assume it's in the opening lap dramas.
I would imagine so. I think he was involved in contact with. Let's see.
While you have a little look,
some kind of contact somewhere.
Going with the Christophe Rise, Jonathan Poulet, and Carlos Dieguez battle that has been raging on from the word go, hasn't it, Hassa, this little battle up in front. I think they might be content just to hold station as they are now, especially the likes of Jonathan Poulet and Carlos Dieguez, because they're watching Christophe Rise sticking there with him and realizing, right, we can just save bucketfuls of fuel while we're in behind and keeping in touch with the lead of the race.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to do. I think at this point of the race, we have yet to see just how the strategy is going to play out. But as I said before, it was tricky at Sebring. I think if it's tricky at Sebring, it's going to be very, very hard here for the drivers to make that 1 hour mark, at least without putting in a, say, dedicated and concerted effort from the start of the stint. A lot of what we're seeing here is just small off tracks as well, as drivers are being forced to extend. If the driver, or the car, of course, becomes a little bit twitchy, especially at Blanchemont, Edward, we spoke about this with relation to the setup and everything, and whether it being flat or not. This is really the time of the race where some of the teams will be eating into their allowed incident points, and just a reminder, they don't have a lot of them. So they really have to keep it clean. We could see drive-thrus being served on that account alone. Christophe Ras here, just about a tenth. They're almost touching one another, and I think the BLC1 machines is just about to hit traffic. Jonathan Poulet looking a little bit more racy than he did just a few laps ago, Edward. I think with traffic coming up, he might just want to get ahead of Christophe Ras here. George Karakoulis still within the slipstream train. Martin van Ruijweg and Simpak just about out of it.
I think they've been brought into it now, though, by the addition of the GT4 kart. They want to get ahead of the 777, Jonathan de Klippel, before the dip in the road. Eau Rouge, which they do, and up through Longchamp. That slowed down your own Vatlet. That's going to work a treat for Van Ruijweg.
What happens here?
The rear end just breaks away. He tries to recover it, then it grips up, snaps him into the wall, spins around. Hopefully he's not in VR, because that would be sickening, seeing the car spin around like that. Oh my word, that is a very nasty and very sudden snap. But up to the BLC2 class lead, battling away, and there's a little look to the side. No, there isn't. Renzo saving massive amounts of fuel there.
And that is the name of the game, I think. As it was proven by Valkyrie competition, at least in BLC1, just how massive of an effect it can actually have. So, and while it does make perfect sense from a race tactical point of view, from a spectator's point of view, it does tend to keep the, I was about to say keep the centipedes alive. I think you'll be well aware of what I mean by that. Of course, here rather a bit further down the order, it's going to be a little bit different, as we already see here. Tom Bingham in Race for Fun, Bavo Fullen, and then Arno van Hout. No love lost between these three at the moment. A two wide here. Van Hout gets a good exit for Lexaro Racing. He's going to sneak up on through, I think, on Bavo Fullen. Yes, he does indeed. And up into the top 10. Status quo at the head of BLC1, and I think as well status quo here at the head of BLC2, with the Manuel Troncosco. Still followed by Renzo Erlenbroek. And a little bit of a gap down to Vince Peters. I say a little bit of a gap. It's about a gap the size of that BMC1 Lambo squeezed in between them. A little bit more air now down to the 877 of Valkyrie X-Type. Stefan Verhofstadt still with a very nice and comfortable lead here. Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. Lightning start for them, Edward.
Yeah, really, really good. And it's, again, start that we've been seeing from the front end of this PLC3 field to get away early and try and clear off into the sunset. We've got a little battle here emerging. Stéphane Lerouen chasing down Pierre-Yves Lesout. You can see a lovely little livery there on the Decipit racing car. And now an equally nice looking BMW. Going side by side. The slipstream does allow these cars to close a little bit sooner, and they go side by side. They do have a little touch going through Blanchot. Never what you want to do, and that's exactly the opinion of Pierre, flashing his lights in disgust, and he's doing so distracted that he's actually going to get potentially overtaken by another BMW all the way around the outside. Can he hold it on? Not quite. Yeah, fends him off. Oh, that was a little bit spicy there, Hasser. Really?
Oh, sorry. I was having myself on mute as I was having a bit of a cracker. It did look a bit like Pierre-Yves Lesout was sort of making space for the pass to happen on the inside, so I see where the confusion might have come from, but certainly it isn't really what you want to see. Quite a lot of these small off tracks here. Vince Peters, you know, this is not a lot, but it's enough to catch you an incident point. So I would believe, at least. And it's something you will have to be well careful of in the long run here, because it could just mean that you'll be serving one or more drive-thrus if it becomes a habit. And it's a very, very easy track. I think as everyone who's ever driven Spa and iRacing knows that even though they've become a little bit more lenient with time, it's still a track where it's so easy to pick off these incident points here and there for just pushing the center of the car across the white line.
You are right there, Hasser. It's Turkey that with the runoff areas, it does sort of invite you into pushing and running a little bit too wide, and then obviously that's the reason why the circuit has been infamous for its off tracks on the racing service. Seems to be a little bit more agreeable to drive now with the revised track limits that were introduced about a year and a half ago now, I think. It might have been even 2 years ago now, actually. As we see up front yet again, close battling. Christophe Rice, Jonathan Poulet, Carlos Dieguez, all within a second of each other. But once more, not seemingly wanting to fight. And Karakoulis, Van Rijwijk and Vatlet all joining the party as well.
So still a lot of status quo here, and not something that I think we'd usually see this sort of approach to. Of course, it could be that everyone, except for the top three guys here, are really pushing it. Look at Van Rijwijk having a little bit of a twitch there, managing to pick it up, but oh, he got close. Very close indeed. And definitely something to be mindful of. Seems like the cars here at the moment, Edward, are pretty well balanced in terms of BOP. Doesn't look like there's being a huge advantage either one way or the other. Renzo Erlenbroek has had a slight moment. I don't know if it was just another one of these extension off track. It certainly was. Maybe and that's the thing we've had before, where the live timing software seems to be a little bit more strict on the incidents than the actual sim. Just how that works out, I have absolutely no clue. But it's a thing. Whether it's an actual thing or not, we'll see as the race goes on. Good pace from Fabrice Cornelis, who's caught up to his teammate quite quickly now. It's the 101 ahead of the 100. But still, Edward, 8 seconds down on Traxxas by JWS Cars. And this is, I have to say, a bit of a surprise, because usually we see Anaj being, well, not only at the front of the field, but this team, this driver, Fabrice Cornelis, Koen Klopman, of course, as well, his regular old partner, I was about to say in crime. They do very little crime, one of the cleanest teams in the bunch, and a pairing that's had so much success over the seasons. Maybe that damage to the front end of the car might just be what's holding them back. Not quite sure what happened to them in the start. Could have been a lot, could have been a little, but it seems to me, Edward, it must have been a fairly substantial hit in order for it to really leave that sort of mark on the BMW. I think it's a well-built machine, that one.
I think actually it's like you say, there's a little bit of damage, but I think it was more the issues in qualifying that seemed to befall the 100 car. They were certainly down the order, and they've actually gained 5 positions in their class from the beginning of the race. So even with that damage, they've been making good headway. It's just a matter of obviously getting their qualifying nailed down, but lap times, they are just about on par with Verhofstadt in the lead. So that's interesting to see how that might develop and evolve as the race goes on. We know that BMW was, I think, a little nicer on the tyres in comparison to the Mercedes. But what ramifications will that have for the latter phase of the race? I don't think we can fully grasp that just yet. So at the moment it is, of course, advantage Verhofstadt in the lead of BLC3. Again, advantage Christoph Reis because he has the track position, but look at the gaggle of cars waiting to take his place and maybe hungry for a move in the next half hour or so to get track position before coming into the pits. Obviously, Hasse, you and I have raced in endurance scenarios previously and been in these sorts of situations. And what do you do as a driver and as a teammate to help out in these scenarios at the early stage of a race?
Well, it's, at least from my experience, depending on who and what type of character your driver in the car really is. You know, some people are basically impossible to distract, and you can feed them all sorts of information and they'll be able to process it while going around. And then I think a lot of drivers will prefer to have sort of a minimum of information fed to him when it's this close. Of course, I think one of the best things you can do is to spot ahead in an efficient manner, to sort of warn the driver of anything coming up, of maybe a gaggle of slower cars, or if there's a group of slower cars, if one of them is carrying damage and is slower than the rest, which one of them is it, and so on and so on. I think some of these small details can help, but ultimately it's down to the driver in the car to maintain that overview and a cool head, as you were talking about earlier as well, Edward. I think that because all of the decision making is going to be down to the driver in the end, and rightfully so. A little bit of a squeeze there in the inside of that Merc. Karakoulis, Van Rijwijk makes it through in the braking zone. I think Jeroen Vatlet is going to do the same. Karakoulis basically closing the door here. Quite a bit of a gaggle here up ahead, as traffic is only going to become heavier from now until the end of the race. A little bit of a blinky moment there. Van Rijwijk is going to pass that BMW on the inside. Vatlet was left in two worlds, whether to go one way or the other.
BMW goes straight on at La Source to avoid all of the dramas, which I think is the advisable thing to do in that situation. Take the 1X and live to fight another day. Speaking of fighting, it's still going on here for the lead of BLC2 GTE Racing by Zenom. Right in the thick of it. They've got the lead just up in front of them, but they've also got RPM right on their tailgate. You can just see exciting battles emerging up and down through the field. And again, actually the Arnage competition cars still sticking close to one another. Fabrice Cornelis now ahead of Tom van der Kimmenade. So they might be trying to work together almost to catch up to the BLC 3 class lead. But it is interesting, Hassa, isn't it, when you see all of these cars out on the circuit together, and we do wonder who's going to be up there by the end of the race, and who do you think might drop off just a little bit?
It's very hard to say. We weren't really expecting Furaco to be up there, but they are. Simpact might be a bit of a dark horse in the long run, though they did do quite well at the end of the race last time around at Sebring. So I think mostly it's about trying to...
Schutz Motorsport as well actually had a very good start, didn't they, to
they fell off. They ran out of fuel, I think. It was George Karakoulis as well at the end there. Having a very tough time. And Edward, that was my point as well earlier there. This is a track with a lot of flat-out running, long straights, and it's a long track as well. So margins, if you don't make it, well, you won't make it in terms of fuel. It's harder to say. For now, Karakoulis, I don't know if there was contact between himself and Van Rooijek, but around he goes. Well timed to get it around there before the arrival of the BLC3 machines. Oh, they does give a bit of a squeeze there on the outside. George Karakoulis. Let's have another look here, Ed.
Have a little look. I think there must have been contact because it seems to be fine. And then there's a car that's coming from... No, he doesn't. He just over-rotates, actually. Takes a little bit too much into the corner. Busy flashing his headlights at appeared to be a BLC2 class car. And throughout all of that, he's found himself dropping back. And is that the curse of the commentator, potentially, Hassa? Striking very swiftly. We were talking about how good they start and the drop-off that they had at Sebring. There might have been a drop-off for Karakoulis almost instantly as we have some traffic to negotiate. Christoph Reis using, I think, maybe another BLC2 class car to great effect. Actually, no, I think it might have been one of the Arnage competition machines. That could have been Fabrice Cornelis, actually. Unfortunately, getting in the way of Jonathan Poulet and Carlos Digues.
And a handy little advantage of almost 2 seconds now. I think it's the first time we've seen Christoph Raz actually break the toe. So this is a chance for everything to stretch out at the head of BLC1, and I think it's already doing so. Jonathan Poulet seems to be putting down the hammer as well. What? Oh, and just as I say that, major mistake from Poulet.
Did well to recover that. Obviously, if you go into a corner too hot, the temptation is to put the steering lock on to try and force the car to turn in. In doing so with these cars, especially the Audi, you can get the over-rotation and the spin. So he basically gives up the position, slots in behind Carlos Digues, gets away ahead of Van Rooijek, who's gained 8 positions so far this race. The Simpact car going brilliantly, keeping its nose clean since the start of the race, which is exactly how to get these longer races done. Start as you mean to go on, as they say. Jean Poulet now, after that little error, is having to chase down Carlos Digues and Christoph Reis. Cap has started to come down a little bit between Viraco Esports White and Arnage competition, so I think it's more just down to Christoph Reis having to save a bit of fuel. The temptation is obviously there to push as hard as you dare, make up all of that time, but in doing so you can throw yourself off course for the strategy and have bigger negative impacts as the race goes on. So they can't get too carried away with trying to build a gap. They need to think about the bigger picture, and sometimes that might result in allowing the likes of Digues and Poulet closer into the fray.
And a big gaggle of cars here as well, and you're absolutely right. It's such a difficult balance for a driver to sort of maintain, especially when leading a race of this caliber. You really want to maintain, and if you have a chance to build, the urge is going to be to push.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh my word, Edward. Oh, that was much, much too close for comfort. The BLC2 machines are squeezing on through on what I think might be the... Is that the 17 car of Jeremy Bonsodo? I think that is the Boots and VDS by undercut. Yes, indeed. Oh, my word. That got very, very, very dangerous indeed as he got pushed out onto...
Certainly not pleasant, was it, Hasse? That was, again, just the cars... So many of them in different classes, all trying to overtake or let the others through at different points. And that's when you need your teammates there to essentially spot for you, because the iRacing spotter can only do so much. And you need to essentially have someone there watching from an aerial view, calling who's coming up by, how fast they're approaching, what amount of space you have to your right and left. It's all those little bits of information that, unfortunately, your spotter or crew chief in the sim can't give you. It's when you need to rely on your teammates outside of the car to really help you out, which again is something that, bringing it back to the conversation we were having a little while earlier, Hasta, about how we manage as drivers these early stages of the race. Sometimes I do get a little bit like Kimi and ask to be left alone because I know what I'm doing, and other times I say, right, I need information now. If I can see that some things are going to get a little bit spicy, that's usually when you call out and request a little bit of aid, a bit of help, potentially.
Yeah, indeed. I think once you get into the later stages of a race like this, getting the info can be really, really helpful as well in knowing that it might not look like you're on pace with a driver up ahead, but he might be on a car that's 10 laps lighter in terms of fuel, and you're actually doing a perfect job just keeping up, you know. It's things like these that can help, but at this point of the race, with traffic being pretty tight, to say the least, it's usually full focus on that. And the dynamics of the BLC1 and BLC2 cars as well, we've mentioned it so many times. It's not like the BLC2s have been getting any slower over the last years or so with the edition of the new Porsche Cup machine, which is of course all that new anymore. It's just not the old Porsche Cup machine, I think I'd say. A much better car to drive, equally quick in a straight line, and as we've seen here at Spa, we've seen it especially when we've been visiting Le Mans with the virtual Belcar series, Edward, that the BLC1 machines are basically just forced to stick it in the slipstream and just sit there and wait it out until they get to a twisty bit when they can send it up the inside. So it's certainly not what you're necessarily used to in multi-class racing, where the faster class cars would usually also have the straight line advantage to rely on, and that makes it all the more spicy having to overtake. There's a much more time to be lost for the BLC1 cars coming through the middle sector here, whereas you could probably pretty decently just sit behind the BLC2 machine coming down the Camel Straight. It'll be no big worry. A bit of a sketchy moment again for Jeremy Bonsodo. He's had a bit of a hefty race start. Carlos Dieguez now pushing well up. He's on the tail of Christoph Raas. Jonathan Poulet is catching up again. There's a slight bit of a gap to the Simpact machine of Maarten van Rijwijk. And then Jeroen Wadlet for Simworld BE Fast, rounding off the top 5 in BLC1 here after 37 minutes. In BLC2, it's Manuel Troncosco from an Irish Competition Pink, ahead of Renzo Erlenbrook for GTE Racing by Seenham. Then Vince Peters for RPM. It's Jo Vega Gudestad for Valkyrie X-Type in the 877 machine. And then Lucas Romano for DBR, rounding off the BLC2 top 5. And in BLC3, Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars with Stefan Verhofstadt. Then the Anage 100 machine of Fabrice Cornelis ahead of the sister car 101 machine of Tom van der Kimmenade. Hansi Poelmans for Viraco is in 4th at the moment. And Squadra Veloce by BSR with Stéphane Leguin is in 5th place. So a little bit of an update here. We're approaching 40 minutes race. This opening hour has so far indeed flown by, and you can see a little bit of bump drafting happening here. Vince Peters and Jeremy Bonsodo in what you would call, at least in the world of nature, Edward, a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, it was almost a little bit too Animal Planet for a moment there. We were thinking they were going to get a little bit too friendly with one another. As looking this up the inside, Jeremy Bonsoto getting the move made on the BLC2 car. Now he just needs to get ahead of Manuel Troncoso, and then he'll be on pace with the rest of the BLC1 class. But like you say, Haas, it's a little bit worrying sometimes when you see cars bump drafting down the Kemmel Straight, going at the speeds they're going. Well, it takes us for one little hiccup, be it driver side or even on the sim side, sometimes with netcode, for things to go very, very wrong. It's not something that I personally would like to risk, but obviously drivers have the confidence to try it, otherwise they wouldn't be bothering. As look at this, the lap times running through. I think a bit of a wake-up call actually for Veraco eSports White and Christoph Rise, to see now matches the times being set by Arnage competition in behind. Jonathan Poulet actually gaining half a second, or not half a second, about a few tenths of a second on that last time by. And I think that's the difference really between the race management that Christoph is doing in comparison to the flat-out laps that we're seeing from Diguez and Poulet, essentially to catch up. So you might have seen Jonathan Poulet have to abandon the strategy of fuel saving for a little moment just to gain and close down into the all-important slipstream.
And I was just wondering, Edward, we saw a number of teams in BLC1 choosing to pit relatively early and sort of conceding to the fact that they weren't going to be able to make it to the hour anyways, maybe go a bit lighter on fuel from the start of the stint and see where they end up. Do you think we're going to see drivers or teams that go with that sort of strategy, or do you think that everyone's going to try to mirror what the 677 car did? Was quite a brilliant performance from Valkyrie to take the win.
I think at this early stage of the race, and because the race is so long, we won't be seeing many drivers try that sort of strategy of going for the early pit stop. They're going to try and drag out for as long as possible, because then that leaves you with more options later on down the line. And if you do feel like you need to or can take a shorter stop earlier on, at least you're running on a little bit more information, because right now that would be a big risk to leaving yourself open to losing out late, like we saw for so many drivers that had to take that extra pit stop. Valkyrie X-Lite competition made it work by saving the fuel, and I think everyone has sort of set up and took notice of that. So I won't imagine we'll be seeing many drivers opting for the earlier pit stop, just because, like I was saying, it doesn't leave you with a lot to play with.
We had a moment here for Jeroen Vatlet. Oh, what a bit more than a moment. Oh, how he's come away from that sort of unscathed is quite incredible. A sketchy moment on the outside of the curb and into the soft barrier. Might be a slight hint of damage to the front. I can hardly even tell. And since that's the case, it's probably not going to be anything too serious. But I was just wondering, the gap from Martin van Rooijwijk down to the cars behind, what all of a sudden up to 7 seconds. There's van Rooijwijk, and then the next car is Speedy Design Racing. They are down here, the 96 car of Casey van Paridon, racing under the Portuguese flag here, so that's probably an interesting backstory to that name. George Karakoulas, 6th at the moment. He's gotten the better of Jeroen Vatlet after his moment. Mind you, Karakoulas had a moment of his own.
That sounds looking very good, though. Fastest car out on circuit as it stands by the lap times.
Yeah, now that is true, but you have to wonder if that's just from pushing it, because you would expect some of the drivers up ahead to have more in the arsenal, so to say. And they're just trying to keep their powder dry for when it counts and trying to make it to that hour mark. It's a lot of stints. Mind you, it was important and it made the difference for Valkyrie last time out in a 3-hour race at Sebring. This race here is double the length here, Edward. I would expect it to be, well, even more important to make those hour marks in the stints, because you're going to lose a lot of time and there might be an entire extra pit stop to be gained or lost, depending on how far extra you would choose to go. So that might be
On
the
flip
explanation
side as well, though, Hassett, because the race is a little bit longer. If you are going for those flat-out strategies of push, 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 you've got to imagine over the course of the race, you'll be able to run at a slightly faster lap time compared to those that are backing off just a little bit. That, of course, will have a bigger effect over 6 hours than it will over 3. So you'll have a lot more time that you could potentially gain rather than in the 3 hours. So sometimes it might be also more beneficial to push like anything and just go for it. Realize, right, I'm going to be losing out on the pit stops, but I've got confidence in my abilities and my pace that won't be a factor. So it's plenty of things for the drivers to think about and digest as the race goes on. But
I think the problem with that strategy, Edward, is that would be perfectly correct if you're on an empty track with no traffic to take into consideration. That's not the case here. And there will be points of your stint where you're supposed to be gaining time, but you're going to be losing time, stuck in traffic. And if you go for a strategy that bases itself off of being quick on your lap times, it forces you to take that extra risk. It forces you to race in a way that ultimately I think it's going to come across as detrimental for your chances of getting through the race without an incident, because you're forced to push all the way through. And I think for endurance racing, the longer the race goes and the longer the race is, and especially the more congested the track is as well, the more this comes to be true. It rarely works out for teams having to go flat out with an extra pit stop, simply because they can't really control when they can go quick and when they can't.
It is just so interesting, though, isn't it, Hassad, to see all of these different strategies that the drivers could try and all the different calls that they might need to make, especially the likes of, like we were watching just there, Karakoulis, who finds himself out of sort of sync or out of order of where he would like to be, and needs to sort of roll the dice almost to get himself back up there. So again, it's not a strategy that we'll see every driver taking, but those that might want to tempt fate and see what they can do by trying something alternative, that is, of course, one of the avenues open to them. Here we have a lovely little battle here for fourth place. We've got Stefan Le Guin ahead of Hansi Polmans. The Mercedes chasing down the BMW. Looking at the more recent lap times, actually, we've had a personal best through from the third place card, Tom van der Kimmenade. So pace is certainly still there for the two Arnage competition cars. There's lovely little tussle. This Chris Van Gucht ahead of Pierre-Yves Dussault and Steven de Leerschneider. All in amongst it all, aren't they? So this is a lovely, lovely fight. You can see Steven down through double gauche, just sticking with it for now. Don't want to get too swarmed and swallowed by this battle. Of course, the bigger picture is always in the forefront of maybe not the drivers' minds, but that of their teammates that aren't having the adrenaline rush through them behind the wheel. A little wide of the apex actually there by Pierre. That won't help him at all into Campus and Stavolo, and there's a little look at the inside of flash of the headlights, maybe to distract, just a touch. It works as Steven de Leerschneider finds himself getting up through now into Stavolo. Cheeky little move, that. Love it.
Yeah. It's one of those where, as a driver in front, you're sort of a little bit in doubt whether the flashing means that you have the intention to send it, or whether you're actually going to send it, because it's two different things in the end. And I think he got caught out a little bit by that in that situation, wanting to stay safe, and without really having the chance to fight back against the BMW. Looks very strong in a straight line here. That's the BLC2 machine of, didn't quite see actually what car that was. It's the number 9 of Jean van Lint and the Brab Alpha by EuerTime.com. Sneaking in through, making a slight nuisance of himself, but I think that gap opened up quite quickly as well. De Leerschneider did a very, very good qualifying, but has lost a fair few positions, probably down to a bit of the chaos we saw earlier in the stint. And now on the comeback trail, luckily for those who had a bit of issues early on, there will be plenty of time to recover here as Jérémy Bonzado is trying to get the better of the BLC 1 leader. Mind you, there's no blue flags here. They're sort of racing for on-track position as well. Francorchamps is not really wanting to give up the position. Looked like a bit of a slide, at least from the angle that we saw it there. And out comes the Audi. No jokes, no pun intended there, but he's going to let him through, isn't he? Yeah. It's going to cost him a bit of time, but he has a second and a half down to Renzo Erlenbrook in the 99 machine. And then Vince Peters about a second in the 32 down. Such a good-looking machine. The RPM car for this season. One of the coolest looking of the field. The sister car, the DBR machine. Slightly different color scheme. Still very good looking as well. With the Belgian flag as the base. Osado, I think, has gotten past as well.
So Hasseris is the Belgian entrant, and it is, of course, the Belcar Championship, one of the 2 home rounds that the drivers will have this season. With them being, of course, the wonderful Circuit Zolder. We will have the season finale at the 24 Hours of Zolder. That's the one the drivers, of course, love to win, but also here at Spa as well, a little bit of home pride at stake. And I'm not sure about you, Hassa, but it is always nice to drive a circuit that is local to you and you've probably been to more than a few times, isn't it, when you're driving in the sim?
Well, I wouldn't know how that feels as a Dane, really, because we don't have any of our tracks in the sim. And Jonas, who drives for Simpact, will know this. It's basically a joke between me and him. But Jyllandsringen, the best track in the world, why anyone hasn't jumped on it yet, I can't understand it. All jokes aside, I don't really think we have.
I'm trying to think what your local circuit would be, actually. What's the nearest one to you?
My local circuit is probably going to be the Roskilde go-kart track, which is located about 15 to 20 kilometers south of Roskilde, so it's not really by Roskilde.
I was just thinking of which one's the nearest one to you in iRacing. What circuit?
That's going to be probably. One. Oh, that's actually a good question. It's either going to be Rutskogen, or maybe actually one of the German tracks. I don't know which is going to be closest, whether it's going to be Hockenheim or the Nordschleife. But I would imagine it being one of those. Could be one of the British tracks as well. If you're thinking as how the crow flies.
Oh, maybe.
But we're into that sort of territory. There really isn't anything close. I think the issue for Danes and in Denmark in general is that the country simply really isn't big enough in terms of landmass to have that many great uninhabited spaces for building racetracks. And with no real historical venues either. I mean, we have had Roskilde Ring in Roskilde. I think it did host a non-championship. I don't know if it was Formula 1 or Formula 2 or both. Back in the 70s, I think that's the closest we've come. I'll let you know that both Kevin and Jan Magnussen has had their racing childhood on the Roskilde go-kart track. There's a famous one in northern Jutland as well, where Tom Christensen comes. Well, he's from Hobro, but it's relatively close. But yeah, for a relatively, it's Denmark. It's a nation of people who are relatively interested in motorsports. We don't really have all that many tracks. There are about 3 or 4. Hosting mainly touring car sort of level events.
Was Nicky Team also nearby there? I can't remember where Nicky Team was from as well, because I know obviously there's a few other Danes that are in motorsport.
He's from the south of Jutland, I think, and there would be like Pelborg Park down there as well. I think actually they might have. Generally, the people from Jutland are a little bit more well off. They have the majority of the racetracks on their side of the country, and the rest of us will sort of have to go there. I mean, the closest thing I come, Edward, is a yearly held classic car race that's held just a few hundred meters from where I live on like a closed-off city circuit. And it's a wonderful few days every year with the noise being rattling through the streets. I think most people finding pretty annoying. I really don't, I must admit. Anyway, back to the racing here, Edward. Christoph Raas has now got some very, I was about to say, call it intimate company. That might be too much, a little bit too much, at least for now. But Carlos Dieguez is very, very close indeed, and he's going to come with the move here up the inside into double gauche, and through he goes. As Jonathan Poulet is going to follow him right on through. I think he does as well. And now you're wondering, is this Christoph Raas having to save more fuel than the others at a later stage of the stint, trying to make it to the hour, maybe realizing that they're just ever so slightly off? I don't know, but it seems to me that they really slipped off the pace over the last few laps here and lost quite a lot of time to the drivers in behind, at least on this lap alone, Edward, because the lap coming into this was a 2:18.26 2:18.4 for Raas, a 2:18.0 for Poulet, and a 2:18.2 for Dieguez. So I think
they were doing those sorts of times earlier, though, Hasse, even before obviously the shake-up. So it's interesting to, like you say, see all of this unfold. Are we going to see the cars jump into the pits right away? No, we aren't. So I think it might have been more of a response actually to Karakoulis, who set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 2:17.00. So very quick back there from Karakoulis, who carries on. But Van Rooijek into the pits, as does Jeroen Vatlet. So it's Simpact, Sim World, and Sim Formula all into the pits.
And maybe some of these teams are hoping that they can gain back the laps later in the race when it's all a little bit more relaxed. That might make sense, especially given that there is a little bit of extra fuel being spent on the formation. It's only sort of a fractional.
This is going to be difficult now for. This is going to be difficult for Veraco. They're going to catch some traffic at the worst possible point.
Yeah.
All the way through Lecom and into Malmedy. They're losing out time hand over fist. They need to get through quickly, which they will do, but that's really put a dent in them, losing them just half a second in the space of 2 corners.
Yeah. So we have the pit stop round very much open for BLC1, and we'll see just about how everyone is doing when we've, well, I'd say about 5 minutes, and we have them all over with. Even the ones that will be extending past the hour, which of course is what most drivers would have been aiming to do anyways. Interesting Simpact with a short stop. I think it's 42 seconds for a full tank of fuel. Look at this. The 32 getting involved with a little bit of a long shove here as Jonas Holm is eking his way through on the 99, and it's Renzo Erlenbrook having company from Vince Peters there on the outside. Peters is trying to open it up for himself to make a pass on the GTE racing by Cena machine, but finding the door well shut from Renzo Erlenbrook.
When is Dieguez going to... He's still going on.
They're going to be going on.
Christoph Raas coming into the pits now. Former race leaders for most of the opening hour now coming into the pits. So all that time spent out in front really did harm their chances of saving that fuel. And they've had to come in a little bit earlier than they would have hoped for, you would imagine. A large competition, Valkyrie Excite competition, came across the line, and they should be able to make it now until the 1 hour mark, because it is just over 2 minutes of a lap, and I think they came in with about 2 minutes and I think 20 seconds to go until that threshold, so they seem to be fine for the moment. Up onto the jacks, back down again. Be interesting to see as well the pace of the drivers as they hand over. because that is something that will always be a major factor. Is obviously the drivers have put in the teams rather put their quickest drivers in at the start of the race to give themselves the best chances, the best track position as the race will evolve. And then sometimes you get the drivers that are better at managing and going to the strategy, saving that fuel while keeping the times nice and quick in later on. Sometimes as well, those that are better at managing the traffic, gain their time that way, are also invaluable to have in these mid stints.
Gotta be wondering where the 3 seconds or so that Jonathan and Simpak gained in the pits on everybody else was gained from, where there was fueling for that little bit less, which I would imagine it to be here, as there's a change for position as Vince Peters sneaks on through and does grab second place from Renzo Erlenbrook. So we're coming in towards the pit stops. Edward, let's have another look at it here.
Little cheeky move up on the inside. Slotting in nicely, just moving across. I'm not sure if the 99 of Renzo was going to fight that one too hard. Seemed like one that didn't really want to scrabble too much over, as now into the pits they come across the pit entry line pretty much bang on the 1 hour mark. So it's all going to plan for Arnage competition and Valkyrie competition. Where will they come out though in relation to Ben Thanes and Jonas Holm, who currently occupy 3rd and 4th in their respective classes? Now handing over to teammates as well. Ricardo Ferreira taking charge of the Arnage car, whereas Gaetan Anger behind the wheel of the 677 Valkyrie machine. So this is going to be exciting. We've had essentially a completely revised driver lineup now at the front of the field. The teams have stayed the same. And what will this do for the battle going forward?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Ed. Oh, whoever came up from there in the 11 car. And how, what, and why? Angelo Lures are there for ART Sim Racing. We'll have to take a look at just what happened there in a moment. I just thought for a second that Manuel Troncoso here was going to be leading the race for Arnage competition. That's not quite the case. It's Ricardo Ferreira with Gaetan Anger on his tail. 0.3 of a second separating the two. And then it's another 4.5, 5 seconds down to Firaco, Simpak, and then Schütz 5 seconds further down. They've got SimWorld BE Fast and Jeroen Vatlet, who's still in the car. So over the opening few laps here, might be a little bit of an advantage for them, in the sense that Jeroen Vatlet is still very much in the zone. Quick pass there for Ben Thanes. Sorry, Edward, but a quick pass on the 10 machine there for Ben Thanes and Manuel Troncoso, who was very close to become the overall race leader for a moment there, as he lets the Simpak machine slide on through. It's been a very, very good opening stint from Martin van Rooijwijk. Starting 13th, now up in 4th place here, with some very solid laps from Jonas Holm as well. And actually, those of you playing Hesse Bingo, I'll wait it with the Hesse Bingo as well, because we have a pit stop round in BLC 3 here, Edward. Just over the hour. That's early for a lot of these cars to come in. They might just be playing the strategy where it makes sense and running the car as light as possible. They're all coming in, it seems at least, right now. Of course, Steven de Leer Snyder was in on lap 2 to repair damage. They've got quite a bit of recovering to do. They've now pushed on through for a slight bit, but they'll be forced to do their pit stop in just a few laps' time, you would have to expect. Interestingly, without pit stops in BLC 2 as well at this time, Edward. It's 5th, 6th, 7th for that lead trio. still battling away. The 10 car of Anage Competition Pink, the RPM machine, the 32, and then the double 9 of GTE Racing. They're separated by no more than 2.5 seconds at the moment, and there's Troncoso. He's gonna get held up all the way up through Rouge and Radio, and look at Vince Peters. He's gonna be closing that gap like a whale shark gobbling in water, and he's right on the tail. Incredible. And that just goes to show how easily you can lose not just tenths, but whole seconds, and several of them as well, from just what is inevitably just going to be poorly timed traffic. There isn't really anything you can do about it, except for being, well, I think the best thing you can do in such a situation is actually to let off the throttle a little bit earlier than you're sort of forced to, carry that little bit more speed in, but mainly to get the full exit from the corners is what you want to make sure that you do, in order to sort of minimize the time lost, even in a bad traffic situation. But very much easier said than done, as so much is in racing. And now Vince Peters on the tail. Interesting that the BLC2 machines are seemingly, at least here Vince Peters, content to sit in behind. He's really attacking, but he's trying to save as much fuel as possible here, even though they seem to be comfortably making the hour. And all of them are. It's an hour and 5 minutes we've been racing now here.
Yeah, I'm interested by this, but I'm also interested actually what's going on in BLC 3, because we have Steven Delirschneider, who is got a handy advantage to Traxxas. He made the pit stop very early in the race, I think on account of a little bit of damage in the opening few laps, but he's essentially done what you might be able to think of as a splash and dash already. So maybe this is where he finds himself. It's going to be difficult to imagine where we'll see him later on in the race, but the lap times he's been putting in have very quietly, very quick. And I think he's flying under the radar of those of Traxxas and Arnage competition, who are fighting, of course, for the race win. Sorry, I think that's something. Go ahead.
I was about to say it's about a minute and a half, plus minus, for a full pit lane visit for the BLC 3 machines. He's currently 46 seconds clear of Robert Janssens and a minute and 5 up on Lucas Verle. He's set to sort of exit in around 10th place in class, as far as I can see. Maybe a little bit further up. As Stefan Legang has come into the pits here, alongside the first of the BLC2 machines. That is a heavy one. Yes, indeed. Let's just see if we can find out what happened to Stefan here. And Squadra Veloce by BSR. Oh, gets sideways, and heavy into the wall. I think that's the start of the Paul Frere straight. That was that fast repair for them, and they're out again. They'll be even more careful, I think, with the rest of the race. And they'll have to be.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No more for them in terms of quick repair jobs. Their insurance, let's face it that way, won't cover any more damage. They'll just have to stick with it till the end. As we go on board now with your own Ratlet. Really harassing and harrying the back end of... It's been a alright start for a team with no name, apparently. Marvin Doins. I think something's gone on with the sign-ups or something on there. Here's, of course, the Caraculis machine that was going so well early on. And that's now his turn to try and find his way through. There's the Schutz motorsport car, of course. But it's very interesting, isn't it, to see the... There we go, Schutz Motorsport eSports. They're appearing just on the screen now for us. So that's very quickly done and resolved. We have an excellent little battle here. But interestingly, we've got pit stops for BLC2, but some have stayed out. We've got the likes of Vince Peters still going strong, as is Jo Vergaard Godestad.
It's impressive for them to still be running at this point, but of course, put the math to it, they'll be needing to run.
Will be into the pits and out of the pits. That was the car that was actually leading the race at one stage on pit exit now, so it might be a quicker stop than you were expecting, Hasu. He's out now into third place. Michael Holster's behind the wheel of that car now, coming out into the pits. Yeah, that's on merit. I thought he was creeping up the field and flying under the radar of some of the cars around, and I tell you what, that's been a really good stint to fight back through the field.
Super impressive pace, yeah. Very, very good from them to be where they are, given the race start they've had. It was rather abysmal. Jeroen Bartlett here on the tail of Marvin Dienst for Schütz Motorsports eSports, and Schütz at the moment not really able to make any inroads into the gap to the Simpec car up ahead. It's around 6 seconds, I think, in the advantage of Jonas Holm. 5.5 or so. Ricardo Ferreira, those. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say.
Sorry, Hasek, you can go ahead.
Ricardo Ferreira leads by half a second. That's about
there you go. Okay, I was just to say, Jonas Holm is doing well, but relative to the car ahead of him, Ben Thades, he's actually lost a little bit of time. Ben was seemingly closing in on the pair in front, Solange and Ricardo Ferreira. They can't afford to get too carried away in their own battles. That most recent lap, they seem to have picked up the pace a bit and dropped Ben Thades, but he's still actually pulling away, Ben. He's going to find himself in his own lonely bubble soon, because Jonas Holm is being dropped by about half a second a lap if the most recent times are to be believed. Solange is a little bit faster, about 3/10, so that gap might start to grow, or of course as the race goes on, traffic might play its part. Might see them close back down to one another. We often do see the gaps begin to grow as the race progresses, and then they close back down when the strategies and the pace of all of the drivers seems to converge in one big crescendo come the end. So we have pit stops here. Kenny Heremans from the lead of the race. Roger Christensen as well, putting just behind them. See as well where the 99 car is, Maxime van den Hove and Manuel Troncoso. Manuel was leading, but actually the GTE racing car has jumped him up into the lead of the race, and Kenny Heremans, he's out of the pits all the way through past La Source. So RPM lead the way ahead of GTE Racing by Zenom and Arnold Competition Pink in third. So the race is really being turned and flipped around in BLC2. Quick pit stops maybe coming through, as well as potentially traffic playing its part as Jeffrey van der Hagen. At the moment, I think that's at the exit of Double Gauche, and it might have just been on the curbing there, the runoff area. It is a little bit tricky. The points there. That's through Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
We were.
I was the relatively newly named Jackie X Corner, I think. So No Name now has a name.
It's got two names. I know it as Speaker's Corner because that's where the
But Speaker's Corner is sort of an unofficial name. No Name was actually officially No Name until it got a name, and it's now officially Jackie X Corner. But Spa's a weird track in that sense. I think every corner that has a name doesn't just have one. Well, there are a few of them that has one name. The name that's going to be La Source, Arouge, and Radio. That's it. And every other corner at Spa is going to have more than one name.
Yeah, this one is the Fania Chicane, but also known sometimes to the drivers as Piff Paff.
Yeah.
You've got the Double Gauche, which literally translates to double left.
Double left, indeed.
It's also known as Puon, which I don't know the translation for. but it sounds dirty.
And then the whole campus section is also called Stavelo 1 and 2 sometimes. And of course, Blanchimont is just Blanchimont, right? The bus stop is the bus stop, I guess, too.
Or sometimes also just the chicane.
The chicane.
Sometimes they don't just call it the bus stop, because I think the bus stop isn't there anymore, is it? That was what used to be in the place of the chicane with the older layouts of Spa.
It's true, it's not a bus stop. It is not a bus stop
as
anymore.
The bus stop chicane still.
And still nobody calls it Jackie X Corner Thomas Metz. By the way, brilliant facts there. The closest iRacing track to me is Oschersleben, 404 kilometers as the crow flies. And 560 kilometers if I should decide to drive without a driver's license. That would be interesting.
I know what my closest one is, and it's... I don't think a track that we'll be seeing the virtual Belcar cars making a trip to, even though I would love to see them racing around, but it's my lovely home venue of Snetterton. Lovely track. We go through a few replays there, but beautiful circuit, Snetterton. Get some great races around there. I think we've had the joy of commentating on a few of those in the past, Hasse. At least I have, and they've been really exciting, really, really good races. Got a great race on our hands here, though, haven't we? Gaetan Anger hunting down the BLC 1 and overall race lead. Tell you what, he's been doing so well. Both of these two drivers have done really well at this early stage of the race, and it's held up a bit with traffic, which is allowing Ben Thanes back into the picture. You can just see it there. This Squadra Veloce car is not having the easiest of times, it's fair to say. Thankfully, there's no barriers for the car to meet and end with. Come back to this. Excellent battle. Gaetan Anger, Ricardo Ferreira, stalwarts, I think it's fair to say, of the virtual Belcar series. Mainly a battle between the pair of them has been had on track in seasons gone by. And I'm great to see that is still going strong into the 2023 season, because they've given us some excellent battles, and I don't think we're going to be disappointed here tonight either, Hasse.
I'd be very surprised if that's the case. I don't think so either. We have a good few closies here as well. Rune Bobbers for the Nash Competition Light Machine. The 101 is going to be sent upon from Billy Sim racing in behind. A late shot of the door. You could say it was a late dip of the nose, trying to get on the inside there from Chris van Hucht. And then Dries Moody is there as well. After having served the stop and go penalty early in the race for the 88. They are now, well, not too far off from a top 5 place. That's putting it mildly. It's right up there basically for the grabs. Actually, I think that might be the Viraco car of Hendrik de Grave as well here, the 876 machine. So still very, very close. And you'll see 3 here, a little bit of squabbling for positions up towards Lecombe. Oh, a bit of a gnarly side-by-side moment there, and I think that might just be the move for Chris van Hucht, who just gets it done. Squeezes on through on Rune Bobbers, and through as well go Dries Moody, and we've heard someone hit something or someone up ahead. Did you hear that as well, Edward?
Bit of bumping as well, yeah. I think that might have been between Hendrik de Grave, potentially, and whichever car that was. I'm not sure what the BLC2 car was.
That's the leading.
RPM? No. Might have been a little bit of a bump. It seems to be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, looks just fine to me.
A touch of netcode. Sometimes the iRacing service does like to make noises of contact where there hasn't really been anything, maybe just a light brush where it sort of makes a mountain out of a molehill almost, but luckily they continue on both without damage. Just, there's a little bit of... I thought we were going to see a bit of damage actually there from Maxime van den Hove, as he's eager to get through on the slower class traffic, as he has a class leader just up the road to try and catch up to.
Might have had an issue here for Sven Kalber as well. And the 65 Mercedes. Just a touch of the gravel on the outside and it kicks him back. That was actually almost getting it corrected in. It would have saved him a lot of hassle and a lot of time had he done so. See, now he rejoins in a most gentlemanly and safe manner indeed. And just say goes to fight another day in a situation like that. Not optimal, but it could be worse. Dries Moides in the pit lane here. And in the pits. And he's leaving the car to Jesse Hendricks. So that'll be them dropping somewhat down the order. Ricardo Ferreira still status quo here with Gaetan Anger on his tail. Ben Thance has been doing a very good job, it seems, here, Edward. He's closing down the gap. And on this last lap, it was over a second. That's actually very good indeed for Firaco here. They do need to be quick if they're to take that extra pit stop at the end. That goes for everybody else, basically. Jeroen Vatlet still stuck on the tail of Marvin Dienst. Further down, it's Maxim Robroek with Jeroen Diekman head ahead. And then this battle now.
Yeah, got some excellent battles, haven't we? We're spoiled almost, aren't we?
There's a real charge from Chris van Gucht, who's flown through the field in the 912. He's now... Look at the pace difference here. He looks like a car in a different class. He's riding around with a bit of damage to the front end. He might be very light. I'm not quite sure. No, he pit lap 25. He's basically just flying here, Edward.
Yeah. Really going for it. Ooh, a little bit twitchy as well, actually, on the exit of Blanchimont. Rather just sort of putting his car in the right positions and obviously lacking the damage that Priest has in behind. Which is obviously the best thing you can do is have a nice clean car, because it's just essentially free time. You're not having to work the car as hard, work the tyres as hard either. Oh, look at this cheeky little lunge up the inside. That would be a very late move if he's able to pull it off, but I don't think so. The drive out of the corner is just that little bit stronger for Henrik, and he continues to hold on to that position.
A little bit of a move here from Maxim Robroek. Got a good run up towards Lecomte, and he's gonna, well, basically have it done before the braking zone. What I would call an economy overtake. Now, Chris van Gucht is going to try yet again. Hendrik de Graves giving away nothing here. The two Mercedes side by side into Malmedy. Still side by side. And the 11 thinks about a 3 wide. Thinks better of it. Brussels here. And I think Chris van Gucht gets the move done in the 912. He does indeed. And that is up into, what, 4th place in BLC 3. For a car that started 5th, but it has had a fair share of issues here early days in this race. By the way, Edward, we are closing in on the 90-minute marker of this race, which means that in 8 minutes, well, a bit shorter, 7 minutes time, we'll be taking a short break just to stretch the legs and stack up on supplies. We'll leave you with an interesting driver and be back before you know it, basically. I think most of you will know the drill by now, but for anyone uninitiated, you would say, just to make sure that you're all in here.
There you go. Wonder if any drivers have any people watching have any particular desires to watch one battle or another. I mean, we've got a great tussle still out in front, don't we, between Arnage Competition and Valkyrie. That gap staying around about quarter of a second now, seeing the pair of them. That's what you'll have to see, isn't it? The top two not giving each other a moment's breathing space. Well, of course, Valkyrie is playing the game very smartly to save as much fuel as possible. Freire isn't wanting to blink or budge from that top spot. Got this lovely battle as well. Young battle Simwell BE fast, trying to get around the Shoots Motorsport eSports car. There's no real way through at the moment. Again, Euron probably wanting to save as much fuel as possible, because that plays into his hands later on in the race, and that's the thing. The points aren't scored at any other point besides the very end of the race, when the checkered flag falls at the end of 6 hours worth of racing. We've had 1 hour and nearly 25 minutes of racing that has been excellent up and down the field. Some brilliant battles to keep our eyes on. And actually, I think we might want to look at BLC 3, because that Simworld.be rapid car is, well, living up to its name. Michael Holster's charging up through the field, and now right behind Lucas Verla.
Impressive pace from the 114 BMW, it has to be said. They've been charging along. Still carrying the damage though to the one passer. Yeah, a full second. And however, that goes to say that on the last lap, actually, the race leaders were a little bit quicker as well. So I'm not quite sure. I think that nose damage they're carrying to the 100 car might just be holding them back a little bit here, Edward. I'm not quite sure, but it seems to me that it could just be the case. On the other hand,
it might be an improvement, to be honest. It's not the most aerodynamic thing, is it?
No.
Sort of more shaped like a brick with an engine in the front.
I'm thinking more if there might be a slight bit of engine damage, or if they might be overheating the car. Like it's a front engine machine, and it's taken a major hit at the front. It's taken something at the front at least, and it would just look sort of out of character for that team to be off the pace by that sort of mark. I'm
sure, of course, the drivers do as well, try and keep track of everything. So basically the top speeds of the cars at certain fuel levels, and obviously in draft, if you've got any sort of damage, how far it is affecting you. Sometimes you might think, oh, it's only a couple of kilometers, that'll be fine. But it's over the course of the race, that can be a big difference.
A big difference indeed, and often one thing is the top speed, but it's often with if you're suffering a bit with engine problems, it's often also this time lost getting up to top speed, where you'll also be bleeding. So even if it's just 5 or 6 kilometers an hour, that's going to be a pretty hefty time loss that you can't really do anything about. Lap after lap after lap. The only thing that really works, I guess, is sitting very close to another car in the slipstream. Lucas Verle does look to have a little bit of a tough battle on his hands. Looks to me at least like there is quite the pace advantage for Michael Holsters in the 114 car. So expect him to move on up.
Again, excellent battles up and down the field. I think Holsters is probably going to get through on Lucas Verle sooner rather than later. You see that time ticking ever further down, that gap decreasing moment by moment. I think Hazard, if that move isn't already done by the time you go on our break, I think that might be the one to follow. It's been excellent after the early setbacks to see that car charging its way up through the field. Did start second place in the BLC3 class, so to already be up into third and just a second off of where they were, it is a very good performance indeed. There's traffic again playing its part in the battle between Marvin Dienst and Jonas Holm and your own Vatlet all together. And actually, Jonas Holm is dropping back just a little bit into the clutches of Marvin Dienst, who is Actually, surprisingly, not surprisingly, actually, that Schutz car's been going very nicely. But again, fastest car out on the circuit, quicker than the lead pair. Once more is this Schutz eSports car. So they have flashes of good pace, Hasse, but it's all about converting that over the course of the full race distance. And your own Vatlet now closer than ever in towards La Source. Onto the brakes, no looks to the inside, but you will imagine now, as soon as this becomes a three-way fight, it might get a little bit more exciting and a little bit more, shall we say, dangerous?
Yeah, it all depends on how hard the drivers are going to be insisting on fighting to keep that track position for now. I think at a point where the race is really entering the strategic phase, it might make more sense just to sort of let things slide and go their way. They do have quite a pace advantage at the moment here, the Schutz car, moving very quickly. So there could be an advantage for Simpact as well in just being dragged along. They don't throw away too much time fighting it. But on the other hand, Jonas Holm has been increasing the pace over the last few laps as well, and the last one was only about 0.3 off, so it's also hard to really say that the pace is that much different. Could be that Simpact is trying to make that hour on the fuel. And if so, that would put him in a good position as well come the end of the race. But again, it sort of remains to be seen just how that's going to play out. It's they're basically glued together here, Edward. Ricardo Ferreira and Gaëtan Anger. And I was just looking through the standings, and I was reminded of the finish of the opening round in BLC2, and that overtake through sunset for the 877 Valkyrie car. That was incredible. And of course, if that's the standards things will have to live up to, we might just find ourselves slightly disappointed if we don't see a final corner overtake for the lead in one of the classes. But I think it's very high standards to have yourself held up towards as well. Ben Thanes, actually this is interesting. Ben Thanes is also not rolling away from Jonas Holm. He was earlier in the stint, so really the pace of Marvin Dienst and also from Jeroen Vatlet actually at the moment, of those traveling, it's actually well up on some of the leaders. Marvin Dienst, the current champion of the Prototype Cup Germany. So,
very exciting.
He's driven ADAC GT Masters and the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So, and someone's off here. Someone's off here.
No, it's not. Yeah. That is.
Oh, who is that? Who's Franken? I think. Who's Franken has come off. Oh. Yeah, here we go. RPM GT in the 33 car tags the wall. Oh, and gets. Whoa! Quite the flip. Very nice landing there. Almost no damage to the car. Has to go down.
A few style points.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 in style points, but not for the turnaround. I'm afraid that's going to drag down a slight bit, I'm afraid. All jokes aside, just how that car got flipped is a mystery that the iRacing gods will have to answer to. Oh, that is a late send from Vatlet. I think I'm afraid that looked a little bit like a bit of a netcode. Incredible save from Jeroen Vatlet to keep that car pointing just somewhat in the right direction. And let's have a look at it here, Edward, because I think, as I said before, that looked like the touch in between them. There isn't really a touch, is it?
That's the best of angles if anything, and to be fair, I think it was both of them. The way the circuit just naturally moves around through there, we'll get a little angle of it here. Yeah, I think the car sort of breaks traction before there might have been any contact. I think that could have been, like you say, has a bit of netcode potentially. very unfortunate because that was shaping up to be a really nice battle. Speaking of really nice battle, it's a three-way tussle for the lead of BLC2, and I think, Asa, that is the squabble that I think we will leave you all with for the next while, for me and Hassa to go and have a quick comfort break, get refreshed and ready for the next 90 minutes of action here at Spa.
Yes, indeed. We'll leave you with the onboard here from Kenny Herreman. So it'll leave you with a panoramic view of the battle ahead in BLC2. Edward and I will be away for the next 5, 8, maybe tops 10 minutes. But then we'll be back for more racing here from the virtual Belcar series. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gents, we're back after a slightly lengthy break, and we'll just be catching up with whatever's happened, and I think it's not too much here. You want to tell them on the tail of Jeroen Watters. They got dislodged from Marvin Dienst as they, let's just say, drove pretty quickly just before, and they are plowing away, still setting the pace with a 2:17.8 on the last lap, gaining a 10th on the leaders. Ricardo Ferreira and Anash competition still status quo at the head of the field here. They will be getting closer. When I say they, I mean Schütz Motorsports and Marvin Dienst, of course. Will be getting closer to Viraco eSports with Ben Thanes there in 3rd place. Manuel Troncoso, 2 seconds clear of Maxim van den Hove and another second down to Kenny Herreman. So the battle we saw before has slightly been spread. Just ever so slightly. I'm gonna Vatlet got through on Jonas Holm here, and might be something we want to have a look at here into the chicane. No real fight.
Nice clean move.
Yeah, very much so, and welcome back to you as well, Edward.
Hello, yes, yeah, I was just having a look at the, they mentioned the gap between Arnage competition and Valkyrie X-Type competition. And that might have just been down to traffic more than anything else. Their lap times have been relatively even, and I don't think it's about Gates and Arnage letting off the gas and basically allowing the gap to grow. It's more, I think, just down to the ebbs and flows of endurance racing multi-class with the traffic. So as you can see, they already closed right back up to each other through the final chicane, and that gap is going to come down probably beneath the half a second mark. We're actually even more so with that fastest lap of the race so far from Gaetan Anger. Both of them actually in the 2:16.9, so competitively matching each other in terms of lap time. This is going to be exciting because they're doing those times while also saving fuel. They aren't really giving it an inch for one another. And I was trying to break away. Valkyrie clinging on to the back. That gap is now really coming down. BLC2, I think we have had a change while we were away, Hasser. Arnage Competition Pink have retaken the lead of the BLC2 class. I think that was occupied by GTE Racing by Zenom. Maxime van den Hove was leading, and I think has since lost that position to Manuel Troncoso. Kenny Herreman's remaining in 3rd. In fact, actually, I think we're going to have a replay here, Hasser.
Yeah, indeed. A good run from Troncoso down towards Lecombe, and he's going to have it laid out for him in an easy manner there. Nice to see them fighting as close as they are and still not putting more into it. No cheap tricks being laid out at this point of the race, which is nice to see. Ben Thanes here is seeing his advantage disappear, and Marvin Dienst is gapping ever so slightly closer to that top 3 spot. 0.7 of a second between Ricardo Ferreira and Gaetan Anger. They just crossed the line. Again, did they know that they're about to? Just still wondering if they're holding on to that sort of pace we saw them touch onto just a moment ago here, Edward. About 14 minutes till we expect at least BLC 1 to come in, and I think we'll see BLC 3 coming in around that hour marker as well. Then just a few more minutes and it'll be BLC 2 turn. And do you think we're gonna see an early pit stop here from Jonas Holm? Just as I'm saying it, Simpact in. Still 13 minutes to go here, Edward. What do you make of this?
I'm thinking this could be very tricky for Simpact later on in this race by pitting this early. Now it's Manuel Roywick coming in for Jonas Holm. And no slouch, that's for certain, but even so, that's going to be some time being lost come the end of the race that I don't think they'll be able to make back up. Unfortunately, they need to bank on those around them also needing to take that extra stop. Continuing on at the front of the field, in fact, the closest battle out on track is the battle for the BLC 1 class lead. Ricardo Freire, Gaetan Anche still keeping themselves close to one another. Heroic will find himself coming back out onto the circuit, potentially in the midst of a squabble for 11th place. He's just out ahead of Jeffrey Van der Hagen. Jeffrey Van der Hagen, of course, needing still to pit, as will Carl's ahead as well. Nearby, Joran Dijkman, probably next to come in for the current 10th place, the Sim Racing BE machine. Well, in Thines for Veraco Esports White, Carl's been doing so well up at the front end of the field for the opening hour's worth of racing. They dropped back into 3rd place, but still going strong. However, Marvin Leinster is really charging up. Let's not forget that car did have a little drama earlier on, didn't it, Hassa? They moment that saw him lose plenty of time, but coming back out through the field rather nicely.
Yeah, and it took them a relatively long time to recover that time as well. But they have indeed recovered. And the time that was lost, well, I don't really recall how much it was. I think 15 seconds or so, maybe 20. But they're just about 10 seconds off of the leaders here. So certainly still within striking distance.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of actually the leaders, another quick lap from Ricardo Ferreira, extending the advantage over Valkyrie next type competition. That has since come down, so traffic has probably played its part, as we can see actually almost exactly that, because they're just ahead now of the number 10 car that's leading the BLC2 class, and Arnage competition cars almost tripping over one another, as we were potentially looking at Ricardo Freire trying to break the toe, if anything. So really pushing hard. I'm not sure if the strategy is still to fuel save, or maybe as the race progresses on, they're thinking that to push hard and to build the gap might be the best way of getting something from this race. It's all up in the air at the moment, all to play for.
And I think in that regard, it's also a question of just figuring out what's the minimal amount of fuel saving you can sort of do and get away with. And of course, the quickest way of doing that as well. And we've seen the two cars at the front of the BLC1 field at the moment just in a class of their own when it comes to this very specific game. One thing I'll be interested in seeing is the pit stop time of the Simpact car. They were in for 39 seconds. So a slightly longer pit stop than what they had last time around, but still a little bit shorter than a lot of the other cars. So that might be why they're going for a slightly shorter strategy, but it's a risky one. And it's, of course, maybe having seen that most of the field weren't able to make the hour mark anyways, they might have thought, well, we're gonna just put our eggs in that basket. They did so at Sebring. They got away with it. Got home with 5th place. Certainly not a bad result on their debut. If they can get a top 5 again today, I think they will be more than happy. Jeroen Vatlis in the pit now as well here, 8 minutes before the marker. So we are seeing the BLC1 cars, Edward, in the pits here relatively early. Yet again, and the thoughts we had on fuel consumption here at Spa, I think, is turning out to be true in the sense that drivers are really having to lift the coast quite a lot in terms of, or in order to make the hour on track.
Yeah, lovely stuff there, though, by one of the Arnage BMWs, getting well out of the way, not wanting to play any part in this. It's, oh dear, Dennis Cole big moment there, embedding himself in the tie bar. He's upside down at the exit of Blanchimont, and that has been a quick pull to the pits, and what could be lengthy repair job if they don't have their fast repair remaining. Let's have another replay here. This is an incident involving the B Sim Racing.
It's all good, I think. False alert.
False alarm. It seems to be all right. Our live timing software seemingly giving us an alert when there's no need to panic. Panic stations potentially, though, for Van Overloop. Nothing he can really do about the charging. Van der Hagen sweeps his way around the outside in towards Lecombe, and already actually putting some pressure on Martin van Rooijvik.
Yeah, and Jeffrey van der Hagen, who's yet to do his second pit stop, will have a car that's light on fuel and maybe on slightly worn tires, but I think the fuel load is going to be more of an advantage. Oh, there has been an issue for Francorchamps. Now he's still in the lead. He was off track for what looked like a few seconds. Maybe it was just following the line there. That was another false alarm, so my apologies. But it did look like he was off track for a few seconds there, so I think a lot of other stuff happened in the space of a second there.
Lots of things occurred.
Yes, indeed, and it sort of catches you out. You just get this list of things, you know. If you see someone going off and then other things happening before they get back on track, sort of assume that, well, something must have happened here. Of course, it couldn't have been too bad since we're still in the lead of the race, and he still very much is. Maxim van den Hove has passed Jens Hoosens here on the exit. Oh, that makes sense, because it's inter-class traffic. He gets a bit of a flash. Maybe not too happy about going too wide.
It's Van der Hagen, like we predicted, coming into the pits.
Yeah.
So relieving some of the pressure from Martin van Rooijvik for the moment. However, there is no sign of let-up at the front. Arnage and Valkyrie still with it. And Heinz under a little bit of scrutiny from Schutz in behind as he's looking up the inside of the 99. That was a little bit late. I don't think there was any real chance of a move being made through there, and that slowed him right down. And now he's really hungry to get through. Coming into campus, they go side by side. They come close to touching through Stavilo. Will get the move done, but will there be a run from the Inst? No. Marvin seemingly staying put, not wanting to risk anything. So you can see that the pressure is really mounting for Veraco. They can feel the presence of Schutz Motorsport right behind them. Schutz is probably going to go for a little move up the inside very soon as Arnage competition yet again with the fastest lap of the race this time by as Benthains drives down into pit lane now, and Deans almost followed him through.
You wonder what happened there for Marvin Deans who said, "Oh, we're gonna have another one." My word!
Oh no, I think he was going in, and now he's had second thoughts. Has he got enough fuel to make it till the end to?
He stopped.
Oh dear!
Or did he have a crash? Oh yeah, he's. Whatever's happened there, he's just pulled over.
He missed the pits.
He missed the pits, and he's towed Marvin Deanston. That's an absolute disaster for a car that was
going on?
Fighting for podium positions, Edward.
What's been going on at Schutz Motorsport the first round at Sebring with the fuel running out, this time by missing the pit lane and not having any fuel to complete the lap? Dear, oh dear, it's all going wrong for them. It's such a promising position as well. There's going to be some serious head scratching going on behind the scenes, you could imagine, because that is something that you can't allow to happen, not just once, but for a second time as well.
Oh, Martin van Rooijvik is going to just sneak up through on Christoph Raas there on the pit exit. making use of the shorter pit stops and the strategy in that sense, at least for now, to take track position. We'll see how it stands at the end of the race. Of course, this is going to be a very good tow for Christoph Raas, who's content to sit behind the Dutchman with the eggshell helmet. Still the best detail on it being the little date markings that I think indeed is Martin's birthday. Ricardo Ferreira, Gaetan Anger, they're going to do another lap here, Edward, but of course they are, because we're not past the hour mark yet. I think they are except for Christophe Herbignot in the Boutsen VDS car, they're the only ones yet to make their second pit stops, at least, of course, in BLC1.
Absolutely. They did make it to the 1 hour mark just as soon as they basically came across the pit entry line. That was when the clock ticked over. So they are on course to make it till the end. I think we might really start to see them battle now, because this is most likely going to be both of their in laps. The inside being covered off by Ricardo Ferreira. I'm not sure if Gaetan Anger is close enough to make any move, but will obviously be there ready to pounce should the traffic play its part. And look at that, we've got a little bit just up ahead. Who is this potentially playing a part in how the race will pan out? That looks to be a BMW of sorts. Not sure if that is that Michael Holsters potentially? I think I saw a 114 there over the car in second place for BLC3, but both of them get through there unscathed. Now down into double gauche, you can see just how smooth you have to be on the steering inputs on the downhill braking zone. You don't want the car to be swapping ends on you, especially if you've got a loss of front end downforce because of the dirty air. And they're just having to be sensible about things now. Traffic as well, but that's going to hold up Ricardo Ferreira onto the exit. And up the inside, he's going to make the move stick. A little bit of a lift, actually, very smartly done there by the BLC2 class car to make sure that there wasn't any part to be played in an incident. And now, look at how strong the slipstream is all the way down, back straight in towards Blanchimont. A little look potentially coming into the bus stop chicane. This could be a late move for track position. Actually, no, lifting out by Gaetan Anger. Massive lift at that. Looking to save as much fuel as possible. Is he going to be coming in? Both of them dive into the pits now, so it is advantage Ricardo Ferreira. He has the track position. Careful when they get onto the pit lane limiter. Don't want to bash into one another. Get through there nice and cleanly. Can you just show how edgy it can be for an onboard lap around here? You've got the traffic to worry about. You've got the cars that you're battling closely with as well. For thought, both of them stop at pretty much identical points. Both of them handing over now. Carlos Rodriguez getting back behind the wheel, as does Jonathan Poulet. Martin van Rooyen, where is he out on circuit? Just ahead of Christoph Raas as they make their way through Campus and then Stavolo. It's about 40 seconds the cars spend in the pit lane stationary. So they'll be moving in about 5 seconds time. So they should come out ahead of the pair of them. But what is the difference? There's around about 15 seconds, I think, for the most recent round of pit stops. So you'll expect to see a similar gap emerge. Carlos Rodriguez ahead of Jonathan Poulet as they make their way out from La Source. And I think that gap will probably remain at a similar sort of range. Not quite coming through just yet, as obviously timing software has to account for everything going on, but it's actually now up to about 17 seconds by the way things are appearing. It looks like there's just one car, but you can just see the headlights of the Audi emerging there on the right-hand side, Hasse.
Yeah, it looked like they had done the thing you can do in iRacing, where you merge with the car in front of you in the pit lane, and it's sort of been inside of one another all the way through. I don't think that was quite the case. Very risky, because if you do go out and enter the hitbox again, then it's death and destruction. The light's coming on, and that means we're coming into evening time, and that in turn means we're probably going to see some nighttime racing here tonight as well. And that's going to spice things up even further. The endurance lights on the Lamborghini there, the center light, very, very noticeable, I think, for anyone coming up in behind. It also makes it look a bit like an old train, or old diesel engine of sorts. I'm not quite sure I'm a fan of it, but we'll leave that to the taste judges, the style committee, if you will. I don't know who's in the style committee, but I guess they're out there somewhere. The style police, definitely out there somewhere.
Probably not me, because I like the look of the BMW M4 GT3, which everyone seems to have varying opinions on, for the front grille. I love it. Not many people
certainly
do.
I think
it's grown on a lot of people.
I don't know if I love it per se.
Actually, Casa, one sec. I think we've seen a change for position in the league. We've moved away from it, but it says now that Jonathan Poulet, and he has gotten ahead of Carlos Tegas. We look away for just a moment.
Getting caught up behind
behind his teammate. Oh no!
And it's quite the slick move there, to be honest, from Jonathan Poulet to sort of settle it and get the move done. Very apparent that an Ash competition and the number one car has been very fixed on sort of mimicking the strategy, at least played out so well for Valkyrie X-Type competition last time around for the 677. And this time around, Edward, I wouldn't be surprised if we see these two cars sort of connected to one another like this until the end of the race. We're a third of the way through. We've done 2 hours of racing here. And the overall 2 leaders separated by just around half a second. We've just seen the first lead change overall in quite some time here. And it's now Valkyrie X-Type competition ahead of the number 1 Anash car. Then Simpact Noises in third. And a tight race still with Firaco eSports White and the 26 car of Christoph Rast that's driven a very, very good race so far this race, but so has to be said for Simpact. Started out 13th, currently up into third. And if that's not a successful race so far, then I don't know what is. Yannick van Overloop there in 5th place. And just for an overview, we haven't seen that much of BLC2 over the last half hour or so since we had that squabble, the 3-way battle for the lead that sort of disintegrated ever so slightly. And now Manuel Toncroso is about 14 seconds clear of Maxime van den Hove, with Kenny Hermans in the pits at the moment. From 3rd place in the RPM car, the 32 there. So the second round of pit stops coming up for BLC2 as well. No surprises here. Troncoso in the 10 Anash car going that a little bit longer. And Kenny Hermans, that was a drive-through, Edward.
Dear, oh dear. What's happened there?
I think it might just be incident points. I think the incident limit before you get the first drive-through will be 15x. And I think that's very easy to collect here at Spa. And as we mentioned earlier, these drive-throughs might really become a thing here. It's a major issue, of course, for RPM, who was well embedded in that scrap for podium places. Of course, they will still be, but now it's from a rather less advantageous position, having to come back from 4th now. There's 6 seconds down on the Scandinavian Valkyrie machine, the 877, that of course did win at Sebring. And of course, a lot of pit stops happening right now as well in BLC2. And actually, a little bit of a surprise here. Michael Holster's leading. I wonder what happened to the 100 car. It's currently exiting the pits. Oh, Holster's had that early pit stop, so he'll be having another one coming up in just a few minutes. That makes sense. But that 114 car, at what they have been hammering along at such a pace, it would be a foolish mistake, at this point at least, to write him off. Oh, Thomas Stockmans sending it on cold tires there as he leaves the pits. The 100 car in 4th place, qualified in 8th in class here today. That's rather surprising. Still a few cars in the pits. The 192 of Kenneth Franken, who leaves just about now as he gets overtaken by the 88 of Jesse Hendricks. Oh, and a message in chat there. Marvin had some miscommunication with his teammate about pitting this lap and or saving some more, and that just goes to show it. We spoke about it earlier with the sort of the team communication aspect. That's a good example of when it goes just a little bit awry, just a slight miscommunication, a little bit of a misunderstanding, and it can have pretty disastrous consequences for the rest of the race. I'm thinking one thing there, Edward. Would it have made sense for them to sort of continue on for a bit longer on the track before stopping? I'm thinking they would have gotten a shorter tow had they kept on going for as long as they could, or is that just me? I mean, if you just pass the finish line, it'll sort of give you the tow as if you have to go all the way around the track at a given percentage of your whatever it is, average lap time or something. And I'm saying it like that because I really don't know, or that's just what I'm like sort of figuring out it is. But I think they could have gotten away with losing a little bit less. Not quite sure about it. But yeah, certainly a tough pill to swallow for Schütz Motorsports, who's down in 12th place as well. There's been a problem here, Edward, for Sven Calvert. Let's have a look at... Oh, that's major indeed for the 65. We're sort of too early as to what happened here. I'll see if there is even anything more to see. I don't think so, but this is a big, big impact.
Dear me, that is certainly not the plan. Going back to what you were talking about, let's have a little look at the moment for Sven.
Maybe it's...
Really
I don't know if it's...
hit.
Yeah, there's the traffic aspect that it could have something to do with it. Or maybe just... It's a weird place otherwise to have an accident like that on your own if there's no sort of hardware problem or something coming into it. Oh, he touches the wall! Sven Calvert, that looked a little bit strange to me, Edward, but let's see if we can have just another look at it here. On board, we'll go with Sven. Now Jeremy Hessels, it says, of course, he's in the car, but yeah, just touches it and across he goes. Oh, that is a
heartbreaking moment. Yeah, really is.
Also a problem here for Jasper Schoenakers in the 42 Lambo. And someone else has had an issue there, I think, as well. Because, oh, we heard that car coming across. That was Jeremy de Bover. Look at this. The 22 DBR machine almost outbraking itself. Having a slight touch with the 12. Coming across there. Oh, my word. And then... yeah. I don't know. That's... And Edward, for it to be even worse, we've had more issues here. The 11
no.
And Yannick van Overloop, 5th place. That's SimWorld. They touched there in double gosh. And no further real issues, except for the fact that the 14 car, of course, was in a pretty good position. And then Jasper Schoenakers has gone off again here. He's come to a full stop. What has happened? The car seems to be crapping, Edward. That has been a major hit. Chaotic few moments here. A laugh of disbelief, I'm afraid, because it's been very orderly for quite a while, and then for 2 or 3 minutes, all of a sudden, it's all unraveling, and at so many parts of the field as well, so many different places on track. And the Franken...
It's still just gone completely mad, really, hasn't it, Hassa? That's just... you just think it's all going to settle down, and then it just erupts into chaos and madness. I mean, fortunately, I think for a lot of the BLC2 runners that had their incidents, they hadn't had their most recent pit stop, so they're still somewhat on schedule. They'll obviously have to tow and deal with a bit of damage, and obviously get that fast repair and sorted. But it could have been a lot worse. There are certainly harder times to have the incident, so just before you're about to come into the pits anyway, it isn't the end of the world. The race is still fairly young. There's more than half the race remaining. So we've got this excellent little scrap. Martin Van Rijvik having to worry about Christoph Reis right behind him. Another thing as well, Haas, so we were talking about the Arnage competition, Valkyrie Excite competition moment where they had the changeover for the lead, but this could play into the hands of Arnage, saving fuel, looking after the car, can help really to set yourself nicely for the final half of the race.
Also, they had Edwards, I'm being told here in chat as well, 0.2 liters left in the tank, so no, there isn't really no way of getting up that hill. That's true. You're going to run out of steam before you get to the top of Radio. Oh, the 22 being in the way here of Martin van Rijvik. Christoph Raas might be looking at a bit of an opportunity here. Maybe not. We heard a bit of an impact sound there as well. Wonder what that has been. Greg Franks in the 12 machine here. Glenn Hopkins in the 81 Brab Charlie by Actimo. Currently sitting 6th in class. And with a bit of a battle up ahead there. That's Sim Formula Europe, isn't it? No, it's not. That's the Speedy Design racing car. It's Ward Mallets, and I wonder. They did just have a. Oh, and George Karakoulis is in the pits again here. What's happened here? He's had a moment, Edward, I think. Let's see, Karakoulis go straight on through and stops the car.
Oh dear. It's just yet more issues for Schutz Motorsport.
Yeah, there's
It just comes to a stop at the crest of the hill there. Maybe deciding that there isn't really a way back into this race, unfortunately. But I mean, we'll see. Obviously, there's plenty of time remaining. Other cars can have issues, but it is obviously a desperate situation for them right now.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Here is that is Sim Formula Europe. I was right on that one. So at least Speedy Design Racing got past again. Casey van Peridon. And still with the Portuguese. I'm not quite sure how to flavor the pronunciation. I'm no expert in Portuguese, especially since what I connect with Portuguese is maybe more Brazilian Portuguese. But that's, while being the same language, does sound quite a bit different. Lord Mallets here. If he can find a way through, this is the battle for 13th place. That is a lovely, light-hearted approach, George. Certainly, sorry to see the amount of tough times you've been facing tonight. Dries Rohart and Arno van Hout here. This is the battle for 7th place. Lexaro Racing just behind the Sim Racing BE by ROI Management. Still also a bit of a battle between Simpact and Firaco. That's just about 0.3 of a second separating them. But it seems like Firaco and Christoph Raas seems pretty content to just sit there and save the fuel, at least for now. Jeremy Bonsodo in the Bootsen VDS by Undercut Machine here just ahead of Jordi Janssens in the number 5 JWS Motorsports Lamborghini. Currently sitting in 9th place. But very close here in between position 6, 7, 8, and 9. And actually Hans Blankart in 10th place, only just another 2 seconds off here. So certainly within striking distance as well. There's a little bit more spread to things, at least for now, Edward, in BLC2. And actually, we've seen Manuel Troncoso has that as pit stop? But was that it? Renzo Erlenbroek. Who was that with the Jesper Schonagers with the long pit stop? Just wondering. I think Troncoso has done a drive-through as well. Which is now left the 877 in the lead here. And something has happened as well further down. Because RPM second, then Anash, and then GTE fourth. So Erlenbroek has lost time. Kenny Hermans and Roger Christiansen, the Norwegian driver. I'm still having... I love playing around with the Norwegians and their language. It's brilliant. But the funniest part, and this is just a little bit of a Dane anecdote here. We Danes seem to have a pretty reasonable time understanding the Norwegians, even in their maternal tongue. Of course, this varies. There are places in Norway that are very hard to understand for a Dane. But generally speaking, it seems to be easier for a Dane to understand Norwegian than it is for a Norwegian person to understand Danish. Until you as a Dane start speaking like a silly form of Norwegian, like you just take your Danish and you sort of color it sort of Norwegianish. And all of a sudden they understand. It's incredible. Anyway, all jokes aside, the 877 of Roger Christiansen here doing a brilliant job. But in for a pit stop, I would expect as well. It'll be interesting to see just where they pop out. I think they might be that little bit closer than they think. Erin Baba is in now for second stop here for the 32 car. That means Erin Baba is taking over in the 32 RPM car. Troncoso, it says he's had that second pit stop. I think that must have been a drive-through, Edward, because they haven't been in for their actual second stop yet. They had a pit lane time of 25 seconds, and I don't think they were stopped because that would have shown on their pit time. So, a surprising turn of events, another turn of events, you could say, and I don't think it's the last one we'll see here tonight. Still 3 hours and 40 minutes remaining of the race here, so let's just say plenty of time for events to change and to for the pendulum to swing in many directions by now.
So just about the way the race, like you say, ebbs and flows. The pendulum can swing one way and then the other. We've had so much happen in these first 2 and a bit hours. There's still best part of 3.5 for everything to continue to ebb and flow and swing one way and then the next. Dearie me, what will we find out about later on in this race? I mean, we've got, I think, a little battle for third place in BLC 1. The Simpact car is still under pressure by the Viraco machine. Christoph Reis again looking now at the back end of Martin van Rijwijk. gap out in front has actually begun to grow a little. Actually, Valkyrie Excellent Competition pulling away from our Nage competition. That's the biggest gap we've seen between first and second in BLC 1 all race long, and it's taken 2 hours and 23 minutes for us to get to that point, which just shows how evenly matched they've been all race long. And though, hats off to the pair of them. Good to see as well, actually, Arnage competition sticking with them, because before it's been Valkyrie X that have got pace and also seemingly getting the strategy right as well by extending. So it's excellent to see that Arnage able to match them in terms of the strategy as well. Means that it's going to be a straight out fight later on. Valkyrie definitely not out of the woods, while they do have a slight advantage. Any bit of traffic or any slight unfortunate moment for them, and they're right back in the fight for the lead of the race. We've got also battles in BLC 3. Thank you very much. I see you catch it just as I do as well. Kenneth Franken in 6th place with Thomas van den Bosch for company, who has Kevin van der Wielen also for company there. Mercedes Decipit Racing. It is getting to the phase of the race where we do start to see the quality of lights begin to change as it gets a little bit darker out there. I think we do finish the race under floodlights, if I'm thinking rightly, Hassa. I think as
I would
the sun
certainly
begins to dip.
I would certainly expect so, still with 3.5 hours and lights having been on for a good half an hour or so. I was actually just, let's see if I could find, because it's not, now it's, last time around it was the grid slots that I couldn't get to change, and now it's the weather I'm just looking for. Oh, there it is. Just to have a check. Same time, 5 minutes past 5. Actually, we might just touch upon it, but it's going to be sort of a sunset finish, I would expect. Oh, pass there for Kim Beheit on Jorrit Svinen. I think Svinen is in the pits for Team Vision, and they might have parked it. By the way, I think it's time for a bit of an update here. Jiri Crispain still looking ever so brilliant in the number 6 car, Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. That's set no foot wrong in the opening 2.5 hours here tonight. That Mercedes looking squeaky clean still, and with about half a minute down to the SimWorld.be Rapid car, the 114, of Steven de Leersnyder. De Leersnyder was done a long stint here early in the race. He might just split this one up in 2 in the end. I'm not quite sure about it, but certainly would sort of look that way. Jelle Verstraeten another 16 seconds down for BSim Racing G in the 912 car. Then Thomas Stockmans in the 100 Arnage competition Eau Rouge machine. Still, they haven't gotten that damage fixed. Slightly surprised to see it, but hey ho. And then about 20 seconds on from here, Firaco eSports Black, driven by Kim Beheit at the moment. Still that sort of close battle with Thomas van den Bosch, Kevin van der Wielen in the Decipit car, and Kenneth Franken just up ahead. Got Tom van der Kimmenader who'll be coming up from behind on these not too long. Coming back from, I wonder just what has happened to them, but there will be a lot of stories from a race like this come to finish. Oh, and another thing we haven't really seen, Edward, but the gap has extended, and now Jonathan Poulet has broken the slipstream to Carlos Dieguez. And
actually, it's come back down, that gap, Hasser. I said it was about 2.3, 2.4 seconds. It's now down to 1.4, 1.5. So Carlos Dieguez has had a bit of a shift going on and been able to bring that gap down. So game on. I was saying that it will only take a little setback before he's put into the clutches, and at around about 1.5 seconds, you do get a little bit of an effect from the slipstream. Not obviously a whole lot, but it does add up.
Definitely so. Definitely so. A second and a half now. Jonathan Poulet will be opening. They can just keep the advantage stretched to the point where there isn't really an advantage from being behind. Speaking of that advantage, I can talk to Christoph Raas about that. He's done a very good job of just sitting in behind Martin van Rijwijk. I think van Rijwijk pretty well knows by now that there's really going to be any real attacking going on. You can see them opening up the corner as well, just trying to maximize their overall pace. Leaving the fighting for later, basically. And then trying to unravel the mystery that is BLC 2 at the moment. Manuel Troncoso still leads from Renzo Eilenbroek. I'm about to say Remco Eilenbroek. I think I've been watching too much Giro d'Italia prep. And there you have it, god damn it. So all you bingo players out there, there's a bingo tip, a box to be checked. Renzo Eilenbroek, there he is. About 5-6 seconds down. Then the 877, another 10 seconds down. That was after their pit stop, of course. Coming out in third place, still very much within striking distance of the race lead. At least in BLC 2, of course. And look at this here. Kenneth Franken really having been caught up to by Thomas van den Bosch. Van den Bosch for Squadra Veloce by BSR on the 446 BMW. He's looking to line it up here. Certainly getting a much better line out of the chicane here, Edward. That might be a move coming into La Source. And it might be done even before that. Yeah. Well, side by side here, well alongside. And it's going to be it into the braking zone, Van den Bosch. Let's get the move done. I think they're on Kenneth Franken. Yes, indeed. That means
it's the two B sim racing cars. They're swapping over. I think one's Squadra Veloce of BE Sim Racing. You've got the BE Sim Racing S car giving up the position. So I imagine that's what BSR stands for. They've got similar paint jobs as well.
Well, that's actually a good question. Would expect so. I see Ana's competition, and I see pink, and I see Maglia Rosa. Oh, it might be true there. Yeah, it would be great to have the bingo, and we'll make a small prize or something, or maybe not. I'm saying that because it just dawns upon me that might be a bit much to promise, especially on others, on the behalf of others, and not just myself. But it would be a fun thing to have generally. It's something you could make. It's something we could make, like a print out PDF. We'd share it in the Discord, and yeah, bingo away to all the watchers. To have it truly Flemish, we could have it sponsored by Bingo. That would be beautiful. Anyway, Jonathan Poulet and that advantage, it's all but disappeared now. It's Carlos Dieguez well into the comfortable slipstream. Might have been worth the fuel worth the fuel paid, basically, of pushing a bit extra, just to get up there and sit on the tail of the car ahead. They are still extending to Simpact and Firaco, or maybe the two cars behind are sort of racing for their own and maybe not really minding that they can't keep touch with the front runners too much. They are reaching their own right in a very good position. And another minute from Christoph Raas down to the Sim Racing BE by ROI Management 61 car, driven by Dries Rohart. And then it's close here with Jeremy Bonsodo and Arno van Hout as well. So still battling going on, and some of it, actually, as we can see here, just that little bit closer than we might have thought.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how all of this is panning out. We've got Christoph Rice and Van Rooijek. They're finally sorting themselves out. Christoph Rice getting ahead into gosh, and that was a moment there from Van Rooijek. It was just over the curves. I think it over rotates. He does well to regain control. Oh my word, full lock. Excellent save. Loses out in the position, but I think he'd take that after the brown trouser moment that he just had to get through Puon.
That was a moment and a half, Edward. One of the very much one of the better saves, especially considering just how the Audi tends to slide when it starts sliding and it doesn't really want to stop. So a change of position there. Christoph Raas now with an opportunity to break away from Martin van Rooijek. Still though, just within the outer reaches, I would say, of the toe. 2.5 hours on the clock now. That Boutsen car, Jeremy Bonsodo. I think they will have enjoyed getting that fast repair after what could only be described as well, Edward, as a terrible start to this race for their sake. It's only been getting better from there, and they're now on the cusps of entering the top 5. I think they will be pleased with that.
Again, it's close up in front. That gap has come back down to a all too familiar 0.3 of a second. How many times have we seen that little interval on the left-hand side flick into orange between first and second in BLC1? That's been the case pretty much all race long. It's a testament, really, to the level of competition here in the virtual Belcar. A very top level. Some of the best sim racers on the service fighting it out and really giving us plenty of entertainment over the course of, well, now it's been about 2.5 hours. It's probably going to go right until the end. Don't see any signs of this slowing down anytime soon.
It really doesn't look like it's going anywhere, that battle for the lead. I'd have to agree there, Edward.
There it is. Traffic was a bit of an issue there, I think, for Dries Rohart. We were just seeing it there, getting up the inside of... Arno van Hout has to just hold onto the brakes and stay still, or as still as possible. Oh, my word, careful as you get back going.
That was... that might just get him a penalty as well for a dangerous rejoin. Seems like the car's carrying a little bit of damage already at this point. It just
taps on the brakes mid-corner and it overrotates. Just something to do with the bars of the car. Does well then to obviously reverse out of the way, but then when he gets back up, he might have just gotten over that, but it is worrying still.
Oh, and Kevin van der Wielen as well, getting past on Kenneth Frank, and just getting the nose in there in Pujon, and well, just about getting that done safely, but Arno van Hout, just as we were tuning in as well before, a bit of a commentator's curse moment there. Dries Rohart still with that pressure. From behind, it's still Jeremy Bonsodo. And up ahead, Christoph Raas with a 1.5 seconds now down to the Simpac car of Martin van Rooijek. So the Dutchman just losing touch at least with the slipstream. Still feel like the car head is right up there. Such a difficult position to be in, though, when there isn't really anything you can do to match the pace of the car in front.
Jerry Solo, you can see, has had I think it's fair to say, this VDS car has had an eventful opening 2 hours, especially in the first stint. We did see them having a few moments, so it's been great to see them comfortably inside the top 10 after everything that's been going on. Just behind Grease Hut, who himself has been having a good race of things, up into 5th place. The Sim Racing BE car gaining 8 positions since the start of the race. Same as well for the car in 4th place. The Simpact machine has also gained 8 positions, both overall and in class. In fact, those are the biggest movers in the field in terms of their class position, as well as actually Hens Belcar car in 8th position, the Reiter Racing Panda machine that's also been able to gain 8 positions from the beginning of the race. It's all about now trying to carry forward that good start over the course of the race. It's all well and good doing it from the very beginning. And as it goes on, it can start to unravel, and you've got to keep on top of things. You can't afford to rest on your laurels and think, oh, we've had a good start to the race, it's going to be all fun and easy, because time and time again, little moments here with traffic or cars you're battling with can throw spanners into the works, and one thing can quickly lead to another, and it's so easy to have things unravel on your Hassa.
And that's one of the cruelest parts of sim racing, especially with iRacing being as it is. But also one of the parts that I love the most is the fact that any small mistake, if it hits you in the wrong way, you'll be generally punished in a way where, well, it's really about avoiding these mistakes at all costs. And it's what makes this sort of sim racing, at least to me, different from what you get with, say, Gran Turismo or Forza or whatever, where having an accident isn't really necessarily gonna cost you the chance of winning the race. Of course, in a 5-lap sprint race, it might, but in terms of just how much you can suffer and just how long you can spend in the pits if it all does go wrong, it just puts that extra pressure on the driver. And with a car that's continually changing, with tires that are continually changing, of course, and a dynamic track as well, that'll only get with an extra variable to come as rain is going to be coming in sometime during the year we're in. Mm-hmm. It's going to add all that extra to just how much the driver has to take in and sort of process, and that sort of, I think, mirrors real life quite well. I mean, I haven't driven any sort of race cars. I've driven go-karts on a few occasions, and even there, you really feel how not 2 laps are the same, and how, someone brings on a few marbles onto the racing line, and that just makes that corner messed up, but also the next few corners, because you'll now have those marbles on the tires, and etc., etc., etc. It really is a changing game. There's no real sort of formula to how to do a lap. Any breaking points that are exactly there. They're all dynamic. It all changes, and I think I love how iRacing sort of reflects that as well.
It's all about just keeping cool heads from now. You can see that you're about to approach the halfway point. And all the while you've been trying to keep up to some sort of plan. And sometimes the plan that you had at the start of the race is not the plan that you're operating until now. And then you can also evaluate what different options are available to us. And sometimes you can sadly find that you don't really have any other options. You can only really drive the best you can and hope that something happens to those ahead of you or behind you to keep you in a good position. Right now, this is really in Dries Rogart's hands, as with Jeremy Bonsado. Christopher Rice actually putting in a personal best lap last time around. That Veraco eSports white car finding a little bit more pace, which is promising for them in their hopes of hanging on to third, maybe even keeping in touch with second and first. Obviously, gap has grown quite substantially, actually, to 20 seconds between second and third. So, been lagging behind a touch, but obviously a few more quick laps like that, they'll find themselves still in contention.
And it's been the story of Veraco eSports race so far. They've been so close to the pace of the two leaders, but just that slight bit off, and it's I think on one hand they've got a lot of positives to take along already just from the first half of this race, and looking good for taking that podium place. Because it's going to be a race with Simpact, it seems, for the most part. I think for that third spot, at least so far, we might see it's going to be quite a comeback from being about a minute down, and it seems to be the case for the rest of the bunch. But we've seen wilder things, and of course, any sort of incidents up ahead, and they'll be right in there. Bonsado still looking for the gap to get past on Dries Rohart, and still not really able to find it, it seems. And still status quo up ahead here. Carlos Diegues, Jonathan Poulet. Van der Kemenade has gone through as well. Oh, a bit of a sketchy moment for the 209 car there. And Anaj Competition sneaking on through. That is the battle for seventh place in BLC 3. Kind of wonder what happened to the 101 Anaj Competition light machine. I talked about it earlier as well, but they sort of dropped from running as front runners for a good part of the opening part of the race, and then all of a sudden, well, they're not anymore, and a bit of a heartbreak for them, and quite a lot of catching up to do. Still with the two leaders out ahead here. Carlos Diegues on the tail of Jonathan Poulet, as they just slice their way through yet more traffic. It is also at this point when you start to get into that flow of things. The 101 staying out of the way of the sister car. Just a slight, it's hardly even about giving an advantage to your teammate. Maybe also just about, relieving some of the mental pressure that comes with handling traffic all the time.
Yeah, just
having an easy
not
time here,
slow them down.
Yeah, and something. Yeah, but one thing is slowing them down. But what I was meaning before is that even with being slowed down ever so slightly, it usually comes back together at the end, and it's maybe even more so about just having to, as a quicker car, you come up to a sister car, sort of an in-team car, and that car is gonna sort of stay well out the way, and it's not gonna get in the way, and we don't really have to think about it. There's a sort of a relaxation about it. Of course, that can be dangerous as well, because whenever relaxation kicks in, that's where mistakes tend to creep in as well. And
yeah.
in a race like this, you want to stay on point until the checkered flag drops at the end of it. Slight hold up. Carlos Dieguez on the exit of La Source there, Edward.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hold up, but of course, it's going to be going back the other way as well. You'll imagine that Valkyrie will also find themselves in a bit of traffic for the end of this stint, so it shouldn't be all and end all. Of course, as well, we were talking about teammates trying to help out one another, even if they're in different cars with traffic. But what do we see at the start of this stint? It was Arnage competition, seemingly stumbling over each other as they were about to come down into Blanchimont on this stint. That's something it has. So it has happened before to them. They need to be aware of that fact. Seems as though that there is good pace behind that number 1 car. Are obviously running that number for a reason. Last season's champions, deservedly so, and looking to retain their crown. But I mean, Valkyrie have really come out swinging, and it's been great to see the pair of these two teams battling away. And the pit stops will be coming into the forefront of the minds of the drivers now, as they have just about 10 minutes to go before their next stop. And also our next stop, Hassa, as we're going to be having a little break as well at the 3-hour point.
Yeah, indeed. And just wondering for an Arch competition as well, they're on the slightly, at least, on the back foot after the opening round because of the, well, getting third place. You know, it's 10 points behind on Valkyrie, who scored 25. Boots and BDS, 20 points for their second place, and then Anash with 15. Hoping, of course, to pick up the full bonus of a win and 25 points here tonight. It'll be quite the interesting one to see just who is going to run away with it. I think incredibly so, Edward. These two cars, at the moment, the closest two that we have on track, and it's pretty impressive. Everybody seems to be spread out, except for the overall top two leaders that are just sort of fused together. It's like
a little interesting how they've been able to keep it together for so long.
It's a pretty impressive task of staying together, also through traffic and such. You know, it's just pretty telling for the level of the drivers involved here, or so you could say, of their 7,500 plus I ratings, which is something that doesn't come by itself as well. Of course, we can never just judge a driver on his or her I rating. That's pretty self-explanatory in the end, but certainly some of these drivers are amongst the best there are in this very profession out there, and it shows not only on the speed, but on the consistency of their laps. Very, very impressive. Christoph Raas there on his lap before this, actually gaining about half a second. But you have to take into consideration, I think, from that they haven't been making that hour mark on their pit stops. And they're due for an extra stop at the end of the race, just like so many other cars. going to make it difficult for him, I think.
It's just been so great to see how close they've been able to race all evening long. And this onboard really does show again just how you have to manage the way the car is handling in the wake of the car ahead. Looking a little bit earlier. Obviously, that's helping to save the fuel if you just trail it into the corners, lifting and coasting, and just being nice and smooth with the inputs. This is a personal best for the Boutsen VDS car. Yeah, picking up some pace. There's the Simpac Noise car coming into the pits. I think it was them coming. It said they were coming into pits. Yeah, they're just in and out of the pits. Coming back out into 5th position. Oh no, Van Oort as well making a pit stop.
It's been a few
definitely
laps,
expecting
actually,
them to. Yeah, it's been a few.
First
Definitely expecting them to come in for further pit stops throughout the race, throughout the evening. Definitely one more than the likes of Poulet and Diguez.
It's true.
Right,
Jonas
it's been
Holm
a
has
few laps
been.
for Jonas Holm.
Yeah, sorry, Edward. He was in, and now he's been through the pits. I wonder what that was all about. I don't think he stopped in there. Might have been a drive-through for them. Let's just see here. Just want to make sure. There's another box to be ticked. Want the with the Stella in the background. Yes, indeed, a drive-through for Simpac. That's, well, to say the least, suboptimal. They will still, I think, have a pit stop in hand on Boutsen. Although Boutsen running a second quicker at the moment as well, so might just be leading them back into the fray. And Thanes coming back out for Firaco. Comfortably in 3rd. And further down the order here in 10th place. Just a second down on Yannick van Overloop in the SimWorld.be Fast. It's the Lexaro car. I think that was the car who was in the pits just a moment ago. I think there will be a pit stop sort of off schedule for Van Overloop. Or did he just have a drive-through as well? Actually, I think he did have a drive-through.
How many more drivers will be caught out by that hassle? I mean, the leaders as well. They've been going on for quite a while, and we don't know where they're at with their incidents.
No, that's true. And we can't even really see because the live timing thinks the track limits are somewhere else. I can tell you that my live timing thinks that Jonathan Poulet has had 216 off track. That's not exactly the case.
I'd say 239.
It's the big time into the wall, exiting Blanchiment. And it's not the first time we've seen it tonight, actually, that a car we were watching has had a major incident. And I'm afraid that's going to be a long haul of repairs for the 31 car. Luckily, right next to the pit lane, if there's any positives to take away from it, Edward, but she just getting onto the curbs. Sliding on the curbs, that's what you want to do, and as soon as the car is traveling in that sort of direction, you know you're done for. Oh, and that is one heavy hit as well. They were able to creep in for their repairs when only just... I'm not so sure about this, though. Why would you want to take the car back out immediately? I don't think they had their... Even it's... maybe... I don't know if it looks all right on your screen, Edward. That car certainly still looks pretty banged up for me.
It looks drivable. There's definitely a lot of damage on the front end. The bonnet has been completely crumpled. I mean, also the front right has suffered a bit of damage, but it all seems to be at least somewhat workable. And a car that you could certainly nurse through a stint. Luckily, it was into a soft tyre error. The main issue would be if there was something like suspension damage, but the way the car's driving, it doesn't look like it's crabbing. So for the moment, it's a lucky escape from Jeffrey Van Hagen and the Lexara Racing 1 Cup. I mean, the speed taken into that barrier, there's almost certainly going to be some element of aero damage. Luckily, of course, the engine is not situated in the front in these cars, so it's gotten away with any sort of engine damage. But it's all about what that extent of front end will do for the handling of the car, but also maybe adding a little bit of extra drag and losing some top end.
Yeah, but you would expect a hit of that magnitude. Normally it's going to give you a meatball, right? So obviously they must have been a bit lucky on that account. Let's see just how they get along with that. There has been a bit of a shake-up as well in BLC 2. I don't know sense of any lead changes. It's still Manuel Troncoso. And the number 10 machine leading the 99 GT Racing by Xena machine driven by Renzo Erlenbroek. And then the Valkyrie X-Type 877 car of Jo Vegard Gudestad. And then Baba in RPM's car. 32 car. They're in 4th place now, so they've fallen ever so slightly down the order. Jeremy Bonsoto's in the pits here for Boots and VDS by undercut. And leads Jonas Holm back up into 4th place in BLC 1.
Have a look at the situation out on circuit as well in the lead, because I think we are going to be going for a break shortly, but I think that'll be after we've seen the leaders come in for their next pit stop, just to see if there is a change around in the pit lane. It's currently Jonathan Poulet carrying on for one more lap, as will Carlos Degas. So they've been able to extend their stints even further.
I don't think they're extending any further. I think they're pretty much doing what they... Yeah, but they went...
Last time they came in at the... bang on the hour mark, and I think that time as well they came in on the hour mark. This is well past that, and they're going to be extended by another, I think total stint time will be around about 1 hour and maybe 3, maybe 4 minutes.
Yeah, that might just be them trying to push the envelope and trying to gain the advantage on the final stint with a shorter stop there, which could make all the difference. This battle rages on. And so Erlenbroek is on the tail of the BLC 1 car of Jasper Schoenakers, the 42. Has had plenty of bad luck tonight as well.
as well. Carlos Dieguez out to, you'll imagine, follow Jonathan Poulet into the pits here, Hasse. Got just a few moments now. Here they come into the chicane. And Jonathan Poulet does dive into the pits, as does Carlos Dieguez. And we'll keep our eyes on this, Hasse, just before we do go on our little break, just to see where they come out to. Oh, was that a touch of the wall there? That was a very strange moment.
Yeah, that it wasn't. Look at the damage there.
Crabbing.
Jonathan Poulet.
Oh, my word.
And I'm not sure they can get the fast repair on that quickly. We'll have to see.
I think they will, because it'll be towing for about 10 seconds. That's plenty of time to quickly tick it. But that is astonishing, and that's going to lose them a significant amount of time. And I don't know if we can go for a replay or not, Hasse, just quickly, because it looked like it was just a complete misjudgment.
And they're not even there. They're out. I wonder what happened.
Was it a hardware issue potentially? Was it? Because it looked like it was just... Can't quite see when they came in. Let's have a look here on board with Jonathan Poulet into the pits. Yeah, it looks like his screen just goes black. He looks like his screen just goes. Can't quite see where it is. Oh, that's catastrophic.
That is an absolute disaster indeed. Valkyrie shares in the car now, but they're well down the order. 13th place. They're losing laps here already.
Do the entire lap? Has it made them tow the entire lap or something?
Yeah, it might just be. I'm not quite sure. Oh, they're out here. Let's see where they stand.
No, that's put them way down. Oh no, they're back up. Okay.
Oh, they're back up. Okay. 4th place. Yeah, that looked a little bit weird as well, but regardless, the 677, that was not exactly what they needed. This is pretty much handed things to an Ash competition, and Ricardo Ferreira.
They've lost 50 seconds.
It's on a silver plate, right? 50 seconds. That is one massive time loss on a situation like that. Wow.
Dear, oh dear. That is absolutely mind-blowing, and I think we have to go for a quick break now just to digest what we've just seen. Huge dramas at the midway point of this 6-hour race here in Spa. Ricardo Ferreira in Arnage competition gifted a comfortable position out in the lead of the race after what seemed to be a hardware issue for Valkyrie X-Type competition there, Hasse. But we'll have to come back and talk about that after we've had our short little break before getting started with the second half of this race.
3 hours and 15 minutes on the clock here tonight, and we're back. Edward May and myself, Hasse Rømer, ready to take you through the final 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing ahead of us. We've been riding on board with race leader Ricardo Ferreira on our competition in a very, very solid position. 23 seconds the advantage down to Firaco eSports, and then Simpact Noises in third place at the moment with Jonas Holm and the wheel of the car. Gaëtan Angers, after their mishap at the pit stop, in for Valkyrie X-Type competition. Still about 50 seconds down on Anash, 10 seconds down on third place Simpact Noises. The closest two cars on track at the moment is Jordi Janssens for JWS Motorsports and the Rata Racing Panda car, driven by David van Slambroek. The two Lamborghinis, I was about to say, it's a Lamborghini and an Audi here. Very, very close indeed. Edward May, did you have a good break yourself?
I did. I've got myself a nice zesty drink, so I am all good to go until the next break at the very least. Before the drink will probably go right through me, I'll need to have a little comfort break. But for now, I'm good to go. I'm excited by all of the action that we have out here, like this little battle between David van Slambroek and Jordi Janssens. Battle for 7th. David is actually the biggest mover in the field, the Rata Racing Panda car, who has gained 9 positions since the start of the race, actually on par with Jonas Holm, who finds himself up into 3rd on account of the dramas that befell, well, the unfortunate Valkyrie car. Obviously, they're still back in the fight for the podium positions, 9 seconds back from 3rd position, but still, that was a heavy blow to sustain at a crucial point of this race, the halfway mark, where you can really start to push on for those results and get a setback that quickly. It's well, nothing short of soul destroying. I'm sure, Hasse, though, you will be as impartial as ever and trying to hide your glee at Simpact doing so well up in the LC1 class.
It is indeed pleasing to see the boys do so well when it's indeed the boys. But I'll do my best to stay completely impartial. That's I think I do. To be honest, at least I'm trying. Yeah. The battle's still going on here. Van Slambroek, did he just get past here, or was it the same? Wasn't it the other way around a moment ago, Edward? It was. And look at this here.
Look at this lovely little move up the inside.
As well here, Christophe Ebenyo in the Bootsen VDS car, and David van Glabeke, Sim Racing BE by ROI Management, the 61 car, separated by just about 2 seconds here. But a strong comeback for the Bootsen VDS by Undercut car. To sit 5th at the moment, given that they, as you mentioned earlier, Edward as well, has had a tough time so far this race. Comes the BLC2 leaders into the pits, along with Renzo Ellenberg's 2nd place car as well. I expect to see maybe the car of Jo Vegard Gudestad here, maybe doing a few more laps. We've seen them go longer on the earlier stints, so might just take a few extra laps here as well. Yes, they are indeed extending. It's Koen Klopman taking over in the 100 machine, on the number 10 machine, I'm sorry. So
also
indeed,
in the pits behind.
Yeah.
99 GT racing car.
Interesting there that they've the Nash competition team has split Koen Klopman and Fabrice Cornelis. Sorry, I just forget his name. However, that's a possibility. When thinking of virtual Belcar, he's indeed driving the 100 BMW, who still seems to have a bit of a pushed nose. They're running around at the moment in 4th place here. Again, can't be too satisfied with that, I think, but they might have something up their sleeve for the end of the race here, Edward.
When you look at where they qualified, obviously they gain a lot from a lot of hullabaloos in the early phase of the race. They're still up 4 positions in class from where they started, so it still isn't a complete write-off and a disaster for them. Still have been good evenings showing. Thing is, though, of course, you need to be careful back there, as traffic is always going to be playing its part. And
when he had
staying well out of the way into Bruxelles. Sorry, how's it go on?
Yeah, I was just about to say we had the message coming in from Jonathan Poulet in chat. Tells us the PC froze on the pit entry and then shut down, I guess, by itself. And that's well, it's my apologies. It's sort of the equivalent of having, I guess, something fail on your car, a mechanical failure, electrical failure, or whatever, to happen. But nonetheless, a terrible time indeed. Although you could say that in terms of taking the tow and everything, they probably couldn't have gotten away with it any cheaper in the end, Edward. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just gutting, really. That's all you can think about, really, is that they were in such a good position, and have that happen, it's just terrible, really, isn't it, Asa? Well, I can see this little Klopman. I mean, it's still not over yet. They did have a good showing at the first round, and if they can get themselves onto the second step of the podium, they're not doing too badly for it. They're still keeping the championship alive. It's just obviously very tricky when things like this happen, especially at the early stage of a season where that can really have a knock-on effect. But you can't control what's happened in the past. All you can control is what you will do in the future, and they need to set their sights on realistically getting that second place.
I have to wonder here, Edward, what happened to... I know they haven't been in here, so they're still running out ahead with a pit stop to do in a few moments. I expect them to be in at the end of this one. But Vince Peters on the RPM car, the 32 machine now here, with 5 seconds of an advantage to Koen Klopman, who indeed now has Renzo Erlenbrook right on the tail there in the 99 machine. So BLC2 still seems very open, and far too early to conclude anything here, although could probably be said for all classes here. I think the only one who's really got a solid, like a truly solid advantage is this gentleman and this team. The number 6 car, tracks is by GAWS Classic Cars, driven by Stefan Verhofstadt at the moment. With the classic Alitalia livery, they are indeed flying. And with about 40 seconds of an advantage down to SimWorld.be Rapid. Though, Edward, it also has to be said that the gap from Verhofstadt to Michael Holsters in behind isn't exactly growing. Those 40 seconds seem to be shrinking ever so slightly. And I wouldn't count this car out at all. They've been so good tonight as well, the 114 SimWorld.be Rapid car. and certainly up there for a virtual driver of the day, team of the day vote so far. I think they've done very, very well, given that they had to pit on lap 2 to get some damage fixed, I think, and that was what a start to the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big ask, I think, for them to make up those 40 seconds, but the pace has been good for them, and there's still time to go in this race. 2.5 hours still remain, so it's not like it's, all gone just because there's 40 seconds gap. There's no need to fight for anything.
Edward, I'm sorry to cut you over. We've had some kind of a situation here between Renzo Erlenbroek and Koen Klopman as they come into Blanchiment. Erlenbroek goes through, but what happens next? And that is the question. The 100 car up ahead, side by side into the chicane. Still okay, but I can see they've both come to a standstill. So it's sort of like a horror movie here, Edward. We're just waiting for the scare
to happen. Moving all right. I can't see anything about standstill. We'll have a look. Oh my word!
There we have it. Oh no!
Oh dear! And then it was the. Oh my word! So having a look at that, Renzo Eulenbroek, he tried to take evasive action, succeeded, but then it was. I think that was the 100 car. It was of Lucas Verla. So we'll have a look here. There's a huge lockup. And the 99 car does well to avoid it. Renzo Eulenbroek has great awareness. And then, after getting up and moving, it's the 100 car that, I guess, doesn't realise the danger the same that Renzo did and ends up collecting him.
I think it sort of looks like Lucas Verla gets a slight tap. Yeah, he does. You can see it. He gets touched. That sends him in the direction.
I think he was taking...
You can hear it. You can hear it on board.
I think the sound was of him touching the car of Renzo. I don't know if he gets contacted by the
again. Listen here.
10 of Koen Klopman.
I think that's pretty clear.
There's a little bit, yeah.
He gets touched in the direction. There's nothing he could have done. Nothing he could have done to avoid it in the end.
On Renzo. Renzo's come into the pits, actually. No, it's not on Renzo. It might be on Koen Klopman, sorry. But Renzo has immediately come into the pits, so... I'm not sure if that was scheduled or if there was an issue of repairs needed for that car, but...
He's come in directly. I think he's come straight through
I think he's probably been pushed over the incident limit.
Yeah.
So that was a 4X that was obviously given to him, and all of a sudden that's just pushed him over the threshold. But what will the stewards think of that one? Because it was down to Koen Klopman's mistake. Let's not beat around the bush. It was the lockup that resulted in all of that, and then it was also the intervening act of Lucas Verla, if that might add something into the mix. I can't imagine Renzo Eulenbroek could have done anything more than he was doing in that situation. Stuck around the outside. There wasn't really a lot he could have done. He did the right thing and trying to avoid the incident, but it still somehow collected him. But again, it's a shame, no matter which way it goes, if we do see penalties being dished out to the drivers, because it was such a great fight that we were potentially being treated to.
Yeah, big shame, and another shaking of the tree in BLC2. Still, the Valkyrie X-Type 877 car going way longer than everybody else, basically. I'm interested to see for just how long they can keep that going, because for now, Edward, they're running stints that are, well, so long, they might just do either a very, very short pit stop at the end of the race, or they might just get away with not doing anyone at all. Because they've made up half an hour over 3 stints, or at the end of what I take it is their... Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. Will they come up short? It'll only be by minutes if they do at the end of the race. Just did some quick calculations. So, they might just be in for it, Edward. with a sneaky strategy coming the end of the race. We'll have to see and keep our eyes open for that one. So you can hear the lifting, the coasting taking place.
I mean, looking as it stands, I mean, Tom is certainly motoring along. Pace is looking good, and you can say he's slowly reeling in Ventines. Actually, that last lap, 3/10 gained. But I mean, the pace of Ricardo Ferreira is astonishing right now, building that lead each and every lap. Gaetan Ancher matching the leader, of course. His pace has been stellar. It's just obviously now trying to come back from that setback. He seems like it's sooner rather than later, I think, from catching up to Jonas Holm. But like we say, catching is one thing, passing is something else entirely. And it'll have to be a monstrous defense for him to hold on. But you can do it around here. And if you do get overtaken, it's easy to overtake back because the slipstream's so strong.
That is very much true. I'm thinking maybe Jonas Holm would be more interested in just sitting in behind Gaetan Ancher and maybe taking advantage of the extra speed that could be gained from it, if possible. Oh, there's been a problem here for Norris Pascucci. Oh, my word. Trying to take out the camera there, the 777. Oh, that is a very hard hit. That engine, I'm afraid, is going to be done for. Valkyrie X-Type GT4 in major trouble here, and he has to take care coming back on the track. Klapman has a problem here as well.
Let's have a look here.
And
it's just it's the over rotation. And that'll be an extra couple of incident points. Let's not forget the 2x4 loss of control.
So Erlenbrook getting back past on Koen Klapman there. Through that situation. That is a lot of dust here, or smoke, I would rather say. I wonder just what that was. We haven't seen anything. I think you saw it as well, Edward, the smoke up ahead. Either from locked tires or whatever that was. I'm surprised we haven't seen any issues there, really.
Got Jeffrey Van der Hagen, who says that he's out, not even in the pits, just fully out. I'm not sure if that's maybe a connection issue.
So there we have I'm actually a bit at a loss to just what caused that before. Simpact in the pits now. That was a 50-minute stint for them. And then Martin van Rooijwijk, I think, taking a full tank for his next stint. So they will probably be trying to see if they can go a little bit further on their stints here for the final part of the race. And see just how they will be served on by that. Ooh, a little bit of a dicey moment there. With the
I think as well, at the very least as well, Hasse, that judging by the pit stop times when they've all came in, I think Gaetan Ancher will still be in second place because the likes of Ben Dines and all those around him will be taking an extra pit stop relative to him. So I think Valkyrie will seemingly have secured second place just on account of strategy, but I think they might be left thinking about what could have been, because it is a unfortunate thing to happen to him at one moment.
Racing S here.
Let's have a look at what's happened to Kellerman's. That's not done the tyres any good, that. Massive slide, wasn't it, on entry? It's rare to see, actually, the BMW actually over-rotating the rear end.
He came in quite a fair bit too quickly there, I think, to to have that happen. Normally, that car would just plow on an understeer if you go in too quickly. I think he'll be happy that the flat spotting in the tires isn't really a thing in iRacing, because indeed, that would have been 4 flatted tires.
Main issue is the heat, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely so. You will feel it in the heat build up, and especially because it builds up in the carcass of the tire, and once it really gets from that inner temperature, gets overheated like that, it's very, very hard to get the heat back under control, and you'll sort of need to take... Well, of course, it's different from car to car, from setup to setup, especially, and also varying with driving style. But normally you'll need to have at least a few laps where you let off a bit of the pressure. It can be very hard to do if you're sort of a driver that really gets into the rhythm of things. Then having all of a sudden to do things differently it sounds like a simple thing. It really isn't necessarily the case. Stefan Karaman's, well, I think be happy in the end that he didn't put it in the wall. Of course, it's not the worst place on the track to have an incident. There are a few places on Spa that has, I'd say, plenty of runoff space, and then there are a few places that really hasn't. And it's about picking your place to have an incident, if you are to have any. A few close combatants hereabouts in the field as well, Edward. Christophe Herbigno is 4th at the moment for Boutsen. And David van Glabeke for Sim Racing BE, more or less on the tail. They've been as such for quite a few laps now. And then in the background you'll see, there he is, Martin van Rijwijk, the Dutchman. Just out the pits in 6th place. And he'll be trying to defend himself from Gaëtan Angers and the Valkyrie X-Type competition car. They still have their pit stop in, well, it'll be actually a fair few minutes still. There's Koen Klapman coming into the pits as well. I wonder if that's a drive-through for them. I'm not quite sure. Really seen if there was any sort of penalties being handed out.
As well, just up and down the field at some of the cars that we haven't quite shone our light on much, even though they've been having great races. And I mean, we haven't really been looking at the Traxxas by JWS Classic cars, the leader of BLC3, much, because they've had such a dominant stranglehold on that position from the word go, haven't they, Hassa? They've been so good out in front. They've got a little bit of traffic here to negotiate, so it's good that we catch them at a time where there's a little bit of action and drama surrounding them, but that's about the only drama that they've really had to worry about all race long, because it's been seemingly plain sailing for them out in front with a nearly 42-second lead.
Yeah, definitely so. It's been a brilliant drive so far. Since last time we checked, they've just gone and added a few extra seconds onto their lead. And still Michael Holsters for SimWorld BE Rapid in 2nd place, and then Jelle Verstraeten for B-Sim Racing G. The 912 car in 3rd, Lucas Verle. And the 100 BMW for Arnage Competition Eau Rouge, 4th. And Hansi Pullmans for Viraco eSports Black, 5th at the moment in BLC 3. BLC 2, it's the Valkyrie X-Type 877 driven by Jo Vegard Gurestad that currently leads after the last round of pit stops that we had. Vince Peters for RPM is in 2nd place, and then Renzo Erlenbrook for GTE Racing by Sinem, 3rd. 4th is Koen Klapman in the Arnage Competition pink car, the number 10 machine that has been leading for so much of this race. They had it all unravel for them over the last 20 minutes or so. It's been a rather abysmal time for them, and they'll be having to fight back over the remaining 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race if they are to see any hopes of a victory come alive. Greg Franks and ART Sim Racing 2 is 5th at the moment in BLC 2, and in BLC 1 it is still Arnage Competition LMDH and Ricardo Ferreira The number 1 car leading Ben Thanes for Furaco eSports White and Gaetan Angers for Valkyrie X-Type Competition. And Christophe Herbigno for Bootsen VDS and David van Glabeke for Sim Racing BE by ROI Management. Mind you that Martin van Rijwijk for Simpact behind these guys have done a pit stop more. So once we get a few more of those cars into the pits, that is going to be shaken up ever so slightly. But I think we're going to see more, let's say, fundamental shakeups of the tree still to happen. And the guessing part, I think, comes in. It's not an if situation, Edward. It's a when situation, and aware as well as to just where in the field it's going to take place, and who's going to be the next one to sort of be struck by bad luck or an incident or just a plain old simple mistake.
That's obviously not going to be something that our competition will lose too much sleep about, though, really, is it? The unfortunate moment that befell Valkyrie obviously is not really something that they're going to concern themselves with. It's put them in a great position. And actually, though, having a look, just at the time since the incident, Valkyrie found themselves, let's have a look, about 51 seconds back. Gap now is about 44, 45. So they've been able to take a decent chunk of time, actually, out of Ricardo Ferreira's advantage. But of course, they would need to be doing a lot more than that, sadly, if they were to even wanted to catch before the end of the race. But still, those lap times, I think Arnage will be aware of them, and that can sometimes just be enough to force a mistake. Obviously, we don't know what other twists this race has in store. It is a cruel and unforgiving mistress sometimes, the virtual Belcar. And how many times have we seen late dramas affect the result of races? Oh, Stefan Kellermans through double gauche.
Puts it in reverse very quickly there.
Smart stuff.
Yeah. It's done well so far not to really damage the car. And these small incidents that he's had 2 rather big spins, but with no contact as a consequence, and that's always something to take along if you need to search for any positives. Ricardo Ferreira still doing his thing, just 18 seconds out in front of Ben Thanes here. So Ben Thanes actually doing a very, very good job of staying with the lead car. And of course, I think it's been a bit of traffic there for Ricardo Ferreira on that last lap. Gaetan Angers in a difficult position with that much of a gap to close.
It's all around, up and down the field. The gaps are starting to emerge a little bit, though. We do have something beginning to materialize, I think, in BLC 3. Van der Wielen, I think, chasing down Boone Babaz.
I was actually just thinking of something as well, Edward. Here comes a little bit of cycling talk, but it's actually related to the racing for once. There's a connection this time. There normally isn't, but this time there is. It so happens that Jonas Holm, that races for Simpact, and I are pretty good friends in real life as well. We race our bikes together once in a while, and did so this Saturday. As Jonas picked up a brilliantly beautiful second place, but he managed to crash in the final corner of the race on a gravel section that led to the finish line, and hurt his knee quite a bit, and his hand as well, I think, is sort of wounded. So I know that he was struggling a bit with the sort of getting the body to function in the rig in the first place. And given that, I think he's putting in some very fair laps and a very good performance here tonight. So far, at least, it doesn't seem to have been affecting him too bad. But yeah, bike people we are, and having gotten back into racing, I think it's been 4 or 5 years since I last raced a bicycle, and it was a terrible amount of fun. It was a true blast indeed, and I think, what did I finish? 7th in the end. Not a bad result for myself either. I certainly wasn't expecting that, but the buddy was reacting a little bit better to I was about to say whatever we were putting into it. Haha. I was reacting pretty well to the training and just basically stuffing it with tons of carbohydrates. That seems to be the way to go. Oh, a little bit of a tight squeeze for Ben Thanes there in the 32. Oh, God, the exit there getting twitchy as well. That's the RPM car. Second on second crime that was about to be. Only just hearing one another. It's gonna hold up Ben Thanes up through here. Or is it even? Hard to say. Doesn't really look like it. Down the straight here, he'll be happy to sit in the slipstream. The Porsche Cup cars indeed are a little bit quicker. And whatever time the BLC 1 cars make up, they make it up in the turns.
So close though, isn't it? When you see them through those sorts of corners, it's a little bit worrying. For a moment though, that we do still continue to watch Ben Thanes comfortably up inside the podium places. This is around about the time when drivers begin to think about making their next round of pit stops. Some of them that come in early, I expect to see them in relatively soon. Look at all the traffic though, which is emblematic of this virtual Belcar season. Like we say, we've got a rather meaty looking grid with plenty of cars in the various classes. It does have the knock-on effect of congestion at certain parts of the circuit as well. So swings and roundabouts for the drivers, but for us, no matter what, if there's congestion or not, we just love to see all the cars out on track, and as well the little dramas that sometimes can arise. Oh, look at that from Arnage competition, fastest lap of the race. The sun is getting lower in the sky, the track is cooling down and getting faster as we see. Really nice lap times coming through there. Fastest lap of the race in the way of Arnage. Arnage actually trying to respond, and look at that, the lap time is very similar to the times done by Ricardo Ferreira there, Hesse.
Yeah, so they're trying to match whatever's going on ahead of the field, but being separated by 43 seconds now. Impressively so, they've closed the gap by around 10 seconds. From what I make of that, I don't think it would be enough anyways to really bring them back into contention. But the only thing they can do now is to sort of keep following their strategy and go as quickly as humanly possible while doing that. And it's a bit like being caught between a rock and a hard place. First of all, you need to just stay consistent first and foremost. And still you have to push. Still you have to see if there just might be a little bit of pressure just to eke out on the opposition from going that little bit quicker. It's one of these sort of the long-run tactical games you can play. I say play, it's not an easy thing to do, of course, but if you find yourself being a little bit stronger, a little bit quicker than whoever's in front of you in an endurance race, pushing the pace might just cause the opposition ahead to try and respond to it, and thus, in turn, make those little extra mistakes, and, well, God knows, maybe even have some major incident befall them. And it's our share. And I think, Edward, having had that sort of issue, as the 677 car has been struck by today, where it's not even a driver's mistake, it's not even another driver's mistake, it's, in quotation marks, just a hardware issue. Just
exactly.
Even all the more annoying in the end. And there's nowhere to really place the mistake. There's nothing you can do except for cleaning your computer, updating your drivers, and hoping it's gonna, go the distance next time around. Christoph Raas, by the way, is in the pits here, Edward, for looks like what is a scheduled stop to me. I would expect Christophe Ebignot to come in soon as well. And the next on is Maarten van Rijwijk. Been out on track for about 20 seconds. Another lap here for Ebignot. Christoph Raas coming out of the pits here.
Got more battles down in BLC 3 Hesse. We've got Arne Wieland trying to chase down Ruin Babas.
Yeah, that's true.
You can see this a bit racing car right behind the Arnage edition car. Into the Fania chicanes, you can see plenty of traffic just up the road as well.
Oh, yeah, a sketchy moment there, and it's the BLC3 leader, a 6 car just ahead of these two. I think pretty happy they just got the quicker traffic out of the way. They can just return to their business of just doing their laps. The advantage has shrunken ever so slightly now, Edward. It's down to 39 seconds, thereabouts. But I don't think they're going to be too worried about it, to be honest. Seems like Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars, so far at least, set this race pretty well under control here as Kevin van der Wielen dips into the pit for Desert Pit Racing. Seventh place they pit from. That's before the hour mark, so whoever was talking about the Merc being a little bit troubled on fuel doesn't look there really. No, they aren't stopping at all. Edward, that was a bit of a drive-through. So yet another drive-through for the incident points that are so easy to pick up here. And I don't think we've seen the last of those as well either. Oh, there's been a bit of a back and forth here with Jeffrey van der Hagen. Oh, the 114 that comes across. And the 21 being slow on the inside, and it's all indecisive. Oh, a bit cringy, but they all managed to figure out a way to get through there safely. Oh, you could have seen that going wrong in so many ways with the 21 trying to hold off and let the 31 through, at least so it looked. It might just have been slow on the straight. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, back to live pictures we go. There's been I say that, and we jump immediately to another replay, but Tim de Hunt here, I'm afraid, in the 9 car. Brab Alpha by time, and BLC2 has had a bit of an issue here. It's come to a stop. Oh, rotates. Whew. Close call, and I think a good thing that no one was headed for the pit stop just around that time, and Tim the Hunt back to his business. That is. And indeed, there is a bit of a Mac drive about it in the pit lane tonight. Hoping you could probably make a good business out of it. Everyone who gets a drive-through gets a bit of a cheeseburger to go with it, and you'll make sure the drivers are well fed on their way as well. Just take the cycling inspiration, give him a Musette to a hand. Just stretched out the window as they go through. I could totally see that working.
Okay. Now, some of the times going through, just to see what picture we can get of the way that these battles are beginning to emerge. And unfortunately, it seems that the gap's actually growing in the BLC 1. Ricardo Ferreira quicker than Angers, who's himself is quicker than Christophe Rice, I think, who's just coming out of the pits now and setting the time. Yep, and then Christophe Herbignaud too far back to really be able to get into that fight for third, unfortunately. Although he does just set a purple lap time, so maybe with pace like that, you might be seeing some VDS car all of a sudden in the mix. As we see a fastest lap now for the SimWorld B Rapid car, and they're closing in on BLC 3 class leaders. We have a spin just out the back of the shot
again.
Dear, oh dear.
Third time's the charm. Maybe might it be the last one for Stefan Keremans. This time in the source, he comes in. Oh dear. Manages just to slide the car around, gets it going with no real danger. So chapeau there. And indeed, Lewis, I would like fries with that. Actually, I would do much for a bag of fries. The late night hunger is kicking in. Still half an hour to our next break. I don't think I'll be able to make a fry run anyways in that time. By the time the race is over. Not sure. There probably will be something open, but it'll be too late in the night anyways. I think fries might have to wait for another day. I think I'll live with that just fine. Christophe Herbignaud here in the 17 car does have a pit stop coming up in not too long, so they'll be close to Firaco. But Firaco, having had that pit stop already, it's a sort of a skewed picture in the end. Only the top 2 cars in BLC 1 still with that pit stop to go. The 877 still looking really strong with Jo Vegard Gudestad leading with an advantage of around 14-15 seconds. And then another 20-some seconds down to Renzo Erlenbrook. So certainly a little bit more space in between the cars in BLC 2. Jeffrey van der Hagen still in the pits, I think. Where is he? Oh, he is certainly looking like it's a tough one. Might be long repairs, I'm afraid.
See though, pace has started to drop off a little bit from Ricardo Ferreira. I think he's been more dealing with a little bit of traffic and also trying to save as much fuel as possible. Obviously, he hasn't had a slipstreaming buddy for this stint, which can obviously have a bit of an influence. Carries on going though, making it past the hour threshold, which is important, of course, to not need that splash and dash come the end of the race. And as I say, he was just backing off a bit. Look at what he does now. Take back the fastest lap of the race by some margin as well. A 16.55. Really rapid time there. And starting to break away even further from the chasing pack behind. Something to really keep our eyes on, though, is, of course, what might be unfolding in BLC3, the pace of SimWorld.be Rapid, obviously putting in fastest laps of the race.
Actually, a new personal best on the lap before this one as well for the 100 car with Lucas Verle. Is that still... Did they take the fast repair? It still looks like it's a bit crunched up on the front, right? Or is it just me?
Still a little bit crunched, yeah. I don't think they've been able to fix it right. I think it's been carrying that damage for quite some time, really.
It has been for the entirety of the race, yeah. Yeah, definitely. So 4 seconds behind the 912 here of Jelle Verstraeten, and another car who's been carrying whatever damage that is to the front. It's not too bad, just a slight dent to the right side front bumper. But these cars are gonna be, I think, barring any incidents up front, they're gonna be outside of touching distance, and it is gonna be between the 6 Traxxas by JWS classic cars and the 114 SimWorld.be Rapid machine. Come the end of this race, Michael Holsters has been doing a brilliant job this stint, just closing it in step by step. And by the way, Lewis, thank you so much. Do really appreciate it. Hope you are enjoying yourself here. We are getting into the late hours of this Friday night. We're into the final 2 hours of racing. 2/3 of the race now complete here from the second round of virtual Belcar racing here in 2023. The 6 hours of Spa, and it's been a rather hectic one, Edward. Not that we've had plenty of battling, all right, but we've also had some turns at the table that has been rather unforeseen along the way here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we're just getting to the stage now where we see what the drivers like to do is they are conservative for the whole stint, and then as soon as they're about to come in, they put in purple time after purple time, which is just what we've seen from Riccardo Ferrari. Yet another improvement, going a 10th faster than his previous time. To go that little bit faster up at the front of BLC1 and keep a hold of the fastest lap. They've got this essentially emerging battle between David Van Glabaker and Jeremy Bonsado.
I think Bonsado has put in some brilliant pace, just got out the pits, and he's been gapping David Van Glabaker and the SimRacing.be machine over the last half hour or so, because they were close. I think actually Van Glabaker was ahead of the Boutsen car for a moment, and then the last round of pit stops happened, and the swap was made as well. But of course, the Boutsen VDS car second at Sebring, so a really good start to the season for them. And then of course a rather troubled round here today, but it's by no means over yet, and there could still be good points to be had at the end of this race. Certainly well within the top 5 is by no means out of reach for Jeremy Bonsado and the Boutsen VDS by Undercut machine. And now the pit stop for Ricardo Ferreira here. Edward comes into the pit 4 hours, 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, so a stint pretty equal to the one they did before this one. And with that, they'll be looking at a slightly shortened final stint if they keep on going like this, or they could do a lap less on both of the final 2 stints. It's basically whatever they prefer. But of course, coming into the final stint in a position like that, you'd be able to maybe pit a lap or 2 early if you see yourself heading in towards a massive chunk of traffic, hoping to be able to maybe pass those cars when they come in for their pit stops later on. That can be a genuine advantage and something that can really gain you quite a lot. Not only in terms of lap time, but also in terms of of hazardous situations that you just sort of sneak quietly around here. Gaetan Angers comes into the pits this time around. No drama for the 677, and they'll be happy about that, of course. Hearts still sort of sunken, I would imagine, from being in a position where they haven't really put a foot wrong, Edward. They've done nothing wrong. They were right up there with an Ash. And it was such an open battle as well. No real indicators as to which of the two teams were actually the strongest. They seemed so well matched that it would have been an amazing match to bear witness to in the final of the race. And it's from the perspective of the onlooker, it's a shame that we've been robbed of that fight, because I'm pretty sure it would have been a good one. Anyways, that said, we had an issue for Vince Peters here, I'm afraid.
Oh, no.
And the 32, remember, from second place. Oh, that is a big hit, I'm afraid.
Side on impact.
Yeah.
Those tyre barriers. I mean, maybe it was a glancing blow, and he's been able to carry on. Let's have a look. Is the car crabbing at all? Oh,
doesn't look like it is.
Not
the worst kind of crabbing, and it could be much worse, but let's just try and go on board with Vince Peters here. This is Gaetan Angers. This is going to tell us much. There we are. It's hard to say.
We'll see a little bit better, I think, if we can get to...
It does look like it's certainly not handling like it should look like. The weight sort of shifting the weight over isn't really right. It doesn't look like the steering wheel is bent too much.
It looks fine from the onboard. It's just a little bit twitchy, but that could also be partly down to the overheating of the tyres. He's still been putting some energy through them.
So
seems like he's gotten away with one.
That is that is.
Oh no, it comes into pits anyway.
Yeah, but you'd think 4 hours 7 minutes they did just have a pit stop. They ran last time. Now I can't see that, of course. It might have been, what is that, 12, 13 laps ago? Not quite sure.
Not sure if that's yeah, I think this is an earlier pit stop than planned. Obviously, if the car has got damage or something going on with it, it's best to come into the pits and get that sorted.
What has happened here, Edward? Koen Klopman's in the pits as well.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything coming through, so this could just be maybe a scheduled pit stop. Maybe there's been a penalty handed out to them.
Yeah. There comes a driver change. So I think, or maybe they've... Well, he exited
any
the car there.
Flags come through.
No, but they were in the pits for quite some time, 1 minute and 44 seconds. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. Here's Greg Franks in the 12 car. Aaron Baba in to take over for RPM. Maybe just getting the car checked up while it's on the jacks. Might still have had the fast repair at their disposal as well. I'm not quite sure about that, of course. There's no real way for us to know. But I think, and partially, of course, down to the to the fact that they have a relatively massive 2 minutes and 50 down to Greg Franks behind them. So they'll be rather safe in third for now here in the RPM car. And that's, of course, a testament as well, Edward, to the attrition that we've had out on track here tonight.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've had some brilliant stuff on display. Obviously, a few dramatic moments as well.
This Belcar car is not having a good time.
I think they might be calling it a day, unfortunately. Maybe they missed the pit box. They've come to a stop. Now they're back up and rolling again, and now they stop and made their way into the pits. So that was...
The car looked completely off as well.
Unfortunate for them. It's just been, I think, one incident too many for them, sadly. We come now to, sadly, the BLC2 class, which is spread out a little bit too much, I think. Here, Hasse, we've got Vergaard Godestad, who's leading the way quite comfortably as well, actually, by the tune of 35 seconds. Then we have Renzo Ulenbroek a little bit further back. And then further back from him, it's Aaron Bauer, who has obviously made that extra pit stop on most recent lap. But I still think Renzo should be able to keep going for a little while yet.
Yeah, it's a 6 laps earlier on the pit stop, but they will, or at least should be able to go for, well, quite some time there, shouldn't they? Would imagine so. Renzo Ulenbroek. And with a gap that is around 1 minute and 5 seconds down to Aaron Baba, they would also have about a pit stop's worth of time at hand as a buffer to whoever is in behind. And then, of course, it's the RPM car, the ART sim racing car of Greg Franks, a good way down. Jeremy de Boever, DBR, is 5th at the moment. Then the Brab Alpha by airtime with Tim de Hunt, the number 9 car, in 6th. And Sibo Berrebrooks in the Brab Charlie machine by Adkamo. The 81 machine 7th. And Angelo Lewis for ART Sim Racing in 8th place. And Koen Klopman, who is in the pits. For whatever reason that is, they might have given up in the Tim car. They are sitting 9th at the moment, but we are not expecting them to get back out, at least not anytime soon here. A driver change and a pit stop for the leading BLC2 car. That's Roger Christiansen coming into the car. And so far, for them, it has been slow and steady. Wins the race. I'm saying slow and steady. It's not like they've been slow in any way. They've just been flying under the radar, keeping their nose clean, having a wise strategy, I think, that got them into the lead. And from there on, it's been smooth sailing so far. And they'll just be crossing their fingers that they can keep on keeping heads cool and making the right decisions. And we'll see whether it's going to be another win for them at the end of the race here. For now, Renzo Ulenbroek passes on track, but they'll be having to come into the pits sometime soon as well.
Let's also remember, Hasse, the little drive-through penalty that they've already served at 99 car on account of the 4X that I think they suffered on account of Koen Klopman's lockup and then the evasive action that had to be taken by the 100 Arnage car. So it's still all to play for. Of course, we haven't seen a Valkyrie X-Type car make their stop-and-go penalty, so you'll have to, I guess for their sake, hope that they can make it through until the end of the race without that extra drive through the pit lane and the time that will cost them, because that might be the difference between winning and losing here tonight. At the moment, though, they've come out just behind GTE Racing by Zenem, although they are expecting to see that 99 car make a pit stop very soon. And it's, I think, going to be a battle of strategy that will decide the victor in BLC2 rather than necessarily pure on-track lap time pace.
Yeah, and it's been hard to really
get a read on it.
Yeah, that golden overview has eluded me so far, at least, because I don't really see where it's heading, at least for now. At least, except for the fact that being, what are they, around 43 seconds down the Valkyrie 877 machine on Renzo Ulenbroek here at the moment. It will be looking good. But they did a short pit stop at some point to sort of gain back some time. I wonder if that's going to cost them any sort of advantage later on, or it might have given us a skewed picture. And it's all going to reveal itself to us here, Edward, in the last, 20, 30 minutes of the race. And of course, still a bit more time to go before we reach corner points there. The 9 car just getting out of the way of a flying 99, and Renzo Ellenbrook doing a very, very good job so far. Oh, and another problem here, Edward, I'm afraid, for Stefan Keremans, and it's just in front of the race leader this time around. Just kind of wonder, he's gonna come. Oh, yeah, that is exactly what you don't want to see when you're leading. And continuous stream of cars that's just coming on makes it so hard to find the space to safely get going again.
It's just been one thing after another, unfortunately, for Stefan Keremans. And at that point, you just got to wonder, it's just not your day. Yeah. Unfortunately, that one moment has spiraled into another and then another and another. We thought that it's anymore, but it's just sometimes when it rains, it just pours and chucks it down. Michael Holsters now comes into the pits for Simworld.be Rapid. So he's slightly out of sync with the rest of the field. So we expect to see Robbie Anderson's drive on by, making way through Blanchimont down towards the bus stop chicane. Gotta be careful, of course, of the faster cars trying to come through. Again, you can just see scary stuff sometimes when you have a car like that right up behind you at your inside. But nicely done. Again, having to be aware of where the cars are going. Once they commit to the outside, the other one's going to have to commit to the inside. And they just about get through that cleanly, as Robbie Anderson gets through cleanly into the lead of the race, passing the stationary Simworld.be Rapid car still in the pits.
And as expected for them as well. Pushing on here, closing the door on the 33 Lambo, not wanting any risks taken up through Arouge and Radillon. And, well, perfect sense, I have to say that makes to me. .217.5 here for Martin van Rijwijk. That's a very, very decent lap as well. Just looking into what's going on at the front of the field here. Christoph Raas for Furaco is second at the moment. 23 seconds down on the leader. 13 seconds up on Gaëtan Anger. 14 seconds that is now. And it's about the same situation from Anger down to Martin van Rijwijk. So close. Still and close enough that doesn't take a whole lot to flip things over. But of course, gap's big enough that it wouldn't feel any immediate pressure, and as such, makes the job a little bit easier. It makes keeping your own rhythm a little bit easier as well. Stefan Legang here for Squadra Veloce by BSR. The company from Tom van der Kimenade in the 101 Anage competition light car. Battling for 7th place at the moment. Hendrik de Grave for Furaco eSports Black is in the pits. I think on the way out right now, but behind Thomas Stockmans. And actually, there's a little bit of a fight here, Edward, because the 912, now driven by Chris van Vught again, is only just about 2 seconds clear of Thomas Stockmans. And Thomas Stockmans in the 100 car, a driver who really knows this BMW GT4 machine and has been quite competitive in it before as well. So we might just see a little bit of pressure coming on to the tail end of the Mercedes up ahead, but it actually, when looking at the time, it might not look that well. We'll be keeping a close eye on just how that battle is going to be developing. Oh, look at the one-on-one is crapping here.
Oh, this is interesting to say the least. This is a battle.
It looked like it is indeed grabbing quite a lot.
And that's significant as well. That is not good. You don't want to have that coming through Rouge and Radion. Look at the car, it's switching, it's not driving a call. It's sliding and no, there's a collection with the Simpact Noises car. Oh my word, 4th place has been collected. That car should not have been on the track. It was damaged. It was a danger, something like that could have easily happened, and it did. Oh my word, that is absolutely heartbreaking for the Simpact team that were striving so well, so hard, and all of a sudden, so that happens. That car is that's dangerous. That needs to be towed to the pits.
So, here comes Legan, and you're gonna wonder just where the damage to that BMW came from. Is it already damaged at this point? Yes, it is. But how does it... I'm just trying to figure out what happened to Tom van der Kimmenade. He's not been out for too long. Doesn't seem like there's any real giveaway incident that is going to tell us anything about. You could just see that car completely out of shape. And a car like that should not be on track, Edward.
No, it really shouldn't.
My honest opinion here.
It's, as much as I admire the determination to try and get it into the pits and to keep going, there comes a point where you have to realise that it's not safe. You've already had a collision with someone else on the circuit, and it's something that I imagine stewards might look at rather with a dim view of things. But of course, we are just amateur stewards, and we have a very good team behind the scenes here at the virtual Belcar, keeping on top of everything. So I have faith that obviously they'll be able to look at more angles and more sort of playback of replays than we do. But yeah, Simpact have come into the pits now as well, so that could see them drop out of their really strong 4th place. Oh my word, I'll have to see. Where is Oots and VDS? I think Oots and VDS on Saudo is going to take that position, which he does. Jonas Holm now behind the wheel. Oh my word. What will that do for the rest of the race for those drivers? Oof, you can only imagine how annoyed they must be with everything that's gone on.
Yeah, they're not going to be particularly excited about that, I think.
Renzo's still going, actually. Credit to him. I thought he'd have been in the pits by now, but he's been going really strong, actually, in the lead of BLC2.
They're back in the up and running. Lead car after that moment. That is incredible. Of course, still with a pit stop to do, and a gap of 48 seconds down to the car in 2nd place. So, yeah. Not the best of decisions to keep on going in that situation, indeed. And especially not going that quickly. I think, Hansi, that must have been a meatball flag, but that doesn't mean you don't get the chance of taking the car around. Be that safe or not. But there could be reprisal from the stewards coming in from, well, taking such a decision and from the consequences that arose from it. We'll have to see. And you have to wonder at what it might have been smarter for them on their own sake as well to just take the tow and avoid going slowly, having spins on that lap as well as that. If there's a time penalty to come as well on top of that. Simpact, by the way, is 6th now out of the pits, but with an extra pit stop done that I think they had to do anyway, so they'll have one more pit stop to do. And you have to wonder whether that is... I think they took their fast repair there, and I think they might not be all out of it. they were sitting in 4th place. And they're not too far off of that 4th place at the moment. Just about 40 seconds. So with that extra pit stop not being a thing for them anymore, they could still be in to keep a hold of it, which would be all but fair. It would be very fair indeed. And happy birthday to Maxim from GT and Kay from Speedy Designs Racing. What a way to celebrate birthday with a Belcar round. Indeed, I wouldn't mind. I don't think we have a round on my birthday. It's in November, so there's still time. But yeah, here's Griffin Hinwisit. Oh, that's a major incident as well. And Hans Belcar, has just gotten spat into the wall there. Big time. Just slid out, I think, on his own. Oh.
That car is in a bad way. Look at that. That is not pretty at all.
In a terrible state indeed, yeah.
As Renzo Ellenbrook comes into the pits from the lead of BLC2 on a slightly lighter note, we want to keep our eyes on this and see where Roger Christensen will find himself after this stop. Trying to think as well. I believe there will be. I don't think they'll be able to make it till the end. I know sometimes you can make it about 1 hour and 20 minutes or so off tank of fuel in these cars, maybe about 1 hour 15. So they will be expected to make a splash and dash before the end. Roger Christensen as well expected to make one more pit stop up onto the jacks. The car goes. So, fresh rubber for one of the final starts as we have.
There's Greg Franks and a driver change for them as well, yeah.
Has gone past, yeah. Christensen has gone past.
And I think they must have had a bit of repairs as well following that incident. That's not going to help them in the overall. Checking out the steering as well. Maxim van den Hove as they leave the pits. And Aaron Baba just about sneaks on through in the 32. But of course, no, they are. I'm sorry, my apologies. They are equal on pit stops. And as such, a podium battle has come back to life here, Edward. In BLC 2. And the RPM car there, incredibly so, still in it. Which is a bit surprising. They were a little bit earlier than the others on the pit stop there. So that final pit stop might be a little bit longer for Aaron Baba, but that doesn't necessarily spell disaster for them. Well, we'll just have to see where it stands come the end of the race, but it is a very good place to be for the 877 Valkyrie X-Type car of Roger Christensen. Just about half a minute clear of these two. I was about to say Hans Blanker in the pits, but there's a very, very good reason for that, of course. As we saw earlier, that was a colossal impact. Here comes Jesse Hendricks in the 88 car. Oh, did he? Oh, it might have been okay, but I think it looked like he sort of sped up after the pit limit. Could also be that he just slowed down a little bit more than what was necessary. And Dries Moody into the car.
I think we have, let's have a look. I think Stefan Lerouen, I think, chasing down Hendrik de Grave for a position in 7th in chase down by Pierre-Yves Dessert. This was Decipit Racing trying to get up into 6th position. Last lap, they were pretty much matching each other for times here, Hassa, so this could be a good little battle to follow. But while we go on, our last break of the evening.
Very much so. Perfectly timed, Edward. We'll go on board with the 209 Decipit Racing car, and Pierre-Yves Dessert will be back in just about 5 minutes' time with the final closing hour and a half of this exciting second round of the virtual Belcar series. So, if anything, go to the kitchen and refresh yourself on snacks and whatever. Don't move too far. We'll be back in a short while indeed. And we're back for the final, well, it's not quite an hour and a half, but it's fairly close indeed. Edward May and myself, and so it's been an absolute pleasure having you along for the first 4.5 hours of this race, and we're expecting the final to become just as exciting, if not even more. And Edward, I feel like we touch upon this every time we have one of these sort of races, because there tends to be a bit of a rule book as to how it plays, and that's of course a general thing with endurance racing, but even more so here when it's as close and as competitive as it seems to be in the virtual Belcar series, that the different strategies sort of play out, and it's not always possible to see the end game before you get very close to the end of the race, and that's certainly a special excitement factor that adds up all the way to the end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how many times have we seen some late dramas in the virtual Belcar? Plenty of times. This Impact Noise car back out on track in 6th position. Harsh fall down through the field through no real fault of their own, it's fair to say. Let's have a look back though, because that battle in the BLC3 that we were following is about to really kick off now, as Björn, I think, has got that move done up the inside into Lecom. Lovely little move that took advantage of maybe a little bit of traffic potentially, but still, nevertheless, that move done nice and cleanly. While, well, some of the real stars of the show, Arnage competition, who haven't put a foot wrong all race long, now have 1 hour and 20 minutes to go here in the virtual Belcar. 6 hours of Spa before they will be able to continue on their title defense with a very strong result. But we've got to see, of course, how the rest of this race pans out. Some bad fortune has happened to Simpact. It also happened to Valkyrie. It can still happen to any of these teams. And that's part of the joys and heartbreak of sim racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's a part of the game, and you hate to see it, honestly. But being friends of mine and teammates of mine, of course, it's even worse. But yeah, it's a fate you don't really like to see befall anyone, especially through circumstances like that. And just kind of keep on pushing its head down and keep on going. I think the Simpact boys are well experienced enough to know that that they can't let themselves be knocked out too much. If anything, it's about finding that inner flame of yours and trying to maybe channel it out a bit without, of course, overdoing it, because that's very, very easy to do as well. Ricardo Ferreira here has been taking, I wouldn't say a lenient approach necessarily to the final parts of the stint, but the gap down to Christophe Ras is 24 seconds and 36 down to Gaetan Encher. So looking at it like that, looks to be pretty much all under control. Very solid pace from Christophe Ras at the moment, but with the strategy unfolding as it has been looking to be doing, at least for him, he's not going to be in a brilliant position, because I think he's going to do an extra pit stop. So it does look like Gaetan Encher is on course to grab second place here. And Edward, there's been a problem for Stéphane Leguin here. Oh, it's been in close proximity of that Decipit car, but he just lost it on his own in Malmedy there on the inner curb. That's not, I think he realizes as much as everybody else would do in that situation. It's not a very good place to have your park, to park your car, basically, and yeah, gets it rolling without any further drama. I'm here now. Look at this here, the 99 of Maxime van den Hove. And GTE Racing is now right on the tail of Aaron Baba in the RPM car. They were a few seconds back, like about 10 minutes ago, and now they have closed that gap up immediately. Well, it wasn't immediately because it took them 10 minutes, but it was a quick and decisive action to get up there. And now, of course, as you mentioned, Edward, it is, of course, never as easy getting past as it is getting up to. Of course, unless the driver ahead has already been psyched out by the fact that you've been catching out or catching up, and catches himself out and hands everything to you on a silver plate. As we've seen before, it's as much a psychological battle as it's a battle of skills itself, and that's the nature of motor racing, I guess.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I've got to say, I'm really excited to see this battle pan out, though, between Van den Hove and Aaron Baba. Because you can see in the previous laps, they've been relatively evenly matched, on pace as well. You got to wonder, as in addition to all of this, the pit stop quandary. All of those drivers in the top three have to take extra pit stops, but the only variation is for how long they'll be stationary in the pits taking on fuel. Maxime Van den Hove will be having the shortest pit stop out of the three after coming in on lap 112. Roger Christensen came in on lap 106, and Baba came in on lap 104, so they will be taking a little bit longer than Maxime, and that can all add up and bring them all close together. And I think, particularly for the 99 car, they might find themselves right behind Valkyrie in those last few minutes of the race. And then, who knows, Hasse? I don't want to say it, I don't want to predict it in case it doesn't come true, but we could be on for a Sebring situation all over again.
Yeah, that could very well be. Also because some of these teams that have to pit in a little bit earlier than the others, well, I don't necessarily think it's going to be a problem for any of these in the leading BLC 2 trio. But if you come in early enough in that final stint, you might have to consider if you have to take tires for that final stop as well. And that, if that's the case, that's really going to hurt your chances. That's 20 seconds or so lost that a lot of the other drivers and teams will have to or won't have to do. And yeah, there are so many things at play here. Oh, as the 99 is just getting held up by Sim Formula Europe, I think, coming out of the pits, carrying a bit of damage, maybe a bit down on speed as well. Looks absurd to see one of these BLC 2 cars just flying past on the BLC 1s and then defending into the corners, because this is very much for position. And that's another factor here. It might be that the GTE racing car is going to have a shorter final stint, but they'll have to battle with RPM as they come up to him here if they do make the catch, and whatever battling they're going to do is just going to play into the hands of Valkyrie here.
Sorry, I was just having a look at some of the times coming through in the BLC 3 class. I'm just seeing the Single B Rapids pace up through the field, and it started to just slow down a little bit. Robbie Jansen's behind the wheel of the number 6 car has been putting in lap upon lap, extending the advantage. I'm not sure if Steven de Schneider for Simworld has maybe gotten into a bit of traffic somewhere, but the times are just not quite there as they used to be. Even with the track obviously getting a little bit cooler, more rubbered in faster, the times just aren't quite materializing. So that could be one to keep your eyes open for. But for now, it seems that BLC 3 is pretty much wrapped up. The only thing that we could have a look at to see what might change is a battle between BE Sim Racing G and I think Arnage Competition Eau Rouge, the number 100 car in the 912. That could be a battle to focus on, as they are, I think, the closest 2 cars in that class.
Yeah, looking at the last lap at least, and of course that could just come down to traffic, so take it with a grain of salt. But 9:12, about a second quicker on the last lap. So if that's gonna form tendency for them, then it's gonna look difficult for the 100. But of course, could all come tumbling down. It's just 6 seconds in between them at the moment. So Aaron Baba here, I have to say, doing a pretty good job of keeping Maxime van den Hove at bay. Of course, with a slightly lighter car now, might be able to take advantage of that. And also a pretty close battle here for 6th place at the moment in BLC 1, Edward, that I hadn't really seen. But Speedy Designs Racing in the 96 car, 2.5 seconds clear of Sim Racing BE by ROI Management. The 61 car, there it is, driven by David van Glabeke at the moment. And it's Griffin Hinwitset up ahead. And there has been a problem for Kevin Suffro. He is suffering, I think, at the moment with this car. The 192 is at a sufferer's time, and it's 3 wide, and there's no space for it. And that is the RPM car getting tagged. And as the sort of middle meat in the sandwich here, Edward. What do you make of that one?
I think it's just racing incident. You can see that it's more actually the 192 car that almost turns into the side, isn't it, of the 32? Not really sure that there was anything that could be done more apart from maybe just, if you're on the outside, you're in the slower class of car, maybe just backing out of that one a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. Of course, it can all happen so quickly when you're behind the wheel, so it's easy with the benefit of hindsight and it being slowed down. But yeah, I don't imagine that will be too big of an issue because all the cars managed to get through without any damage.
But a frustrational moment there for sure for Aaron Baba. Only with the contact, I don't think it's gonna necessarily cost them anything. If any, it has to be very unlucky if the steering wheel is off. Oh, that's not the button that I necessarily wanted to press. There we are, back with action. I wanted to press this one. Just going on board with Aaron Baba just to see if the steering is still straight. Because in a situation like that, you can be pretty unlucky and have the steering or the suspension hit at an angle where it just pushes it out of balance, but it seems like it is all nice and straight for Aaron Baba. Jumping on here with Maxime van den Hove. And GT racing the 99 car. This battle for second place really heating up now, and still an hour and 10 minutes to go. Both of these cars with a single pit stop left to do. GT racing with the slight advantage so that they can pit about 6 laps later, we expect, than RPM. Could be more if they can extend that final stint a little bit longer as well. It could be all down
as well,
to
though,
their advantage. Oh, Ben Thane's in here.
Ooh, yep, good spot there. Coming out of the pits now. Should be needing one further pit stop after this. So splash and dash required for Veronica eSports White. But something that I did want to bring attention to, Hasta, is if Maxime van den Hove and Aaron Baba begin to battle and fight and slow each other down, that is going to work wonderfully, isn't it, for Valkyrie Excite and Roger Christensen, because that just gives them more time to work with when they have to make their slightly longer pit stop.
Yeah, definitely. It's a brilliant situation, and at the same time, it's still about 25, 26 seconds that they have down to the cars behind. So, and with that pit stop having to be a bit longer, I think they should be okay with it. Come the end, they have a little bit of a gap to sort of use to manage the race with. From here, they don't have to take any unnecessary risks in traffic, but it's a fine balance. It's still over an hour left, and if you're too cautious, then a gap like that can indeed disappear quickly. And it's a bit of an unknown how much they're going to lose on that round of pit stops, so they have to stay tight. Like being kept honest, to say the very least. So is RPM and Aaron Baba in the 32 car here.
Great little battle this, isn't it? Into the sunset here at Spa. This is, of course, for second place, potentially even for the race victory in the case of the 99 car, because of that longer stop that we know is coming for the 877 in the lead of BLC2. But at the moment, Maxime Van Hove, the 99 GTE Racing by Zenom car, has to just sit tight and roll with it. Maybe even staying in behind, they can save some fuel and have an even shorter pit stop that could save them time. It's all about benefit and risk at the moment. They need to keep their eyes essentially on the gap to the class leaders, and at the moment it is staying at around about 25 seconds, but if that extends to around about 30, they'll need to start getting a bit of a move on. Thing to think about as well, Hatter, is what we might be potentially seeing as well in the BLC1 class. I mean, there's still some different strategies, people pitting at different times. All of those splashes and dashes come the end will, I think, really shake up the order. And then you've got to think, well, are we going to be seeing everyone finishing in that situation? Because don't forget, some teams have been thrown out of sync. Obviously, the likes of Simback had to take a pit stop that has thrown them well out of where they need to be, but that might help them come the end of the race. They might have already just taken their slash and dash on account of that bit of damage.
Yeah, I think
it's all up in the air, really, isn't it?
Yeah. I think for Simpac, they did sort of save a pit stop on getting that pit stop done when they did. So no real disaster, I think, in that regard. Just having fallen a lap behind the leader now from Jonas Holm. And see if you can grab the opportunity and follow for as long as possible, but they're on a blistering pace there. Ricardo Ferreira, really quick. Jeremy Bonsoto is, I think, about to have a pit stop and will probably be having another pit stop after that as well. Ben Thanes will indeed have another pit stop. And then there's Gaetan Angers. Edward.
Sorry, you caught me munching along.
Yes. It was coming through very clearly.
Oh, so. sorry about that. I thought I had my mic muted. Apologies, everybody, for that. Didn't realise I had my mic not on mute. I was a hungry boy, you see, so I was munching along.
Yeah, we all do that. That's why I come in. That's when I'm silent and I don't answer. That's because I've been munching and I forgot.
Oh dear, sorry. I thought I had my mic on mute, so I was able to get away with that one. Sorry about that, everybody. But yeah, we have again some big questions to ask, and that are mainly focused, of course, on the BLC2 class. The gap is actually starting to come down to RPM GT Racing, making some decent headway on the BLC2 class leaders. All of these drivers can essentially come in for their pit stops now and be good till the end of the race in BLC2. So ART Sim Racing, well, they are just before the hour mark. They should still be fine. Cars in the BLC2 class are usually all right, going for about the 1 hour and 5 minutes to 10 minutes sort of range.
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far in this race as well, that they've been able to stretch it just ever so slightly past the hour. Oh, and there's been a problem here for JWS Motorsports and Cedric Wouters. And towards the chicane. Just comes in a little hot. Rotating it. And that's an incident on the very mild end of the incident spectrum, if you ask me, Edward May. It could have been much worse.
So it could have done, but you can't afford incidents like that too often because, of course, you can just see little moments here and there that can add up to something big. You don't want to get in the habit of having stuff like that happen.
Definitely not, but my point is, it's better to have it there and as such that it is to have a bit of a snap coming out of Blanchemont, and we've seen some race ended by that. And it's a general thing in the GT3s. Blanchemont, very difficult corner actually, because any mistakes in throttle input is going to unsettle the car, and it depends on how you get it difficult or wrong. Sort of depends on I'll try again. How the car reacts depends on how you get it wrong.
Yeah.
So there isn't like a one way it reacts to you getting it wrong. It'll be different every time, just how it snaps, just how much does it slide on the power. Normally these cars don't. It'll be like, actually, it'll be oversteer from not being heavy enough on the throttle. But if you're planted in understeering, you'll go wide, and that's dangerous as well, So it's a difficult corner. It's a very hard corner, especially in the mid-engined GT3 cars. A little bit of a hold up there for Ricardo Ferreira. He's not going to be too fussed about that, I think.
Times looking very quick indeed for Ricardo Ferreira, who continues his advance ahead of the rest of the field. Roger Christensen keeping that gap at around about the 25-second mark. But again, I'm not sure exactly how long the pit stops will need to be. He might be completely safe or under real threat. And we won't really know until, all has been said and done. But look at this, the traffic that's going to be coming up now for this pair. RPM are to negotiate around the 88 of Dries Moody. Nicely done there by Dries, actually, to get out of the way. Not throw himself in harm's way himself, actually. It's good self-preservation and also reserving this battle, making sure there isn't any outside influence. This is Jerry Bonsaldo. Well, Bonsaldo is trying to reel in Bentines, but of course, then has made a pit stop and should be fine until the end of the race. Jeremy needs to make one more.
Bentines will need another pit stop as well.
Will he need another pit stop?
Yeah, he will. Pit stop 124. He did pit, but nobody's stretched anything that far. They're on lap 128 now, so it'll be 8 minutes ago, right? And yeah, that's not going to happen. So they'll need another pit stop as well, albeit a much shorter stop, I think, than Boots and VDS by undercut, who was in on lap 103. So they'll be due for a pit stop pretty soon. Simpact, I think might be having a tough time of catching up to Boutsen. But the Boutsen VGS by undercut red car, the 17 here. Likewise, I think have a bit of a hard time reaching the podium. If they do, well, chapeau indeed. It'll be a very, very fine display, given the fact that they had a pretty tough time in the opening part of the race. Into the pits they come with just about 58 minutes remaining. Evening to Performance Link. And welcome. Nice timing here. Just joining in for the final hour of racing as Jeremy Bolsero comes into the pits, and a driver change for them as well. It's going to be Christophe Herbignot in the car. And Christophe Herbignot has done some really good laps earlier in this race as well. So expect more of that. Maybe, just maybe, it might be spelling trouble for the Firaco team. I have to see that. Oh, a new fastest lap as well for Ricardo Ferreira. 2:16.4 for an Irish competition. Certainly trying not to leave anything to chance here.
Going all out, isn't he? It's just, this is great though, isn't it? Because we see drivers sometimes they can easily play it safe and be cautious and just take it easy. And you don't want that. Drivers don't want that either. They want to be just properly attacking all the way from start to finish. And we love it, don't we? We absolutely love stuff like that. So when they're clearing away, fastest on circuit, they don't really have anything to prove, but they still go out and set purple lap times after purple lap times.
Yeah, you say clearing away, but they have a gap of 35 seconds down to Gaëtan Angers. So you do understand that the pushing is indeed happening. That said, though, I think it's all mostly down to the track getting cooler and cooler, and this being part of the race. Of course, when the cars are at their lightest, I think. So you get that combination of a clear lap, or maybe even a lap with some positive traffic, in the sense that you can gain time at Spa from the slipstream without really suffering anything from it. Well, measly throwing a lap that's absolutely magical like that.
It seems that a lot of the battles have started to die down a bit. It seems Van Hove has actually dropped back from Erin Baba. So
yeah, ever so slightly.
Yeah, the pace is maybe just is dropping off a little bit here. We'll obviously keep our eyes on the lap times themselves. That is the bigger indicator. Last lap was a 6/10 swing in the favour of Erin Baba. As they come across the line now, it's a further 10th gained, or a further 10th of a gap growing between the pair of them. So Erin Baba a little bit quicker on that last time by as well. Obviously now they both don't have any traffic to worry about, as into the pits comes Carlos Vegas and Gaëtan Angers. So this will be their final stops of the race. Ben Thanes is likely to maybe slot just ahead of Gaëtan Angers, but then obviously, like we said, like you greatly pointed out, Hasse, we are expecting an extra pit stop just to come from them before the end of the race, so it shouldn't be too big of a worry. And Valkyrie Excite Competition have seemingly lessened the blow from the hardware failure that hit them right at the halfway point.
Oh, ART Sim Racing, the 11 car into the soft barrier. That's probably not gonna cause too much harm. It doesn't look like it, at least. Diegues is back out as well here. Down there is Ben Thanes. Gaetan Auger is on his way out. So it's going to be close, but not close enough. Even with the extra pit stop not taken into consideration for Ben Thanes, would have been close. But just that slight bit off in the end, I'm afraid. And there's your set, Edward. Roger Christiansen in. Or am I just making stuff up? Did you mention that? Or if I just make...
I think you've... No, I did say... Yes, Hassan, I said I'm going to pretend that I did, just to make your blush. I think something was mentioned about the pit stops and everything coming through. I think I was maybe talking about Ben Thanes and the extra stop we're expecting from him. But actually, Gaetan Auger has come out ahead of Ben Thanes. That's not even a worry for them. Even if Baraka eSports White were to carry on until the end of the race, it would not be a concern for Valkyrie Excite competition.
So, Roger Christiansen with a relatively long pit stop and pitting before the RPM car as well.
I mean, let's have a look.
They're going to be pretty confident. They come out 20 seconds behind. That's going to be no problem whatsoever.
Their pit stop as well was 32 seconds long, and they had a 25-second lead, so they could essentially be fine as long as, for whatever reason, Maxime van den Hove's pit stop is no longer than about... If it's any longer than 10 seconds, they're fine. Same with Aaron Babber. As long as those pit stops are basically more than 10 seconds, they should be fine. And I think it might be in the realm of about 20 seconds.
I think you lose about 16 seconds on a drive through it itself. But then from the stopping as well.
Because they both have had to stop, you see. So I'm just thinking of the actual time that will be different between the stops will be about sort of that length of time. So I think stationary, I think Maxime van den Hove will probably be close to 20 seconds.
Oh, it's going to be close because it is going to be close, I think. Taking into consideration
I think
the fact that...
fine.
Yeah, but...
Obviously,
they are going to be fine. There's none of them that are going to be that close to the end of the race. It's all going to be within the next 4 or 5 laps that they come in. But then again, of course, from there on, they'll have to race it to the line as well. And I think one thing we can safely say is that they're going to be closer exiting the pits than they were entering before the last pit stop. Maxime van den Hove could be pushing for a potential win.
I don't think Maxime will be close enough. It might be closer, but I don't think he'll be close enough. He might be able to leapfrog.
Close enough to push. You know, they were the 8. Yeah, but the 8 set.
I think
it also depends.
Aaron Babber. That's the one where I think we'll be able to see him get up into second place, and then maybe the roles will be reversed, and this time it will be Babber trying to chase down Van den Hove rather than the other way around. That's the thing that I think we'll probably be following, just because the difference between the two of them, between Van den Hove and Christensen, with the pit stop, I just can't see him having a pit stop that's shorter than about 10 seconds.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. It'll surely be an interesting one to follow. And I still think 23 seconds. And my point is just that we could have a difference that's not 23 seconds, but more something in the style of, 10, 12 seconds as they come out the pits. And if that's the case, with, still half an hour or so, maybe even more, still have to do, that's actually going to be closer to, 40 some minutes left, as they will have had those pit stops. Maybe there isn't enough of a difference really to gain that sort of time on the stop. We'll see as they come to it. Of course, GT Racing will be having fingers, feet, toes, arms, everything they can have it crossed. As we expect it to be Maxime van den Hove will be taking the car all the way to the line.
Have a little look at the lap times coming through as well. Obviously, Roger Christensen has not been able to set a representative time because obviously it's been the outlaps and the inlaps that do skew things a little bit. As RPM now, Aaron Babbitt coming into the pits. So we'll likely see him pop out behind Roger Christensen. The matter will be then how far behind, and then the focus will obviously shift to Maxime van den Hove, who leads the race currently. Lucas Romano has a bit of an excursion, and then to add insult to injury, loops it around on the power, coming onto the start-finish straight.
I thought it was the 32 as I just caught it out the side of my eye there. Vince Peters is in the pits now. So the 32 in for that final pit stop. And Roger Christensen well past, well clear already. And they were stationary for just a second shorter than the Valkyrie car. So if that's anything to go by, there will be no worries indeed.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be likely Maxime van den Hove will come somewhere in between Christensen and Peters out of the pits. Vince Peters has actually closed the gap down, though, crucially to Valkyrie Excite, because that gap was 25 seconds. It's now 19.
Yeah, so they have crept a little bit closer. We'll be doing our best to keep an eye on their pace as well right now, but for the leading trio here in BLC2, it does look very, very evenly matched as well. An hour, or an hour, I don't know, 5 hours and 14 minutes on the clock. There's 3/4 of an hour remaining to say something just remotely truthful. And I think we'll do our what might just be the final roundup of the standings of the top 5s across the classes. In BLC1, it's Carlos Diegues leading for Anache competition ahead of Gaetan Anger for Valkyrie Excite competition. Then Ben Thanes for Firaco, Jonas Holm for Simpact, and Christophe Abignot for Bootsen VDS by Undercut. In BLC2, it's Maxime van den Hove at the moment leading for GT Racing by Sinem, but though I think with an extra pit stop to do, Roger Christensen for Valkyrie is in second, and Vince Peters for RPM third. Then it's Benjamin De Pape in the ART Sim Racing 2 car, number 12 machine, and Lucas Romano for DBR in the 22 car, currently in 5th place. In BLC 3, it's Robbie Janssens leading for Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. They still have an advantage of around half a minute, down to Steven de Leer Snyder in the SimWorld.be Rapid car. Then Chris van Ruit for B-Sim Racing G, the 100 Arnage Competition Eau Rouge car of Thomas Stockmans, of course, and then Hendrik de Grave at the moment 5th for Firaco eSports Black. With that said, with that done and dusted, just glancing through, Edward, and sort of the really close on-track battles are eluding us for now, and we'll just...
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame, but...
Yeah, but it is what it is.
That means that the racing has been bad at all. I mean, we've been treated to some absolutely amazing stuff over the course of the race, and I just think that come the end, when we see the splash and dash pit stops come in, it's all going to kick off. I genuinely do. It's going to be the sort of calm before the storm, as they like to say. So,
because the gaps are small enough that it, or at least for many places and for many battles all around the field, the gaps are small enough that it wouldn't take a whole lot to sort of throw it around a bit here. Chris van Hucht in...
Just waiting now, really, for the big pit stops to come through. The likes of Maxime van den Hove, but then also some of those splash and dashes all around in the BLC1 class. Because I think if you look at the variation from when cars have pitted and when cars haven't, there's going to be sort of some big swings here and there, and that might be really pivotal. There's Jonas Holm coming in for one final pit stop. This Impact Noise's car finding the pit box, slamming on the anchors. And now, obviously, trying to see where they'll find themselves. Cars around them will also be needing to make splash and dash pit stops as well. So it isn't necessarily really bad for them if they find themselves further down the other than they hope, because they should be able to make up those places through the pit lane battles.
Yeah, I think they're going to have trouble with the Boutsen car. As we spoke about, they might just be able to make it to the end of the race. Looks like it's going to be Jonas Holm to the end of the race as well. And so it is. The Dane with the final, 43 minutes of racing. Still left to be done.
Got a little battle here. So actually, some of the pit stops have come through, and we have in BLC 3. I'm not sure if you can see it. There we go. Hendrik de Grave chasing down Thomas Stockmans.
We haven't had that much onboard action in BLC 3 here, but it's a very good time.
Lovely sounding car, this.
Yeah. But it that's a general thing with many lower tier modern race cars, GT3s, GT4s are, the common denominator for all of these cars basically is that the engines in most of the cars, except maybe for the Porsche 911 GT3 are, but for most of the other cars, it's a case of engines producing somewhat less power than they're actually able to, and it just, you don't get that unhinged, raw sound of, something that's, I was about to say firing on all cylinders. Might not be the right thing to say, but I think you catch my drift here.
Yeah, I get you. Don't worry. We're all picking up what you're throwing down, Hasse. We're all grooving to the same beat. I don't know what I'm saying. Here we go. Stephen de Schneider into the pits for the final time tonight.
Pedersen has had another problem in the 11 car, I'm afraid. Just a tad too much of the curb. Oh, slight oversteer and then a heavy touch. That is the softer barrier, but it's afraid not quite enough to save the car, and does look like it's crapping quite a bit actually as well. Yeah, that is pretty hurt, I'm afraid. Oh. And that is rather unlucky here. Within the final hour, that's when you want to really just keep things clean. Michael Holsters comes out of the pits here. He will have done that extra pit stop now. That is not an extra pit stop. That's just their final pit stop. Meaning the gap to Jiri Crispijn up ahead is the gap that they'll be looking to close here over the final 40 minutes of the race. At 32.5 seconds, it's going to be quite difficult indeed, I'm afraid.
It will be, but stranger things have happened, Hasse. We've seen...
Oh, yeah, a stranger thing has happened indeed.
We've seen what we thought were foregone conclusions for a lot of races all of a sudden turned on their head in the matter of minutes, sometimes even seconds.
Yeah, I think
it's all just... Oh, sorry, Hasse, I was just about to say, it's all coming down to moments like that where you have to be really careful with the traffic and not getting caught up in incidents.
Yeah, but they will need outside assistance if they are to catch 32 seconds. At least from what we've seen, there's been no traces of weakness really from the number 6 car on the Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. It's been so solid from the entire crew there. Even though it's been a very good drive as well from Michael Holsters and the gang in the SimWorld.be Rapid Car, the 114 machine. Even to be where they are with the start to the race that they had, that was a pretty hefty one. David van Glabeke in the pits here.
Yep, the 61 in. Impact making up one more position.
Yeah.
And will Cedric Valtos be a driver to gain? Obviously, Cedric, I think, will be also needing to pit when coming out of the pits, actually seemingly all right. So again, you can just see those little moments where things get shaken about coming through already. The gaps are closing down as well. What's the gap between Jonas Holman, David van Glabeke? I don't think it's that big at all, really, is it?
It's about...
It's 5 seconds.
5 seconds, yeah. That was actually... That was even with van Glabeke having a relatively short stop of his as well. But van Glabeke had his stop on lap 120.
Actually, I don't think that was a pit stop from van Glabeke. That was a drive-through.
That was a drive-through indeed, yeah. So he has yet to do his final pit stop. There'll be no real competition for Jonas Holm and Simpact in terms of fighting for 5th place at least. And we expect Christophe Herbigno and the Boutsen car to go the distance, but of course no guarantees can be given in that regard. We saw that very much at Sebring as well. Whoever's stretching is indeed running a risk, especially late in the race, but of course there isn't really signs of it becoming close in the same way here. Ben Thanes was pretty close as he came out the pits. Been hanging in there. 6.5, 7 seconds behind. Oh, and Maxim van den Hove is on an issue here. And the 99 car. It's into the chicane and he just way overshoots it. And grabs a hold of a slowdown there. Of course, a wise way to deal with a mistake like that, outbraking yourself, just using the runoff safely and getting through the situation without any real drama and without any heavy time lost as well. We will be expecting Maxim van den Hove to come into the pits shortly, and as such, a mistake like that, Edward, could make it all more plausible that they'll be fighting the 32 car. Oh, they've been in as well, haven't they? Now I'm in doubt. And they have been in. Indeed, so it is just Van den Hove missing with the pit stop, at least at the front of BLC2 here. 35 minutes of racing remaining here tonight.
Gotta see though, that is obviously not part of the plan from Van den Hove. That little mistake through the bus stop. There's DBR coming into the pits now. Lucas Romano behind the wheel of E22, dropping back behind the Brab Charlie. This battle on the pit lane exit, and it's so close, isn't it, going through Eau Rouge and Radio? But now look at the drive out of the corner, all the way around on the exit of Eau Rouge, side by side down the Kemmel Straight. This is a lovely little battle, this, and exactly what we were saying. As soon as the pit stop starts to happen at the end of the race, we'll start to see all of the action begin to unfold. And there we go, Lucas Romano able to get that position just before Les Combes. So intriguing, isn't it, when you can suddenly see it all start to pick up yet again, the little things that you thought, oh, the race is starting to die down. All of a sudden, something can just pop up and wake you up again.
Yeah, very much so. It's really hard to really keep an overview of what's gonna come together, how. So there's always an element of surprise to it. I feel like even though we sit with a relatively good tool of actually trying to gain that overview, but it's a complex equation altogether, and it's one that always throws you a curveball or two at the end. Rune Bobber's in for the final pit stop of the 101 car, and they will have had at least one extra time in the pits here. They're having a relatively long stop, given that there's just over half an hour left on the clock here.
Go. Yeah, more things to think about as we have Chris Van Gucht and Thomas Stockmans, both of them having come into the pits previously at pretty much the same time. Maybe they might be able to make it till the end. It could be close. Not entirely sure, but we will obviously see as it goes on. Jonas Holm definitely will be able to make it till the end. It has 4 seconds to Van Glaverke behind, who is still waiting for that pit stop, as will be Cedric Wouters. 6th and 7th needing to pit on further time. I think as well there could be a little bit of a question mark surrounding Christophe Herbigno if he can make it till the end.
Yeah, it's going to be
Same
tight.
with Ben Thanes. I think Ben Thanes will beat Christophe Herbigno. Will probably be the tightest one to making it.
Thanes was in on lap 124. He's probably not going to make it.
No, he's definitely not making it. But Herbigno is the one with the big
Herbigno is on the line, right?
Yeah,
very much so. It was in on lap 129. That was just over the hour mark, but also only just over the hour mark. So if the saving doesn't go to plan over the final stint here, it'll be a tough one to swallow for them at the end. Although they might just be okay for a very, very short splash and dash at that 35-second advantage down to Simpact at the moment. That keeps on being it like it is. They might just be able to sneak in and out, but yeah, we'll have to see. I think they're aiming at least to be able to finish the race without having an extra pit stop. Piraco will be having another pit stop as well with Ben Thanes, but as is the case with Herbigno, then I don't really think that there are any real trouble from behind. They've got a cushion of 1 minute and 6 seconds. That's more than enough. At least so I would make it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there, but again, never know. You might be seeing a late surprise. There might be mad amounts of fuel saving on display from some drivers that completely throw us for a wild goose chase. I've just seen the lap times as well of some of the drivers. I mean, we've got times going through, obviously, from the race leaders. They start to drop off, so obviously they're trying to coast till the end. Who's properly pushing out there? So let's have a little look and see. Holsters is going pretty nicely there. 2nd place in BLC 3. Obviously not able to close that gap in such a short amount of time. 2 practices by JWS Classic cars, but still good lap times coming through.
Yeah, but the gap has been extending out
yeah.
to the Traxxas car, so very, very, very strong work from Yidi Crispain. I was looking to take that car home for a well-deserved and absolutely solid win if it's gonna work out. I think, Edward, that it would indeed be their second win on the trot here. If it works out for them, it's going out brilliantly. They had a win last time out at Sebring. SimWorld be rapid 4th place at Sebring. They would be, I think, annoyed about the start of the race.
Yeah.
Knowing the ending, at least so far, with 28 minutes left still to run here. But that time lost at the early stage of the race, they would have been very much up there. And they haven't really set a foot wrong since lap 1. And, well, saying that probably wasn't down to a mistake of theirs. I have no real recollection, to be honest, of just how that actually went down. But nevertheless, it seems to be second place. Chris van Hoek still about 10 seconds clear of Thomas Stockmans, and that gap is extending as we speak as well. Oh, these inter-class traffic situations are always a little bit dicey here. The pit stop from Maxime van den Hove. 16 seconds clear of the Valkyrie car. That is certainly not going to be enough. They're already in the chicane. So they're going to be well clear. And then we're looking at the Vince Peters driven 32 car. The beautiful RPM machine. This is the time to absolutely send it with everything there is through this final bit of the track here. Maxime van den Hove is still on the jacks.
Taking
tires.
Oh no, I'm not sure if that was calculated or a mistake, because taking so long to get this sorted, the pit stop is actually going to be longer than Vince Peters, even though they didn't need to take the tyres. Same with Roger Christensen. Oh my word, maybe a miscalculation. Are they even going to come out ahead? I think they'll be fine because they've got plenty of time back to 4th, but that was... I don't think that was the plan there, Hasser. Because
I'm not quite sure because
they've lost a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know.
They had the ability to have a shorter pit stop by quite some margin, but for whatever reason, decided to opt for tyres, and there's only 25 minutes remaining of the race. I'm not sure they're going to be able to gain all of that time back just on account of having fresher rubber.
It's going to be 30 seconds to close in 25 minutes. It's going to be a tough ask, to say the very least, even on fresh tires. Maxime van den Hove has given himself a hard job to finish off the evening's work here. Still waiting to see that pit stop from Van Glabeke as well. And actually quite a lot of the splash and dashes haven't really come to pass yet here in BLC 1. Also still waiting to see if it's going to be a pit stop or not for the 17 car, Christophe Urbignot.
Again, lap times pretty even across the board. You've got the top 4 in BLC 1 all putting in consistent mid-17s. Again, the eyes are pretty much going to be on Urbino for the last moments of the race, just because the question mark is going to be, can he make it till the end on that tank of fuel? If he needs to take the splash and dash, I could see him overtaken by the likes of Jonas Holman, potentially Van Glavica. Obviously Van Glavica, actually no, not Van Glavica, because we still expect him to make one further pit stop. But it still could see him drop back into 5th place. And BLC2. It's a shame really about the tyre changes, because I think without them, we could have seen a very close fight between Van der Nove and Vince Peters.
Yeah, indeed. Just looking at the differences, it was about 15 seconds more in the pit stall, on the pit booth. It's like they would have been around 15 seconds behind regardless, and now it's 30 seconds, so looking very good for Roger Christiansen, although the gap is just about 10 seconds now. And on the last lap, Vince Peters closed it by a second. So, yeah, this is interesting. And of course, again, this could be down to traffic, but it's a situation where we're watching slight luck up, just a touch too hard on the brakes there, Christiansen. This time around, so 220.8. And here comes Peters. 19.5 for Vince Peters, who's absolutely motoring along at the moment. There comes a few of the splash and dashes in BLC1. Cedric Wouters for JWS and David van Glavica. It's going to be van Glavica leaving the pits, the first of the two. Speedy Designs Racing sneaky come into 5th place. We're in a lap 125, and I don't think they are going to be able to sneak on through till the end, I'm afraid. That would have been a cheeky little jump into the top 5 at a late stage. I don't think it's going to work out for them, though. Yeah, 125 is probably going to be just a few minutes short here. 21 minutes remaining of the race.
I don't know how. So I mean, if he keeps this pace up, it's going to be all right. I think Christensen could be under threat here. You know, Hasse. The pace is certainly there.
We have about 9-10 laps.
He's gaining over a second a lap if we're looking at the most recent times.
Yeah, if that's the case, it's going to be extremely close if he doesn't catch. It's all going to come down to traffic. It's all going to come down to those...
another Sebring situation?
I'm tempted to say that if any mistakes creep in up ahead, then we might be looking at it. At the same time, Vince Peters right now isn't having the luck he needs with traffic, getting held up by the 88. Of course, no fault of the 88. It's just going around doing its own race, but I'm not sure there's been any decisive gains for Vince Peters on this lap, but we'll have to see. I'm tempted to say it, but that it's so much on the fence that they have to make that, they have to make that gain every single lap.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, it's simply not going to work out.
Cannot afford a slow lap time at all, and oh dear me,
slower. So traffic is traffic giveth and traffic taketh here. Roger Christiansen through just before dipping into to a rouge, and that's really, really important, to be honest, because waiting up through there would have cost a bucket load of time. And with that, I think Roger Christiansen is looking pretty good to hang onto it. I think, barring any incidents, barring any bad luck, of course, Vince Peters can't really do anything but push and try and put the pressure on, see what comes from it. It's sort of like being behind by one in a football match, Edward, with 10 minutes to go. You have to sort of just put it on the line and see what comes of it.
Yeah, it's going to have to be every single lap flat out, and with traffic like this, it's not going to be helping him whatsoever. He's got a slow car behind, a slow car ahead, a fast car behind, and oh my word, again in the middle. Are we going to have another situation with the RPM car getting collected? No, thankfully this time gets through nice and cleanly, but that was almost a deja vu moment, Hasser, and you can imagine how he must have been feeling going into that corner and seeing a similar situation that he's been involved with numerous times that nearly caught him out. But now it has to be, as soon as he gets some clear air, which he has now, push, push, push right up until the checkered flag. Leave nothing else on the table, then you'll have no regrets then. Even if it wasn't enough, you'll at least know everything that I could have controlled, I did to the best that I could. And that's all you can leave yourself in these sorts of events, because time and time again, Hasser, I'm sure you'll know it as well, in these endurance races, there's so many factors that are out of your control.
Yeah, very much so, and it's you never truly find yourself really wishing for bad luck upon others, but at the same time, you also know that it's often, especially if you've had a bit of bad luck yourself, you're sort of, at least I've found myself thinking, can we have the equalizer here, to bring us back on, level terms. But it's just, at the end of a race, when the pressure is on, it's such a hard place to be in, especially the longer the race, the more is on the line. It's a special kind of pressure, and I think a certain kind of drivers, a certain kind of people deal with that pressure better than others, and it's all comes down to yet another place where the mental aspect of racing is really at the forefront. So one might get close here as well. Speedy Designs, again, we're expecting them to have a pit stop, but it's, even if not, it's just 3.5 seconds down to Sim Racing BE by ROI Management, the 61 car, and then a further 5 seconds to Cedric Wouters and the JWS Motorsports car. So a very close affair between those two. Still waiting to see Ben Thanes in the pits. We're still waiting to see. Yeah, Christophe Urbignot. Is that gonna hold on or isn't it? Because the fact is also that he was in 2 laps before Carlos Diegues and Gaetan Ancher, but we also know that both Diegues and Ancher went. Was that about 5 minutes into the final hour?
I think it was a couple of minutes. I don't think it was that late.
4.5, 5 minutes. I think it was.
Because they didn't have any slipstreaming buddies after their separation, so they weren't able to save as much fuel. So the stops did get a little bit shorter, but not by too much.
In comes Ben Thanes here.
There's the answer to the question we were just asking.
Yeah,
as if on cue, as if he was listening to the broadcast. He duly comes into the pits perfectly on time, on schedule, and then, like we've been saying, the focus will shift to Christophe Urbignot, who pitted about 4 or 5 laps later. So that will then translate to about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's not gonna be. It's not going to be enough, is it?
It might, yeah, unless he's been able to extend this stint. I will imagine it's quite difficult.
he's been going quite quickly, it has to be said here. He's extended the advantage to Simpact and Jonas Holm.
Another thing as well,
almost 10 seconds here, Edward, so they should be clear.
Even if they do need to make a pit stop, I don't think they'll be losing out. If it's nice and quick, like it'd only be for about 5 seconds of fuel, just to be safe, I think they'll be fine. I can't imagine it'll be too big of a concern. So even if they think they might make it to the end, just to be safe, they could quite easily come in, stop, and still be in 4th place.
Yeah, I think so too.
Any expected stops in BLC 3 anymore? I don't think so. I think everyone seems to be about on schedule there.
Yeah, I think
same
with
so
as well.
BLC 2. I think we've got everyone there.
Yeah.
So I count for in terms of the pit stops.
Yeah.
So now we just have to essentially wait for one more driver to make a final pit stop, and that will be this man, Christophe Herbignon. I mean, what a topsy-turvy race it's been for the number 17 Audi. I mean, from the very beginning of the race, they were having, I think, the worst first stint out of pretty much every single car in their class. It was, I'm sure they won't mind us saying, but nearly every 5 minutes we'd go and see, there's yet more issues for the Boots and VDS car, but they've bounced back from it brilliantly.
They really have, and to see them even just still being on the lead lap, it's pretty much... someone put off there. That was the 22 machine. A bit of a flashy moment there. As Christophe Herbignon makes his way through. But no, they've driven a pretty much perfect race ever since the opening lap. And whatever incidents, because it wasn't just one incident. They were a part of a little bit of an extra calamitous situation after being pushed onto the grass just after the start, coming across the field without collecting anyone. That alone could have been a huge moment for so many more than it turned out to be. Then getting collected, I think, in some kind of incident with a GT4 up at Radion, so losing more time there. They're about 1 minute and 50 seconds down on the race leaders. And they're going on here. So maybe that time advantage they're sitting on is also enabling them to be... Yeah, I don't know. Like either they're going to go for a very short stop here soon, or it's going to be saving. They don't look like someone who's really trying to save all that much fuel at the moment. So... take it they're coming in, and again with margins as well.
Also, just looking around as well, Griffin Inusit is also a driver that we're expecting to see in the pits, and that number 96 car has been one that's, I think, flew under the radar in 8th place. We've seen the Speedy Zones racing car occasionally popping up here and there. They'll be making up 3 places in class from their qualifying position. Any positions that you can gain from where you start are always beneficial. You're not going to be too pressed about that.
I think his last...
well, actually.
He was in for... He took a drive-through recently. Yeah, he was in through the pit lane. He took a drive-through. And
on 125. Sippin's still going.
It's incredible to see that they are indeed still going, but I think they will have to take a splash and dash. And of course, that late drive-through probably wouldn't have helped them much either. They would have been close, and they would have been just ahead of both Sim Racing PE and JWS Motorsports. However, I'm expecting them to come in for a late stop as well. It's going to be a lot of fuel saving that they would have had to have done this final stint. I'm not saying that it isn't possible, just saying it's going to be very hard.
And we also have, again, I think Cedric Wouters might be in the midst of a little battle, as David Van Glabacker is sort of fairly close together, about 4 seconds.
That's actually true, and they got Griffin as well 4 seconds further down.
This could be interesting. See if this will come about. Cedric Wouters is really getting a bit of a charge on.
Yeah, and he's closing in at a rate that would...
Harsh competition again, fastest lap of the race.
Oh, wow. Incredible. And at this point as well, of course, the track cooling down as the race has gone on, and as I said earlier, that explains part of it, but it's still quite something to do that without really feeling like you're taking risks, because at this point you really wouldn't want to feel like you're taking any risks anywhere, you know. The level of the top teams here in the virtual Belcar series is really the top level of sim racing. Oh, Martin, I would imagine so. We just... Oh, and if they have to do a driver swap in Simpact with an injured driver in here at this moment. It's been a problem for Daniel Carpenter here. It happened right in front of the 33 car, but the 33 car being, I think, a lap down. Oh, snapping down across the track. The 334 Race for Fun machine. A bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it is quite very close to the end now, as you are starting to see, I think, a few drivers making those little mistakes, the tiredness creeping in. The sun is setting, and I have to say, it does look very nice, doesn't it? The nice sunset on these cars. Headlights shining as well. We are going to finish in what they call the golden hour. Sort of just between sunset and dusk. Cedric Wouters, how is his pace looking? He's actually dropping back a little bit from Van Glabacker on this last lap.
Yeah, quite. Oh,
the car's really twitchy. Oof.
It's like they might be on seriously worn rubber here.
Ooh, again.
Yeah. Might have pushed too hard and maybe you've been overheating the tires, Edward, and now feeling the effects of it. Yeah.
Certainly does. It's obviously going to be a cooler track, but look how twitchy the car is. Even when you've got the downforce over it, it's just not at all what you want to have. In these corners, it should be a little bit easier because you're going at slow speed. The loads aren't as significant. Oh, wow, though. That was some sketchy few corners, and it's really showing in the lap timers now as Van Glabacker with a 17.74. Cedric Wouters a 19.69, nearly 2 seconds slower, Cedric, on that last lap. Oof, that's certainly a bit of a rough one to take when you're trying to chase down those positions. No signs yet that Herbigno is coming into the pits. Still carrying on. Doesn't seem to be slowing down to save any fuel either. His last lap was a 17.2.
Certainly doesn't look like they're slowing down at all here. So 4 minutes left. It does look like they have every intention of going all the way here.
And in the BLC 4s, let's have a look. 4 BLC 3s, we've got Pierre is the Sut, Jesse Hendricks. I think Jesse Hendricks is a little bit quicker and closing in. This is for 7th place, so we might be seeing some battles closing in late on in BLC 3 as well. Gaps of under 5 seconds ones that we always like to keep a little eye on.
Yeah, and it's been coming down. I think at least the last lap was about 6/10 gained for Jesse Hendricks. Although at that
himself is gaining on Stefan Le Rouen.
Yeah, that is true as well. So, but it's again just 3 minutes left now. It's going to be about 2 more laps for these guys.
About so. Yep. Obviously that, and including whenever the leader crosses the line. So depending on where Arnage competition, Carlos Dieguez has a 16.12. That is filthy lap time.
That is quick. That is stunningly quick. And a fair bit quicker than anything else we've seen. The quickest, to my knowledge, otherwise, is Christophe Urbignot with a 2:16.64. That's a full half a second better than anyone else. That is certainly a display. And of course, there is an extra point to be picked up for the fastest lap, but one thing is putting it in like that, but another thing is doing it with such confidence at the end of the race like this as well. But you can't help wonder what could have been for Valkyrie, for the 677 Valkyrie car in BLC1 that had that issue.
I think so as well. You've got to say
they lost 50 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And they are sitting 36 seconds behind the leading car at the moment. So I'm not saying they would have been, automatically have been 14 seconds ahead, but you can't help but think, at least for the quality of the racing, it would have been a little bit of a different finale. Coming into the final minute of the race here, it would have been a bit of a different finale had it not been for their technical issues. But don't look back in anger, I heard someone say, and not that I want to hear it anymore. God, I hate Oasis, but just to get that off my chest. The white flag team's still here.
You said that. I love them. I love a little bit of Oasis.
No.
Maybe it's the Brit in me, but I love it.
There's so much good British music that has been made throughout the times, but Oasis is not amongst it.
I'm sorry you only know about Wonderwall and not some of the absolute bangers like She's Electric.
I just referenced another song than Wonderwall, and it's just as bad as anything else. Anyway, I don't think it should take away from the quality of the drive here that we've been seeing from Arnage competition. Who's gonna take home the win here? Christophe Urbignot is still hanging out there. It's gonna be a late pit stop. They're gonna get the white flag this time around.
Should be fine till the end. We'll have a look and see though, because it might be a last minute splash and dash. But even if there is, there's no reason not to come into the pits if you are obviously at risk. Carrying on.
So obviously you'd be expecting them to be very much okay here.
Should be fine.
But through Blanchimont comes our race winner. I'm sorry, but it's Carlos Dieguez. Arnage competition, the #1 car finishing on top. It's been a near perfect display from Arnage competition, and the reigning champs is gonna do it again. And grab their first win of the season here. And then we're looking for, let's see who's going to be coming in first. I think Gaetan Auger is going to be the next one here. He's not too far ahead of the BLC2 leader as well, while Valkyrie they aren't quite going to find the success they found in the first race in BLC 1. Simpact has crossed the line, and Jonas Helm with a leg that's falling off has taken it to 5th place. That's a beautiful one indeed. Gaetan Anger and Belcar in BLC 1, they get 2nd place, but in BLC 2 they grab the win for a 2nd consecutive time with Roger Christiansen and the Scandinavian Porsche 911 Cup car. This time with a little bit less last lap drama and a 10-second cushion to Vince Peters, who's going to take 2nd, and Maxim van den Hove 3rd for GTE Racing, of course, Vince Peters for RPM. That's going to make the podium in BLC 2. There's the RPM car, the 32 machine. And then here, Maxime van den Hove in the 99. Not quite there tonight at the end of things, but certainly close. Oh, what's going on here? Are they just getting out of the way, or? One must wonder. Christoph Urbanio did make it around, so very well done on his behalf with the fuel saving, certainly being effective. Making it to the line in BLC 3, by the way, it's Jiri Crispane and Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. They've flown under the radar all the way through, and they do so as well. I'm so sorry at the line, but what a beautiful race it has been for them as well. A perfect display from start to finish. Michael Holsters grabs 2nd place. Let's see if he's still on track, at least somehow, somewhere, somewhat. And the 3rd place, 912 car for B-Sim Racing G. Chris van Gogh, also a very, very strong race from them to take a podium finish here at Spa. Very well deserved, it has to be said. I think goes for all of the podiums throughout, Edward. And another great night of racing here from the virtual Belcar concluded. And with that said, let's see if we can get some results on screen. And should very much like it to be the race results. There we go. So a nice competition, and the number 1 car winning it, about 35 seconds clear of the Valkyrie X-Type competition 677 machine. Firaco eSports White in 3rd, the 26 car, rounding off the BLC 1 podium. Then Boots and VDS by Undercut 17, coming in 4th ahead of Simpact Noises and Sim Racing BE by ROI Management. Then JWS Motorsports, Speedy Designs Racing, Sim Formula Europe in 9th, and then Race for Fun, rounding off the top 10. RPM GT gets 11th ahead of Raytab Racing Panda, then Lexaro Racing, SimWorld.be Fast, the Bravo by Hertime, Schütz Motorsports, eSport, and the non-existent number 7 Simpact car that was very much not a part of the race at all. Anyways, Edward, it's been a pleasure watching the race, and it'll be a pleasure hearing you go through the results from BLC 2.
Yes, thank you very much, Hasse. It's been an excellent BLC 2 race where Valkyrie X-Type, following a great strategy, have been able to take BLC 2 class victory, keeping themselves out of trouble, paid off greatly for themselves, and also for RPM, who come in 2nd place, score some good championship points at this early stage of the season. GTE Racing by Zenom finishing 42 seconds off of the lead pace. Still good points going their way. Then there's a bit of a drop back actually to ART Sim Racing 2, 2 laps down alongside DBR. They finished in 5th with Brab Alpha by Higher Time in 6th place, ahead of Brab Charlie by Actimo in 7th. ART Sim Racing finishes in 8th position, ahead of Arnage Competition Pink, who retired earlier on in the race, as did Team Vision, the 992 car, not making it to the checkered flag. But with that, Hasse, unfortunately, we'll have to love you boys and leave you. It's been great to be here, but I will leave you all in the capable hands of Hasse Roma for the final results in BLC 3 and, of course, the post-race interviews. But I'm looking forward to the next action in BLC in the virtual Belcar, and hopefully it is just as exciting as it was today.
Well, fingers crossed, Edward. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Thank you very much. And then PLC 3, indeed, the Under the Radar Flying, Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. Number 6 machine taking a solid, well-deserved second win in a row. My apologies for not catching you coming across the line. Simworld.be Rapid, the 114 machine, coming in second place ahead of B-Sim Racing G, the 912. Rounding off the podium. The 100 Anage competition, Eau Rouge BMW finishing in 4th ahead of Furaco eSports Black. Squadra Veloce by BSR coming in 6th ahead of Decipit Racing. Dynamics Racing Pink and Arnage competition light. The 101 car finishing 9th there. B-Sim Racing S running off the top 10 with Valkyrie X-Type GT4 and Dynamics Racing in 12th place. I'm afraid also having a bit of trouble and seeing their race come to an early end. My evening needs to come to an end too. I'm getting a bit tired as well. It's 2:15, and as such, it is interview time, and I'm just looking forward to having a bit of a word with some of the drivers. Indeed. Let's get the timing tower out of the way, and see what we have here. It is indeed the overall winner. Let's have a chat. Well, who else but Ricardo Ferreira. Ricardo, what a brilliant race. What a brilliant result in the end to take the win in a not too dramatic fashion. Do you think you would have more competition had it not been for the incident of Valkyrie with their pit stop?
First of all, good night, everyone. Thank you so much for the broadcast and for this beautiful championship. Yeah, it was tough since the beginning. We know that Valkyrie always plan well the races, and of course they are trying to save fuel. When I did my stint, I tried to create a little bit of gap, but Gaetan just followed me, and it was super tough. We know that we know exactly the average that we need to do for fuel save, and yeah, with the disconnect from Jonathan, we only controlled the race until the end. But this race was brilliant in terms of pole position, in terms of points. I mean, pole position, best lap, and winning first place. So unlucky for Valkyrie, but was an awesome strategy race, and it was awesome since the beginning.
And coming into still early days in the championship, a not exactly perfect race in the opening round at Sebring, but following something much better here tonight. Where does that leave you standing, looking forward to the rest of the championship from here?
Yes, I believe that it will be tough until the end. We had experience. We know that we can go in the front, but we have the 24 hours of Zolder, and your place can change if you do a bad result. So, in my opinion, it will be super fun until the end. The competition is, in my opinion, of course, it's higher this year, and we know that Valkyrie will work to win this championship. We will work too to win the championship, and in the first round we have more teams trying to fight for the first place. So I think it will be tough until the end, in my opinion, of course.
Ricardo, beautiful race on your part, and absolutely stunning pace from the team come the end of the race with the fastest lap over half a second quicker than anybody else. Wasn't there anyone telling the driver to take it easy there at that point, or was it just so much in the rhythm?
We know that probably Valkyrie will try to save to complete the hour. And I said to Diegues to just relax a little bit the tires we do the best lap in the race. So yeah, we try it and we did it. So congrats to my teammate. He did a great job, especially his second stint. Yeah, it was planned, and I believe that if Valkyrie don't have that type of problem, probably they will try to do the best lap too. So, like I said before, this race was super tough in the first 3 hours, and after that it was completely different. One more time, congrats to Valkyrie too, and for my teammate and for my team and sponsors.
Well, indeed, I was just about to ask if there was anyone you were going to thank, but it was like a mind read there, man. Beautiful. Brilliant stuff indeed. I'm going to let you hop off. I'm going to let you take it easy and celebrate the win in style. Many congratulations from here, Ricardo, and I hope I get the chance to have a chat with you after one of these races.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too, man. So that was race winner in BLC 1 for an Arch competition, Ricardo Ferreira. We're going to bring in the race winner in BLC 2 as well. It's going to be Roger Christiansen, or should I say Roger Christiansen?
Yeah, that sounded a bit more than like what I'm used to.
Yes, I would imagine so. I have a Dane, but I have Norwegian family, so
Nice.
So I do enjoy making having a bit of a laugh with it. Anyways, let's get serious about it. A race a race won again, but dare I say, a little bit less dramatic than the last time around, and rightfully so. Beautiful drive throughout the team. You looked pretty much in control throughout the race there, were you?
I wouldn't say we were in control. We had an incident early on with the GT3 coming from, I think there was some GT3 having trouble in the first lap, and one of them got into the back of us quite early. So yeah, I felt like we were coming from behind and trying to attack and do it with some strategy. But I didn't feel like we had control before maybe the last hour. So
leads me pretty well to the next question. We were expecting some of the other top runners in BLC2 to come out maybe a little bit closer after their final pit stops. Were you fearing that the 99 car and the RPM machine as well maybe would be able to claw back some time on the pit stops and maybe make a run of it for the end?
I think I had quite good control of how far behind they would be. Knew approximately how much fuel they had to fill, and I don't know what RPM did. I think they might have underfueled a bit or something. It seemed like they had some troubles in the last laps. Wins was really fast for the start of the stint. So, but yeah, you never know if someone is on another strategy than you have in your mind. But was quite confident that they would be like 10-15 seconds behind after the pit stops. So,
well, it must have been a comfortable position to be in then. A very good win and a second win on the trot. Beautiful position to be in the championship. We're heading to Maunicourt in 5 weeks' time from now. Is that a track that you're feeling comfortable with already? It's a relatively new on iRacing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have it yet, but yeah, I think I raced some TCRs. Not quite the same, but yeah, in 5 weeks should be fine. So it's quite new to everyone. So and with most of the guys we're fighting with coming from Belgium, it's nice to get to. I was afraid for Spa being a Belgian track and probably a track most of the guys have done a couple thousand laps on, but it worked out. So I think Magnicor should be fine as well.
Well, that's good to hear, Roger. Again, congratulations on a very, very good result with the win and a super strong drive on your own part. Before I let you go off and celebrate, and maybe just go to bed because it's getting late after all, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out or a thanks while you're on the air here?
Yeah, I have to shout out to Joe Vegard, doing a fantastic job driving, and Ilario with the strategy and the plan. And of course, Valkyrie, X-Hype, giving us the platform to grow and try to be better drivers.
Well, thank you, Roger, for taking the time to have a bit of a chat here post-race. It was a pleasure indeed, and I do hope we'll get the chance to chat away after one of these races, Askin.
Yeah, thank you. I hope so as well.
So that was our final interviewee for tonight. That was Roger Christiansen from Valkyrie X-Type, the race winner in BLC2, alongside Jo Vegard Gudestad in the 877 car. And with that, I think that's going to be more or less the concluding moments of tonight's broadcast as well. It's been a hectic race, dare I say, over the opening few hours at least, and sort of settling down and into its tactical phase, although never really shy of the occasional curveball, the occasional hiccup. And with that said, some well-deserved winners, and something that will indeed give us plenty to look forward to. As I said, Magnicor is happening in about 5 weeks' time. That'll be on March 15th. March 15th. That would be that would be quite an achievement. June 15th, of course, that is. And of course, it's going to be with me alongside the brilliant Edward May yet again to take you through it. I hope to see you all there, and I do hope that you've had a brilliant time watching along. Thank you so much for joining us here on Virtual Belcar tonight. A big thanks to all of our sponsors helping us and making these broadcasts possible. From my part, a great thank you to the organizing team, to Ronald and to Andy as well. And with that said, thank you. The last thank you is to all of you who have indeed been spending your 6 hours of a Friday night watching along.